Hello everyone, welcome to Prakash IT. So today I'm going to discuss the complete Jakarta Servlet 6.0.0 course content which we are going to cover as part of this course. This is going to be a comprehensive servlet tutorial for the absolute beginner. So this will help for the people who don't have any idea regarding the servlet API. I have provided the comprehensive structure so that it can be thoroughly followed from the beginning to the end. So let me discuss the below setup for the project development, what I have used during this course. Okay, so here we have used Jakarta Servlet API version 6.0.0, JDK version 17, and the ID for the development, that is IntelliJ IDEA. Okay, so those who don't have any idea regarding IntelliJ IDEA, so I have provided from the how to create the project, how to work with IntelliJ IDEA, everything I have provided here. So no need to worry. So he can start from the beginning. Okay. So let me what are the topics I have covered for this. Okay. First I have covered Servlet JSP overview. What is Servlet? What is JSP? What is web application? And what is what are the applications we can develop by using Servlet or JSP? Just the overview, though it is the topic related to servlet, but servlet and JSP I have given the overview. Okay, then servlet basics, servlet interface with example. Fourth, then is generic servlet with example, then HTTP servlet. These are the three servlet by using which we can develop our servlet, right? Okay, then servlet lifecycle. Seventh one is form submission, how we can work with a form. Okay, then request dispatcher, whenever we are submitting one form, then from one form to how we can forward to another form, JSP or servlet, or we can include the same form whenever the logins of the particular user failed, or he has entered the wrong credential, then that person should be like redirect to the same page, right? The login page, that is that in that case we can use include. So this kind of stops I have used for the absolute beginner. It's going to be a very helping hand if someone follows from the beginning to the end of this course. And then send redirect, and what is the difference between request dispatcher and send redirect methods. So I have given the detailed description. And servlet config and servlet context, servlet using annotation, init param using annotations, session management using cookies. There are like actually total four session management techniques that I have also included in this course content. Okay, and for each one I have provided the solid example so that it will be easily understood by you people. Okay, okay. So then session management using hidden form field, session management using URL rewriting, session management using HTTP session, how we can work with this session using these four techniques. Okay, then filter I mean to say filter basics. Then we will use one example, we will develop one example using filter by using annotations. Okay, user validations. So whenever some so and so user logins to some portal, then how he or she will be validated. There I have used MySQL JDBC and Tomcat server. Okay, and I forgot to mention one thing, here also, here we are going to use one server, that is application server or web server, anything you can use, but here we have used Tomcat. Okay, to deploy our applications. And listener, then employee registration using MySQL JDBC and Tomcat, that is also I am going to provide. And the whatever the topic we will think that is necessary, that we will put in the miscellaneous topic. Okay, so that for that reason I have kept intentionally the miscellaneous topic. Okay, so and these are the topics so far I have covered. And at the end of this project, I am going to provide one mini project. Okay, and I will provide the Git link also, where all these applications will be there in the Git, so that you can, I will provide the link, I will attach into the video the description, so that you people can have the access for that, and those who want and they can download and work on that. Okay, for the reference. And finally, at the end I have provided uh, one mini project, employee management system, by using MySQL, the CRUD operation, both CRUD operation, whole operation, like get, create, read, update, delete. all four operations I have covered as part of these employee management systems. What I'm doing, I'm like covering like from the login to all the operation. First login to the app, the login validation also I have provided, and then the CRUD operation. Okay, so thank you very much. So we'll meet in the coding section. Hello everyone, welcome to Prakash IT. So in this tutorial, we are going to learn about Servlet and JSP overview. So in this video, I'm going to give the overall idea what is Servlet, what is JSP, what kind of application we are going to develop by using Servlet and JSP, and examples of that those applications, right? That description I'm going to give in today's video. So as part of this, we are going to learn what is a web application, then what are Servlet and JSP, and followed by what types of apps can we create by using Servlet and JSP. These are the basic introduction I am going to give in this today's video. Basically, a web application is a website where the HTML pages are generated dynamically based on the user action. Let me give you an example. Okay. So for example, I browsed IRCTC. Okay. So I clicked on this. So on clicking, so I got one home page, right? So where I can search, this is a page, right? In this page, this is nothing but a HTML page. If I go to the inspect, you can see it's a form kind, right? It's a form. So as you can see, this is a HTML head, body, all these things, right? So this is a HTML. So we can think of like this is a form. This is a form. For example, if I type like Delhi, and this is Mumbai. If I do search, right, some result we got. I can say on user action, whatever the inputs we have given, based on the input, we got the result, right? This is also another page. In the first page, we fill up the details, then click on the submit. On clicking of the submit, some events happen. Like we got the page. So today we search for the 15th December for today's date. If I search for some other results like the destination is Mumbai to Kolkata, so that data may differ. So that is called dynamic data. So if for a particular search the response uh, changes, that is called dynamic data. So this is also as a response we are getting as a HTML page, right? Is not it? So if I show you, like you can think of like basically it's a HTML page. So if I go to see a HTML page and all these things, right? So if I hover on, like you can see, this is a HTML page. So basically what my intention here is, so what is a web application, like what are the inputs we are giving, and what is the as a output what we are getting, it's a static or dynamic or how it is. So in this today's topic, our topic is Servlet and JSP overview. So as part of this, I have already told you like what is an web application. That first part is clear. So next we are going to learn what are Servlet and JSP. So Servlet and JSP are server-side technology. I have shown you in the example. So whatever the input we are giving, based on the input, we are getting the dynamic HTML page. By using Servlet and JSP, we can develop our web application, right? Kind of web application we can develop, like for example, Flipkart, Amazon, like social media, Facebook. These kind of applications also we can use, we can develop by using Servlet and JSP. Okay, so if I write down like Servlet and JSP are server-side technology written in Java. These are the Servlet and JSP that is written in Java. Okay, once that code has been developed, then that code has to be deployed and on the server. For example, it may be a Tomcat server. So going forward, I will tell you what is Tomcat, WebLogic, Glassfish. So all these are the application or web server. Okay, on particular server we will choose one server, specifically Tomcat. In the Tomcat we are going to work. Okay, so on that, once we develop our servlet application, that application we are going to deploy on the server, and on giving the request from the browser, that is nothing but a client, then based on the user inputs, then our servlet is going to respond accordingly, and which will going to generate dynamic page as a response. Okay, so we can think of Servlet and JSP are server side technology. Okay, so the third point is like what types of apps can we create by using Servlet and JSP. By using Servlet and JSP, we can create different kinds of applications such as e-commerce application, or social media applications, banking application, all these kinds of applications we can develop. Next, I am going to show you how these applications actually flows. For example, we develop one application by using Servlet and JSP, then on deployment of the application on the server, how it is going to behave whenever the client or the browser gives the request to the particular server. Okay, we can think of this is a client and this is a server in the on the server where our application kind of our application like Servlet and JSP is going to be deployed, and whenever the client gives the request to the server, for example, we can consider you can think of like this is a request going to the server. Once the request reaches the server, then server sends that request to the Servlet and JSP that is deployed inside the server. Okay, to the particular servlet or JSP. On getting the request from the servlet, then if any database interaction is there, basically all the web applications are interlinked with the some one and other database, right? So then the request will send to the database and performing the action, then the response will be sent to the server back. Okay, on getting the response the particular servlet would send the response to the server, and on getting the response from the database server, what it is going to do, server is going to send the HTML page back to the client. Okay, so these are the two things. This is the servlet and this is the JSP. This is deployed on the server. Okay, so finally we are getting the HTML page as the response. So this is the overall servlet and JSP flow. So in the today's topic, what we have discussed, what is a web application, what is a servlet and what is JSP, and what kind of application we can develop by using the servlet and JSP. Okay, so I hope the overview of servlet and JSP is clear to everyone. Okay, so now we are going to start servlet technology, then followed by JSP technology. Okay, we'll see much more examples and other things as part of this course. Thank you. So in this video, I'm going to explain you the basics of Java's that is Servlet API. Okay, so before moving into to the Java Servlet API, so I just wanted to show you a couple of things so that you will get some idea how we can going to use Servlet API to develop the Servlet application. Okay, so before actually we are before while developing the application Servlet API, we are using the API from Java Servlet, right? JavaX dot Servlet. So now that is renamed to Jakarta dot Servlet API. This is Tomcat from Tomcat organization, right? So we can see the document. There is a significant breakage change between Tomcat 9.0 to 10.0. Okay, the Java package used specification API changed from JavaX dot Servlet to Jakarta. Okay, it will be necessary to recompile overly against the new API. Okay, this is the one thing. Okay, I have shown you. So the Java package Servlet from Servlet 5.0 API from Servlet 5, the Java package has been changed from JavaX dot Servlet to Jakarta Servlet. Okay, this is the this is the one I have shown. Like this has been changed to Jakarta Servlet. Okay, and one more things I will show you inside the Maven this one. If I search for Servlet API, then if I click the first one Java Servlet API, you can see. So there will be like many implementation like jars and all this Maven dependency up to 4.0.1. We can see the Java Servlet, right? This is if I click 4.0.1, so it is java.x.servlet API, javax.servlet API. Okay, 4.1. If I go back, this artifact was moved to, so here it is also note they have mentioned this artifact moved to Jakarta dot servlet. Okay, Jakarta Servlet API. Okay, if I go back, here is the Jakarta Servlet. Okay, if I click, so we can see 4.0.1 it is renamed to Jakarta. So now 6.0 this is the latest version, and 6.1 that is in implementation, I think. Okay, I'll show you one this one. Okay, see, Jakarta 4.0, 5.0, 6.0. 6.0 is like the stable version, and 6.1 under development. So whatever the application I'm going to develop, so it will be based on the Java Servlet 6.0. Okay, 6.0. So that means we are going to work on the latest version of the Servlet API. Okay, what do you mean by what is Servlet? From the Servlet specification, I am saying directly. Okay, Servlet API. Servlet API is a server-side technology which is used to generate dynamic content. Okay, one so like client, and this is the server. Okay, so what it will do? This is a client. Okay, this is a client, client, and this is server. Okay, server maybe it may be like server maybe. Uh, Tomcat, it may be an application server or web server. It can be anything. So if I say web server, it may be a Tomcat, or application server means WebLogic, or Glassfish. So many server are there. Okay, so whenever the client request for the specific one gives the request. Okay, I have already okay, so gives a request. So what it will do? Our servlet means our servlet has been there are few servlet, like many servlet. It may be for the timing I am taking one servlet example, but in real time, like, there can be many servlet. You are going to see in our applications also. So there can be many servlet. Okay, servlet contains one server container. Okay, this is called container. Inside the server there will be a container. Servlet container. This is known as servlet container. Okay, this is known as servlet container. Okay, this servlet container that resides inside the server. Okay, the servlet container is going to manage our server. What is this? These are the servlet. What we will do? Okay, what it is going to do? Whenever we are deploying our servlet inside the server, so our servlet is going to maintain by the servlet container, which is responsible. Okay, whenever the request come from the client, then that request will be received by the the web server or application server first. Then inside that the container is there inside the server. So server will delegate the request to the container. Next, the job of the container is it will identify like to which server. There are many servlet, right? So the request will go to which servlet. The request will go to this servlet, or this servlet, or this, or this, which servlet it will go. So that it is going to be identified by the container. The job of the responsibility of the container is it is going to manage the life cycle of the servlet, each and every servlet that is deployed inside the container. Okay, so that is job of the container. Okay, so one, that is the request processed by the servlet, it will again back to the container, or container to server will be back to the client. Okay, this is the way it is going to work. Okay, so now what I will tell, servlet container. The servlet container is a part of web server or application server that provides the network service over which request and response are sent. Okay, and the servlet container manages the life cycle of the servlet. Okay, these are things I have already told you, and here I am showing the documentation directly, so that you will not be confused, like I am saying something beyond from the specification. Okay, these are the details how the request going from the browser, like client, to servlet. Okay, so that you can read. Okay, and I will show you like how we can develop our servlet. So there are basically one servlet interface there. Servlet interface, this is the one interface from which we can develop our servlet. What we can do, we will write our Java class. We will write our Java class that will implement to servlet. That is the actually the one way we can develop our servlet. But there are actually three ways, like we have HTTP servlet, and another one is like generic servlet. Somewhere it will be there. It will be there, like I will show you. I'll show you here. See, I'll show you. So Jakarta Servlet, and here if I go to okay, see, and Jakarta Servlet, and you can see generic servlet and HTTP servlet. Okay, generic servlet also implements this one servlet, and HTTP servlet also implements this servlet. So there, directly or indirectly, we are going to implement the servlet API. Okay, so here also maybe it will be written a servlet is Java protocol. To implement this interface, we can write generic servlet that extends Jakarta generic servlet. Okay, so all this documentation you can read. Okay, so the basic thing is like we should implement the servlet API, actually servlet interface. Okay, that is the correct way to work with the uh, work with like servlet. So but in the real time, like the most appropriate way is to work with the HTTP servlet. Okay, I will show you somewhere, it would be there. So as you've seen, servlet interface central abstraction Jakarta API, and all servlet implement the interface either directly or indirectly or commonly by extending that class implement the interface. Two classes in Jakarta Servlet API implement the servlet interface, that is yes, I have already told, generic servlet and HTTP servlet. By extending generic servlet or by extending HTTP servlet, our Java class, so we can make one servlet application, right? Or by implementing the servlet API directly. Okay, so indirectly, if you are extending generic servlet or HTTP servlet, then indirectly we are implementing the servlet API, servlet interface. Okay, so for most purpose, developer will extend HTTP servlet. I have already told, to implement their service servlets. Okay, so most of the real time we are going to use HTTP servlet. So servlet actually is having some lifecycle method, how the servlet will be going to instantiated, then how the object will be created, and what are the lifecycle methods that is there: init, the service, destroy. All these are lifecycle method of the servlet interface. Okay, servlet API. So that I will discuss in the another video. For the time being, this is the servlet basics. So I am showing what the servlet API contains, actually how we are going to work with servlet. Okay, so in this tutorial I am going to give a comprehensive lecture, like comprehensive tutorial, like each context will one application, right? I will develop and I will show you, okay, how we can work the servlet API. And at the end, I will give you like one mini project, like which will contain the login and login validation. Then we are going to inside that, and we will do all these CRUD operations. Or one mini project I am going to give you. That is my agenda. Okay. Okay, come back to this our discussion. So now HTTP, so interface, this servlet interface contains the HTTP servlet is the most of the time we are going to work with the extending by HTTP servlet. Okay, this HTTP servlet contains do triplex method, right? Do get, do post, do put, do delete, all these methods. That is the HTTP methods. Okay, so that we are going to do. So basically, do get and do post we are going to use. Okay, and others also we have, but most of the time we are going to work with do get and do post. Okay, I think, and servlet lifecycle, I will as I have told, I will explain, and loading and initiation, all these things are there. Okay, if you read the specification, you will get to know everything. Okay, so I think the basic part you have understood. What do you mean by servlet? What is servlet container? And when it have changed to from Java X servlet to Jakarta servlet, and which which of the API is going to use most of the time, that is HTTP servlet. Directly or indirectly we are going to work with servlet interface only, but there are other two also. There are generic servlet and HTTP servlet. We are most of the time we are going to work with the HTTP servlet. Okay, this is the things we have discussed. Okay, so we'll meet in the next class with our first servlet example. By how we can work with the servlet, I will explain there. Okay, in this total journey, I am going to provide you a comprehensive uh, well planned structure of Servlet API. If you follow me from the this beginning to the end, you will work with the servlet, how to work with servlet login form validation, and work with the CRUD operation, work with servlet config, context, session management, URL mapping, all these like hidden form field, all these things I'm going to cover. Okay, if you follow me for each one, I'm going to develop one application. I will show you, and how to work with form, all these things I'm going to show you directly. Okay, so this is pretty much for this video. We'll meet in the next video. Okay, thank you. As explained, there are three ways by using which we can develop our servlet application. Okay, so one of them is like by implementing the servlet interface. So in this video, I am going to explain how we can develop our first servlet program by implementing the servlet interface. Okay, so what we are going to do here is like in the ID, what we are going to do. So we'll create one module here. So new one module. So I will give this module name is servlet. Okay, servlet SDK, then internal, and this one is web app. So we are going to develop an web application. So I am choosing that Maven archetype is web app. Okay, so inside that run setting, the package structure will be com dot it. Okay, this one I will give. Now what it will do, it will create one web application. Okay, it will take some time to create the application. So once that is created, then what we are going to do, we'll write the servlet. Okay, okay, so as you can see, it is created an web application. So the web application structure will be like this: src main resource, and what we can do in this, we can create one directory, that is Java. Okay, here we will write our this one, our servlet. So always we will follow this package convention. Okay, so this one, the servlet structure will be web.inf index. Inside the web.inf, the web.xml file will be there. This is called deployment descriptor. What I am going to do here is, like I will explain what is I will explain this deployment descriptor, which will give the information regarding the servlet. What is the URL, what is the servlet name, all these things it will going to give. Okay, and index.jsp, here it created one index.jsp page, that is the welcome file. Okay, or we can say there can be many multiple welcome file index.jsp in different format. I mean different format can be there: index.jsp, index.html, HTML file, JSP file, and HTML file. Any kind of file will be there. Multiple welcome file will be there. Okay, so here index.jsp you can do. This is once we load our applications, once we deploy our application, then this page will be loaded. So what we'll write here is welcome to servlet programming. Okay, servlet programming. So here we'll give one. Okay, let me first write this one web.xml. what it will do, I will make another video to explain this web.xml. But for the timing, just remember this is the deployment descriptor. Once our app this application, fast servlet application, is deployed onto the server, then what it will do, it will searches the web.xml file. From the web.xml file, it will pick what is the servlet name, what is the URL. Accordingly it will take the request. Okay. So for this web.xml, you can what you can do, you can follow this servlet, this one servlet API, what we have the documentation there also you can get, or else what I can do, I will show you one thing here. We can go to the tomcat, where you have deployed your, where you have installed your tomcat. There will be a config folder. Inside the config we have the web. Okay, once you have opened the web, what you can do, you can copy this tag. Okay, what you can do, you can do paste here. We are using this one. Okay, and another thing is in the POM, what we can do, let me ambient repository. Okay, we are going to use the latest servlet API. So what we can do, servlet API. Okay, so previously there are, you can see javax.servlet API, another one is Jakarta Servlet. Previously people are using javax.servlet package. Now it is renamed to Jakarta .servlet. Okay, so no need to worry. The same thing, it is the same thing, but it is renamed to Jakarta. Instead of javax, we are going to use Jakarta Servlet, and the latest version is 6.0.0. Okay, this is the latest version. This version we are going to use. What we'll do, we'll copy, simply copy and put it in the POM file dependency. Okay, inside this dependency we are going to paste. Okay, and when compiler is not there. Okay, we'll see if it is given a issue, then that time we can configure. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll write our this one servlet java class first servlet. This is our servlet which will implement servlet API. Servlet API. You can see this is Jakarta.servlet.servlet package. Okay, this is the interface. This one is giving error. Why? Because servlet interface having some methods, lifecycle methods, that we need to implement. Okay, what you can do, you can see these are init method, get servlet config, service method, get servlet info, destroy, init, service, destroy. These three are servlet lifecycle methods. What is servlet lifecycle methods and what is the purpose, I will give detailed video in some other part of the video. For the time being, we can concentrate about our fast servlet applications. Okay, and another two is get servlet config and servlet info. These are lifecycle uh, methods. Okay, of the servlet. For the time being, what I have written, this is the to run this, the simply explain the fast servlet application. So what I have done is wrote. So this is what I have done is I have created one class fast servlet. This is our servlet which implement the servlet interface. Okay, and we have overridden, we have just implemented the uh, lifecycle methods that is there inside the servlet interface. Okay, so now what we'll do, we'll go to the web.xml. Inside the web.xml, two things are needed. Okay, one is what is the server. See, in one application there can be multiple servlets. So in our case there is only one servlet. So what we are going to do here is we are going to write the servlet. What is the servlet name? Servlet name can be anything. So here I am using my servlet. Okay, my servlet is the servlet name. And what is the class? What is the servlet class? Servlet class. Okay, servlet class is always give fully qualified name, com dot it dot fast servlet. This is our servlet name. Once you declare the servlet, then you should map for which URL this servlet should respond. Okay, servlet map, that is the servlet mapping tag. Okay, servlet name is the same servlet name what we have wrote above, and URL according to your servlet. Let it be fast servlet. This is the URL. On this URL we are going to give in the while trying to access this servlet, we will give this URL. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to configure the server for this servlet. Now what we have to do here is we have to configure the, what you have to do, debug for servlet, run for servlet. Okay, so what we are going to do here is, like, we need to configure our tomcat. Okay, so add new configuration, tomcat. Okay, so tomcat, this is the first servlet, and where our servlet will be deployed, src main web app, inside the web app. Okay, first servlet, this one, build, apply. Okay, okay, so now what we'll do, we'll run the application. Okay, okay, SDK is not found. So what we are going to do here is, like, we have to go to this one, dependency build properties. We need to add the compiler. Okay, now it is going through. This is fast servlet. Okay, looks good. Okay, this is the uh, in this port this application is running. Okay, what we'll do, we'll give the hit to on this endpoint. What it will do, it will load our welcome file, index.jsp. What is there in index.jsp? Fast servlet, welcome to servlet programming. Okay, so that information we got. So whatever the servlet we have written, that is executed or not, how we can do, how we can get to know. What we can do here, we can write one simply sopln. Okay, inside service method. Okay, I'm inside service method, and how the request will come. What we can do here is, inside this, what we can do, we'll give one anchor tag, like hyperlink href equals to, what is that, URL web.xml. What URL we have given, fast servlet. What we have to give, fast servlet, without any backslash. Okay, we'll close this. Then what is that link? Okay, simply click me anchor tag, close. Okay, simple. Now again rerun. Okay, once you hit this URL, then what it will do, it will give an hyperlink. On clicking of this hyperlink, what it will do, the request will come to this URL we have given, that is fast servlet. The class name is fast servlet, so the request will come to this class. Okay, once the request come to this class, this service, all the methods will execute, but here this service method also execute to demonstrate whether the control is coming here or not. To check that, just I have put one text message. Okay, so what we can do, we can refresh this. Now you can see the hyperlink, click me. Once you click this one, since we have not printed anything, so it is showing a blank page, but in the console you can see SOP we have given, right? I am inside service method. Okay, that means this servlet is working fine. This is the fast servlet. Okay, so let me summarize what we have done. We have written one servlet inside this web app, the application. We have web inf. Inside the web inf, what we have to do, web.xml deployment descriptor we have to write, and index.jsp, like this is our welcome file. There we have written our uh, hyperlink. Okay, this is the things we have done. So last time we have learned about how to like develop a web application like servlet application by using the by implementing servlet API. So there is multiple ways I have told to develop one servlet. Okay, so directly or indirectly we can implement the servlet by implementing the servlet API. That is the servlet, you know, right? So there is another way. There is another way also we can develop or we can build the servlet applications, right? So that I'm going to show it today. So let me develop one application that is new module. Let me name it second servlet. Okay, this is the servlet. This is the one, and what type of project we are going to choose? Web app. Okay, archetype web app. And if you go to the advanced, so we are going to give our this one Prakash IT. This is your packaging structure. I'm choosing Java 17, but I don't know how it is going. Okay, let me copy that Maven compiler, and we are using Jakarta servlet, right? So I can copy from this one fast servlet we have developed Jakarta dependency, this one, right? 6 dot latest we are using, that is 6 dot o. Okay, so here we can paste the dependency. Fine, we can reload this one. Okay, okay. So POM is fine, that's all. Okay, so then we are going to develop our application, that is here. Oh, this is the first, not this is the first one. Servlet main, then create the directory that is Java. Inside the Java, create the packaging structure, package com.prakash it. This is the packaging structure. Inside that we are going to develop our application, right? That is second servlet. Okay, second servlet. Okay, let me give it second servlet. That is a class. So extends generic servlet from Jakarta, that is a class, so we should extend that class. Okay, once you implement once you extend the generic servlet like HTTP servlet, like Servlet API we use it, right? uh, Jakarta Servlet API. So in that different methods are there. We are just implementing that methods, right? So here generic servlet also we have. If you go inside the generic servlet, you can see generic servlet also implements servlet. That is actually one way to develop the servlet application. That is a servlet by implementing the Servlet API. So this is a servlet, okay, from Jakarta servlet interface. But what we are doing, like we are implementing the generic servlet, I told, right? Here we are doing by extending from the generic servlet, that is the class. Okay, so whatever the classes you are implementing to develop a servlet application, so that is in turn implement the servlet API. By default, whatever the method that is there in the servlet interface, that will come into the implementation class, that is the generic servlet. Here along with that, some other method also might be there in the generic servlet, like this is the destroy get init parameter. Many methods are there. Okay, so no need to worry. Just I'm showing here how we can develop on servlet by extending from generic servlet. So what we have to do, we have to implement the method, that is service method we are implementing here. Okay, so while running our application, we are going to check this servlet is calling or not. So for that, I'm going to put one just print statement. Okay, I am inside. I'm inside second servlet. Okay, just a print message. Okay, servlet. Okay, that is fine. And I will go to this one, web.xml and index.jsp. Okay, so this is the second servlet we have developed. Second, let me copy this web.xml, not this one. This is welcome to second servlet. Okay, and we'll provide one anchor tag, that is the hyperlink tag, that a href equals to, inside that, the URL, whatever the URL we are going to provide for our this one, for our servlet. So that is the one. So click for second servlet. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll close this anchor tag. Fine. Okay, that's all. Then here we are going to write that inside the web app. Okay, inside the web app, we have to write the servlet. Okay, servlet tag, servlet tag, servlet name is let me give the second servlet. Fine. Then servlet class is nothing but com dot prakash it dot second servlet. Fine. So this is the one, then servlet, then servlet mapping. Servlet mapping, servlet class, servlet name is the same servlet. Okay. Whatever the servlet we have given here, same servlet, and URL pattern, you can choose any servlet name. Here I have taken servlet second servlet as the same name. You might have think, or let me change into my servlet. Okay, my uh, my second servlet. Okay, so is my second servlet. So here my second servlet, and this one is what I have given. Second servlet is the, okay, second servlet. Let me second servlet. Okay, then URL pattern, let me choose here is slash second servlet. Okay, servlet tag we have given, servlet name we have given, and this one we have to change according to web.xml inside the tomcat I have shown in the last one. Okay, so what we will do here is, like, we will copy from the first one. Instead of going to that, what I will do, web.xml. So what I'm going to do here is, we can copy from the tomcat web.xml. So what I'm doing, I'm copying from here in the past project. Okay, so no need to worry. So what I'm going to do here is, like, I can replace with the this one, web app, okay, web app tab extra. Okay, fine. Yes, okay, the development is completed, and just print message I've given. So what to run the application on the server. Okay, this is the second servlet I have given, web.xml. Okay, fine. Let me give the heat for the second servlet. Okay, welcome to the second servlet. Click for second servlet, the this one I have given, right? Once we click, we have not provided anything, so it is displaying the white page, right? Blank page. So we can see the this on the console. I'm inside the second servlet. We have provided the this one information, right? Second servlet. I am inside the second servlet. So we saw the response, right? So that means we are successfully got the response, right? So I have explained you how we can develop the servlet by extending from the generic servlet. So next thing is that we have another servlet, that is HTTP servlet. How we can develop our one servlet by extending from the HTTP servlet. That finally I will, in the next class we'll see how we can develop our servlet by extending from the HTTP servlet. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to Prakash IT. In our last application, so we have developed servlet application used by using the Servlet API and generic Servlet API. Okay, the first application, and this is first application and the second application. So now today we are going to develop our third application, third Servlet application, by using the most common used API, that is HTTP Servlet API. In the real time, most of the cases we are going to, basically there are three ways we can develop our application, like one from Servlet API, one from generic Servlet API, another one is HTTP Servlet API. But it is the most frequently used API to develop the Servlet application. So let me create the application quickly. I have already the structure I have already created, as I have explained the steps in the first and second servlet. So uh, now I will do third servlet. Okay, third servlet, I am naming the third servlet. It will extends from http servlet. Okay, HTTP servlet. You can see it will extend generic servlet. If you hover on it, you can see it extends from the generic servlet. So whatever the method that is there in the generic servlet, it will by default it will come to this class. Okay, and apart from that, if you go to this one, this is also having some methods, inbuilt methods. So why this HTTP server creating the servlet application by extending from the HTTP servlet is because, so HTTP servlet actually implements the method, that is the HTTP methods, that is do get, do post, do trace, do head, do option, all these like get, put, post, delete, head, options, all these HTTP methods it implements. I will show you, like if I go this one and I will try to implement the methods, so I'll show you. mm, uh, override methods. Okay, so you can see bunch of methods: HTTP servlet, init, do get, do last modifier, do head, do post. You can see lot of methods are there. So now for the demonstration, I will take one example, like for example, this is our get method. Okay, we are trying to implement the get method, but the simplicity. So we can implement according to our, if the user is trying to develop one post API, so for that he can implement the do post, and inside how the servlet is working and all that I will explain in the another video. But now I'm explaining how we can develop the servlet application by extending from the HTTP servlet and internal working of servlet, and this is the deployment descriptor web.xml, the working of that, how, why we are configuring, and what are the other factor. Only in web.xml we are providing the servlet and the servlet mapping, only these two things. Another things also, many things are there, like I can say welcome file, the config, context, many more things are there. I will explain one by one after one by one, like one concept in one video. Okay, for your simplicity understanding. Okay, let me write for this one. So simple. Uh, I am inside do get method. Okay, I am inside do get method for this one, and this is the method to print in the console. So till now, for the first servlet, second servlet, while developing, I have not printed anything in the browser, because that whenever we are hitting that servlet API, the URL, then simply it is showing the blank screen. We were not able to get that whether our servlet executed successfully or not. But for that, what I am trying to do here is, like, we have this request and response, right? So what we can do, we can do our response. We want to, now this time we are trying to print something on the browser. Whenever we are giving the hit to the particular URL, we are giving first URL, first servlet, second servlet URL, right? Click on me, like we have provided. Okay, let me write the this one, index.html. This is the third servlet, index.jsp. Let me write welcome to third servlet. Okay, so we will give one anchor tag a h href is equals to the this one, the servlet third servlet. This is the this will be our this one URL. Whenever user trying to get, just click me. Okay, just click me third servlet. Okay, just to know, I'm giving the writing here. Okay, this is the anchor tag. This is the click me third servlet will the our this one. Once we click, the request will go into this URL. Okay, so in web.xml, let me write that servlet tag. Servlet name is uh, third third servlet. Okay, third servlet okay, let me take it like my third servlet. Okay, servlet class name is there, then servlet class. Okay, servlet class is nothing but our package com dot package it dot third servlet. Where is the third servlet? This is the third servlet. Okay, servlet class name we have written. Then what is the next? Mapping, servlet mapping is the, what is the this one, servlet name is my third servlet, and mapping is what mapping we have given here, index.jsp. This is third servlet. Okay, so same thing we are going to give here with the slash third servlet. Okay, so inside it, okay, whenever we give the request, it will give third servlet in the browser. So once we click on the third servlet, that is the URL, so this will map to the this class, because here we have given the web.xml, the class name is third servlet. It will map to the third servlet class. Okay, with this URL. So third servlet we have given. So whenever the request come to here, we want to print something. So with the response dot, what is the content type we are giving, content set content type. Okay, set content type. So what kind of content we want to print? It's a simple text message. So should be text/html. So text.html. Okay, text/html. Okay. So whenever we are trying to print on the browser, this time we are trying to print on the browser. Okay, so to print on the browser, we can use print writer from the IO package. So here we are writing print writer to write the data into the browser. From the print writer, we can also write the data into the file, but for the time being, we are trying to write the data into the into the browser. Okay, print writer equals to response. In the response, we will write, right, response dot get writer. We'll get the object here. Then what we want to write? So to print something into the browser, so what we need, it may be a like HTML file. If you run, it will open in the browser. So for that, what we will do, we will use the print writer object, and there are so many methods are there. Println, character array, int x, long, all these methods are there, right? All these methods. So now we want simple HTML page to display. So for that, simple text message, right? Println, what we will write? So HTML tags means first is HTML, right? If I'm not wrong, HTML, then followed by body, right? Okay, this is the things we want to write. Okay, fine. Then we want to print something. Print writer dot uh, print something into the, whenever we are writing the content into the browser, we want to display some message into the browser. So hi, third servlet. Okay, hi third servlet. Okay, just the dummy message to simply print. Okay, so what, once this line is printed, then we will simply close HTML tag. First we will close the body we will to close, then we will close this one, the HTML. Okay, we'll close the HTML. That's all. Okay, this one, whenever we are giving the request, this should be, this line should be printed on the this one on the browser, and I am inside the do get method. This should print in the console, because this is the SOP. This is the print writer. Okay, I think okay, that's all. I need to run this on the server. Run tomcat third servlet. Okay, we need to configure servlet. Then class path is third servlet. Then nothing. Apply, run. Okay, fine. So now let's take the URL, and let me third servlet. Okay, welcome to third servlet. Okay, fine. So click me third servlet. So once we click the URL, this is the welcome message we have configured, right? So click me third servlet. Once we click, then the request will come to the third servlet, and I am inside the do get method. It will print, and this message will print on the uh, browser. So till now, no message here console. You can see, right? Okay, let me click on that. Once you click, we saw the message, hi third servlet. Okay, here we got, and if I go to here, then I can see I am inside the do get method. Okay, by implementing the HTTP servlet, we get to know that how to develop the servlet API, servlet applications, right? So it is the convenient way to develop the application, servlet application, by using the HTTP servlet. Because why? Because it provides the HTTP methods, like do post, do get, do head. So many methods are there. Like according to what method we need, according to that we can implement. And as I said, the implementation, how the servlet works and all, I will explain the different in a different video. Okay, for the time being, that's all. Okay, thank you. To explain one important feature, that is servlet lifecycle. So what is servlet lifecycle, and how the servlet lifecycle happens, I'm going to explain in detail with the example. Okay, so before that, I would like to explain something like what I have discussed. Like first, I have discussed how to develop servlet application by using the HTTP servlet, by using the servlet API, and generic servlet. Three ways we can develop the servlet application. But the but directly or indirectly, we can develop servlet actually there is actually one way by implementing the Servlet API. Okay, but we are using generic servlet, and it is another two ways. Okay, that means we are indirectly using the Servlet API, Servlet interface to develop the Servlet application. Okay, this is the three ways I have explained. So if I say we have what we have three ways to develop the application. Okay, so Servlet, first one is Servlet API. Servlet, this is the interface. Okay, Servlet interface, which is responsible to provide the life cycle of the servlet application. Okay, servlet application. So there is a servlet container which is responsible for loading and instantiating the servlet. Okay, what do you mean by that? Okay, we have let me tell you, we have the servlet interface. So there are total three lifecycle methods. One is init. Init is first method, and then service, then third one is destroy. Okay, destroy. These are the first init, then service, then destroy. These are the three three lifecycle methods that is provided by the Servlet API. Okay, so whenever, let me tell you the scenario what will happen when. Okay, let me tell you. I have told init method. What do you mean by init method, and what is the purpose of that? Okay, so let us consider one example. Okay, let me tell you one thing. This is our server. Okay, this is our server is nothing but what is that? Tomcat server. Okay, this is our Tomcat server. So whenever we start our whenever we start this Tomcat server, what it will do? We wrote our servlet application. Like in our case, we have written fast servlet, the second servlet, and third servlet. First servlet is from implementing the servlet interface. Second servlet from the what is that? By extending the generic servlet, and third servlet is by extending the HTTP servlet. Okay, so once we wrote our servlet, so that will be deployed inside this first servlet, then second servlet, then third servlet. So three servlet here will deploy inside the which one? The servlet container. Servlet container is there inside the web server. For in our case, that is Tomcat, we are taking the as a server. Inside that servlet container, we are deploying our servlet. Okay, so this is the servlet container. Okay, inside the servlet container, whenever we start that our Tomcat server, then the whatever the servlet we have 1 2 3 whatever the servlet we have. For example, I have written 1 2 3, that is the first servlet, second servlet, and third servlet. We are configured inside the web.xml. Multiple servlet we can configure, right? So whenever we start that servlet like server, then this servlet, whatever the servlet we have inside that, so all these servlets will load, and servlet context object servlet object will be created. Okay, servlet object will be created, and this servlet container that is responsible to call the init method. What is that? First method is init method. Init method will be called by the servlet container. Okay, clear up to this? So in this init method, what we are going to provide, like we can think of, we are communicating with the JDBC application. Okay, inside the JDBC application, we are configuring our URL, driver, class name, username, password, all these things we are configuring. Okay, so all these things we need to pass. Okay, whenever we start the server, these stuffs will be loaded, right? We are providing the key value pair. Okay, the username, password, all these key value pair that will be loaded whenever in our application we are using, then that will be utilized. Okay, that is a one-time process. And servlet object, whatever that is created on the time of server startup, or this one or server startup, then that object will be will be like used throughout the request. Okay, so that is the init method I have told. Then another method is the service method. Service method. What is the job of the service method? Whenever the client, here is the client, this is the client, this is the client. Okay, this is the client. This client will give the request to the server. Once the request comes to the server, then server, what it will do, the service method of the servlet API will take the request, take the request from the server, and process whatever the logic we have written inside the service method of the servlet. Then that method will be executed, and then once that is processed, then the response will be sent back to the whom? So send back to the client. Okay, this is the request and response. Okay, once we are done with the job, or we are stopping the server whenever we are running our server, tomcat server, and once we stop the server, or we once we have deployed our servlet application we have deployed, then once we undeploy our servlet application from the server, then in that case we have the another method is the destroy method. I have told three lifecycle method: init, service, and destroy. Okay, and destroy method will be called by the servlet container. This destroy method will be called at the time of server stop or on deployment of the servlet. Okay, I will explain through the example. You will better understood. You will better understand whenever I will give the write the application. Okay, so the fast it may be the init method may be the init method will be like init method will be executed for the first time at the time of the server startup or the fast request. I will show you the two cases, that is the server startup, when in which scenario the init method will be executed on the by giving the fast request or server startup itself. Okay, I will cover both the scenario. Okay, just for the theory purpose, just remember these things, in which scenario which will be executed. Okay, then for the fast request, once if it is the case the fast request everything init method and service method executed, then for the remaining all the method like service second method, second request, third request, all this whatever the request will give, then for that only service method will be executed, not the init method. Okay, so that I will explain. So for each request, the servlet container will create one thread. So servlet container implemented inside that is implemented inside the thread concept. So each one thread will be executed. Okay, and each request will be response separately, right, by the thread. Okay, up to this that is clear, right? So I have explained servlet lifecycle method, that is init method, service method, and destroy method. Three method that belongs to servlet interface API. Okay, so whenever we are implementing the servlet application by implementing the servlet interface, then the three lifecycle method and two non-lifecycle method we have to implement. Okay, so there are two scenario in where we can execute the init, and we can load that servlet. The servlet container will load the servlet class and create the object of the servlet, whatever the servlet. Okay, let me write and demonstrate so that you can understand. Two scenario: one, whenever we will give the request from the client, that time the init method will execute. That is for the fast request. Whenever we are giving the client giving the fast request, that time the init the class will be the class, the init method will execute, and the request service method also will execute. But we'll configure something. Then in that case, whenever the user will give the first request, obviously it will takes more time than the subsequent second request, third request, fourth request, right? So in order to avoid that, so in that case what we can do, we can configure something to make whenever we start our servlet, that time itself the class will be loaded and the servlet context will call the init method. Whatever the initialization logic, initialization code we need, for example JDBC code we need for the database communication, so that should be loaded whenever the servlet is we start the application, we start the server. Okay, so that whoever like whenever that is the one time process that is loaded, and subsequently in the code wherever required we can use the JDBC details, right, like username, password, driver name, all these things. Okay, so here I am developing one servlet lifecycle. Okay, servlet lifecycle. This is the servlet implement servlet interface. Okay, servlet interface. So we have to implement, so let me implement all these methods. So init, get servlet config, get servlet service, get servlet info, destroy. Okay, three methods are, as I have told, three methods are the this one the lifecycle method, and another two are non-lifecycle method. Okay, so just to check the flow, I'm writing the SOP statement. I am inside init method. Okay, let me copy these things, and servlet config not required, servlet and this one, and destroy. And destroy method, whenever destroy method will execute whenever we manually stop the server or undeploy the application, that time the destroy method will execute. What is the job of this init method? The init method will perform the initialization logic, as I have said, the JDBC code. Okay, for the time being. And what is the purpose of service method? Service method will whatever the request user will send, means the client will send to the server, that request is taken by the service method, and whatever the code that is there inside the service method, that will be executed, and as a response, the response will be sent back to the client. Okay, so I am inside service method, I am inside destroy method. Okay, let's start this. Okay, servlet configuration, also deployment descriptor we have to write. What is the tag? Servlet name, my servlet lifecycle. Okay, this is the servlet name. Okay, then servlet class. What is that class? com dot id dot servlet lifecycle. Okay, cool. Then the servlet mapping. So what is the servlet mapping? The servlet class name is this one, and URL is I have already lifecycle. Okay, so lifecycle, then this should be this one. Okay, that's all. Let me run this application. Run servlet. Okay. So what I have told, there are two scenarios. I have run the application. I will show one scenario, then again another scenario I will show when the init method. In this I have not configured anything, so it has not when I started the servlet. I started the server. Okay, so the class is so the init method, the class is not loaded in this time at this time. So what it will do, whenever we will give the request, first request. Okay, first request. So let me give the first request. Okay, yeah, okay, so I have given the I will give the first request. This is the welcome file. Once I click this, the servlet lifecycle, the hyperlink, the this from this browser, the first request will hit to the server. Okay, then the as I have told, and the servlet class will be loaded, and this one, the object of the servlet container will be executed, and this one, what is that, service method also execute. Okay, so I have put it inside init method, and this is service method. If I will refresh again, only service method will be executed. Init method, the job of the init method to perform the initialization logic, that should be executed only once throughout the the life cycle. Okay, for the subsequent request, only the service method service method is ready for the to take the subsequent request. Okay, if I refresh, I have refreshed 2 times the service method, another 2 times it will be executed, total 3 times. So you can see, as you can see, service method, before it was executed 1 time, I have 2 times I have executed, so service method executed 2 times. Okay, so for the initialization, the object is created or not. So let me put write one constructor here, so that we can understand, like whenever we start the we start the server, then at that time constructor is calling or not, means object is created or not, constructor is called. Okay, the one scenario I have explained. So if we give the fast request, then at that time the class is loaded, and this one, the init method is executed, the service method is executed. Okay, for the subsequent request, only the service request is executed. Okay, for the next another scenario, whenever there is a concept like load on startup. If I write load on startup 1 by default, so not by default, so we can here I have configured only one servlet. So in an typically in an application, there may be there might be like several servlet, like login servlet, registration servlet, so many servlets will be there. So we can configure many servlet inside this. So so load on startup, we can give the integer value 1 2 3 4, something like whoever have the least number, that will be loaded fast into the memory, so by the servlet container. Okay, if I hover on this, so you can see, if you read uh, description, the load on startup element indicates the servlet should be loaded, instantiated, and have its init called. Okay, the servlet will be initialized, instantiated, and then the init method is called by the servlet container. Okay, and all other things are like about the integer value it is mentioned. You can read this one. Okay, so let me stop and run. Once I run, due to this load on start property, what it will do, once I run this server, then this constructor will be called, means the object of the constructor, it will be called, the class is loaded, class will be loaded, and the object will be created. Once object is created, this constructor will be called, right? The object creation, then init method also will be executed. These two will be executed on server startup. Let's see whether it is executing or not. Okay, as I have said, you see class loaded, constructor is called, and inside the inside the init method. Okay, that is the typo mistake. Okay, fine. The constructor, the object is created, and init method is called by the servlet container. The two step it is done. Now the init method, once the init method of the lifecycle init method is called by the servlet container, on the next request, the servlet the init method will never execute again. So if I give give request on the API, means for the first time, then what will happen, only the service method will be executed. Okay, it will open the home page, so inside the fast request will be given on clicking on this servlet lifecycle. Okay, I have given the fast request, so see, only the service method is executed. Difference, before what we have executed on the fast request, this was called. Okay, constructor called, means the object is created and init method called, then the service method executed on the fast request. But here, once we configure the load on startup and running the server, then this step performed fast, then for the every request, for the every user, the time will be remain same. Okay, to give the performance wise, like for the every requests, like the same time, like I mean to say, like for the every request, the time, the execution time will be same, the performance will be same. Okay, so if I refresh again, two times, three times I have executed, so three times service method will be executed, service method three times it is executed. So I hope you have clear about the servlet lifecycle, right? Okay, so then in the next class we'll come up with a new topic. Okay, till then, bye bye. So in the last class we have studied about servlet lifecycle. So in this today's session we are going to learn about um, form submission. By using that the form submission, um, how we can, so there are multiple ways, so that whenever the user submit a form, that form, the user data, we can store into the database, or else here whatever the data user will send, um, what we can do, there are various scenario will be there, but here today I'm going to show you like how we can work with the form data with a simple example. I will explain you like how we can work with the simple form. So how we can interact with the form, and we can display the user inputs, whatever the input that is provided by the user through the simple form. Then that how we can um, develop with by using the HTTP servlet. Okay, so to save the time, I have created the folder like do post servlet with the form submission. Okay, so as it is, so this is our package. So what we can do, like let me quickly first create the form. So this is the, the index.html. So here we'll once we run this application, the servlet application, the home page index.html is the home page. It will open, which will be shown as the user form. Like let's name it user submission form. Submission form. Okay, this will be the our heading, and inside that, what we are going to do. So here we will write one form. Form name equals to user form, then method, which method we want, that is post method. Here we'll execute the post method, and action is nothing but the URL, the which URL we are going to pass. Okay, so get user details. Okay, this should be our this one URL. So inside that, user will have first name, then input type, input input type text, input type text, and name is equal to first name. Okay, so let me copy this one and paste. Okay, and in each this one I will give br. Okay, I will take this br, and this br, and I will take another one is this one. Okay, the first name, this is last name, and here is the last name. Okay, first name, last name, then again. Okay, this one I think, and for this one, email, okay, first name, and this is, oh, while copying br. Okay, this is the br. Just let me copy this br, and this one. Then input type equal to submit and name equals to also submit. Okay. Okay, first name, last name, and email. Okay, these are the three things in this form. We are taking the first name, last name, and email just to show user is giving these details, and we want to work with the servlet to show the user details. Okay, here there are many scenario like what you can do with the post request. We can take this input and we can store into the database. Why I'm not showing, because it's the beginning of the servlet. So if I show the interaction with the database, JDBC, all these things, then it will be difficult to understand how to work with form. So to make it simple, what I have done is, like I am showing this one, the simple form, then I will take this all these things. Okay, so let me write the servlet, that is user servlet. Okay, extends http servlet. This is a post request we have developed, right? So what I'm going to do here is, like, I'm going to generate, override the method do post. This is the method I am going to implement. So here our intention is not to work with the database. Our intention is to, once the user fill the form, then on clicking on the submit, then the display will be shown. So in order to show the form data in the browser, so what we can do, we can take the request data string, that is the first name equal to request. What is that? Request dot get parameter, that is the first name. Okay, this is the name that is submitted by the user. Okay, first name. Okay, then string last name equals to, okay, instead I can copy this and directly I can do one more copy for the email. Okay, we'll go to here, last name, that is email. This is also email. Okay, fine. Okay, copy paste effect. Okay, fine. So this is the user request we got. This is the data user has inputted. Here we have captured. So to display in the on the console, so what we have to do in the response dot set content type. Set content type, this is a simple text and text data. So text slash HTML. Okay, and we'll use print writer. Print writer is equals to response dot get writer. Once we got that, so what we are going to do, writer dot println. This is, since this is a, we are going to display the simple text data, that is HTML, and what is the body is this one. Okay, this is the HTML tag we are going to okay, we are going to display inside the HTML tag. We are going to show the content. So HTML tag close and HTML open and HTML tag close. Okay, body, then HTML. It will close in the reverse order, right? Okay, once that is open and close, what we have to do, inside that we are going to print. Right, dot println. So what we are going to do, whatever the data we captured, first name, that data, this is the first name, and this is the first name data, and here to give a line space. Okay, so what I'll do, I will copy this line and again I will print. Okay, fine, it's okay. Writer dot finally we'll close the stream. Okay, so this is the first name, and again this is the last name. What I'm doing, I'm just simply displaying whatever data we have captured in the post request. That data we are just trying to get from the request, and we are writing the print writer to print in the console instead of database interaction. I have already told, so I'm simply displaying that. Okay, now it's done. Now we are going to mm, uh, now we are going to configure that this one web.xml, the deployment descriptor. Okay, that is my form. Okay, my form. Okay, this is the servlet name, and servlet class is from dot prakash it dot, what is that, our servlet name is user servlet, right? User servlet. Then another tag will load on startup. Already we have discussed, right? Okay, fine. Then servlet mapping is what? servlet name is my form, and what is the URL. This is the URL. If you hover on that action, the URL that processes the form submission. Okay, so this is the URL, web.xml. This is the URL. Okay, fine. I think done. Okay, let me try to deploy. This is the one. What is that? To get to undo post servlet. That is to okay. Uh, let's see. Application now started. So we have we have started the server. Now what we are going to do here is like we have to run that application. Okay, so you can see this is the user form, user submission form. Okay. First name is John @gmail.com. Okay, so I have filled that one. I want to submit that. Once I submit, see, we have seen the as a response we got this one, John, last name is Smith, and this is the email address successfully we are getting. Okay, fine. So this is how we are going. We should work with the form data. What I have done, let me recap that. I have created the user servlet, which having the I have captured all the request data, whatever we are sending in the form. Form we are sending first name, last name, and email. Okay, user servlet I am capturing that, and I am trying to print over the browser. And nothing great I am doing here, but in order to work with that, the form submission, how we can work with the form, that I have only explained. So here deployment descriptor, right, servlet and servlet mapping I have given. Okay, just only one thing you have to remember in the form, this is the URL. Okay, on submission of that, you can see get user details. This is the URL, right? On clicking of that submit, it got triggered. Okay, fine. So the form submission is clear to everyone. So in the next class, we'll meet with the one different topic. Okay, till then, thank you. So today we are going to learn about one more important feature, that is request dispatcher interface in servlet. Okay, so request dispatcher having two methods, that is one is forward method, another one is include method. These two methods are that is there inside the request dispatcher servlet. Okay, so here to save the time, I have taken one use case to make you better understand regarding the forward and include message that is there inside the request dispatcher servlet. What is the job of request dispatcher? Request dispatcher that is responsible to forward that request to another servlet or HTML or a JSP page. It can be anything from one servlet to dispatch the request from one servlet to the another servlet or HTML page or JSP page. That can be anything. Okay, so that we can achieve through these two methods, that may include and that may use forward method or include method. In this use case, what I have given, that one user is requesting once the user fill that username and password, hit the login message, login button. So on clicking on that, the request will go to the login servlet, appropriate login servlet. Okay, login servlet, here we can use the login servlet, the username and password in the database, that in that database username password that is there is valid, then that can be the scenario, we can check validate the username password. But here in our current example, what I am going to do here is like I will use the hard coded data. For example, username is so and so and password is so and so. If it is the matching the username and password, we what we will do, we will show the welcome page. Okay, so here the use case is once the request is submitted, validation is done based on our username and password. So that request from this login servlet, it will forwarded to the welcome servlet. Okay, welcome servlet to display this welcome message to the user that you have successfully welcome to Prakash IT. And what we can do here, we can also write you have success. Okay, you have successfully validated or something. If once a user is validated, then only we are going to show the login message. Means the success message. This user is successfully validated and welcome to the so and so servlet. Okay, if that is the happy flow, this is the happy flow for the success. If the user is invalid, if it is user is putting that username and password that is incorrect or invalid, in that scenario what I have done here is, like, I have included one request. I have given rd request dispatcher object dot forward. Here I have mentioned to get the success. And what this is the forward method I have used. And here in this another scenario, I have used the include method. What I have done here is, like, once the user is invalid, the same HTML page, the same index.html page will show to the user, right? Isn't it? So if the user page is the index.html page is shown to the user, then user can able to submit the username and password correctly in the for the second time or third time. So by mistake username for the first time, it may be the scenario, like while typing we may do mistakes, right, by username and password. So in that failure case, that there may be the same page it should show. It should populate the same page so that user can enter the correct username and password and log into the login servlet and see the welcome page. Okay. Okay, this is our use case. Okay, now what I am going to do here is, I want to go I'm going to display you, like, I'm going to write the code for that. So let's see what the code is. Okay, so I have created the skeleton for the for our application. What I am going to do here is, like, I am going to make one directory, that is Java. Inside the Java, I'm going to create the package is nothing but com dot Prakash IT. This is our package. And here we'll write two servlet. One is login servlet, one is login servlet, which will extends HTTP servlet, okay, that is fine. And one more servlet is our welcome servlet. Okay, uh, welcome servlet. Oh, I'm like writing only welcome, extends HTTP servlet. Okay, HTTP servlet. Okay. Okay, fine. So first, here I have written the two servlet. So fast work is what? So we need to take the input from the user, that we will write inside the this one, our web apps. Inside the web apps, we should have one file, that is index.html. This is our welcome file that is inside the web app folder. So what I am going to write here is, like, this is the form. This is the form. Form name is login form. Okay, this is the login form. And method is equals to post. Method is post. And what is that? Action. Action is nothing but the particular URL for this. For this is login. Okay, this is the login servlet. This is the action is the login URL. Okay, on clicking of this, the login slash login will be called. Okay, so first one is username. Username is nothing but, what I'll do, input type. Input type is text. Then name is username. Okay, this is the thing. Then what I am going to write is one br. So for the line break. Okay, then password. Password is input input type. Input type here, here we can choose password. Whenever we can we will type the password, it will come as star star because it is case sensitive, sensitive information, right? We should not show. So we can choose password, but here for the time being I am taking text to show you. I am typing the correct password or not. To demonstrate purpose, I have taken the text, but in reality we can take it as input type as text. Sorry, password. Okay. And name is password. Okay, and here I will take one br, and again one more br. I will close that. And this one, what I will take next, login. Login is type login button. This is the login button. Okay, and input type is submit, and value is login. Okay, so here input type is login, input type is submit, value is login. Okay, let's see how it is looking. Okay, cool. Username, password, and login. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now so this is our login page is ready. Okay, so what is next? What is next is our login servlet. So login servlet, inside this is the post request. What we will do? We'll implement the, we'll override the post method of the HTTP servlet. Where is the post? Do post. Do post is the method we have implemented. Okay. So what we are going to do here is, like, once the user comes to the login page, we will capture the username and password. Okay. String username equal to, from the request, what will get requested get parameter, that is username username, and again string password. Okay, string password equal to request dot get parameter. Get parameter is nothing but password. Okay, this is the two things we have captured from the request. So what is the next? We need the validation. Okay, validation is so if if username dot equals, for example, here we'll take some name, for example Smith, and and password dot equals password also, let me password also okay, that's string password also Smith in small. Okay, if this is the case, if the whenever we user input the username and password, if this is Smith and password is also Smith, then what it will do, it will if this is valid, then welcome page it will redirect to the what I have explained in this one. If it is validation success, what it will do, it will forward the request response. This request response it will forward to the welcome servlet. What I'm going to do here is, like, I'm going to create the object of request dispatcher. Okay, uh, request dispatcher okay, request dispatcher, or for the shortcut, what I can do, I can write rd is equals to request dot get request dispatcher. Here I will provide the servlet name. Servlet is welcome, means the URL. Okay, this is the URL. So what I can do, servlet I have written. Okay, this is the servlet, it will redirect. So again I have to write rd dot this. See here, include or forward, two things I can use here. We will use in forward. So this is the same request, same request and response will pass, and we will forward this request to the welcome servlet. This is the URL for that. Okay, if this is valid case, if the valid case, therefore it will do this one. If it is not valid, username and password is not valid, then in that case something should be done, right? So what it will do, we will create the print writer. Okay, print writer equal to request dot get writer. Okay, get writer. Before that, what I'll do, response dot set content type. Set content type is HTML slash text slash HTML. Okay, text slash HTML. Okay, so this one I have written for this one. So if this is the case, then print writer dot println. What it will print? uh, Invalid username or password is enter the correct username password. Okay, okay. So this is the message will print. This is the message will print. Here we have forwarded, but here we have printed the message in the console. In the console in the either in the sense that is the in the browser we have displayed this one. And what is the next? We should send the request the user to the same page, same index.html. So what you will do here is like same request dispatcher rd dot include to request dispatcher rd equal to okay, request dot get request dispatcher, and here we'll write index dot html. Okay, this one will write, and rd dot include request and response will include, and will show this the same page index.html we have included, and same HTML page we are showing, we have shown here. Okay, this is the flow. I have wrote the code in the HTML page, and similarly in the welcome page, what once the user is success, then we should display the message. Okay, so what we are going to do here is we have to implement that method, the override the method to post, and here print writer and writer. Okay, 1 minute, we have closed this one or not? Writer dot close. Okay, we should every time we should close the resource, otherwise it is a leakage, this will get. Okay, uh, uh, response dot get writer. Okay, and get writer, then writer writer.println just simply to print this one. Okay, we have to, before that what we have to do, we have to set the content type. So the content type respond dot set content type text slash HTML. Okay, this is the content type we have set, and we'll display that in there. So what we'll write, welcome to Prakash IT. Okay, this message will show, and writer dot close. Okay, that's all. Then in the deployment descriptor, what we will do, we will write the servlet. We have two servlet, right? So we will configure that. That is the servlet. Servlet is login servlet. Then servlet class is com dot prakashit dot login servlet. Okay, login servlet. Then for the login servlet, what is the mapping? Servlet mapping. Servlet mapping is the login, and the URL is slash login. Okay, this is the login servlet. Then again one more servlet is there, that is the welcome servlet is there. Here what we will do, servlet class is com dot prakashit dot welcome servlet. Welcome. Okay, welcome servlet. Then what is that servlet we have done? Then servlet mapping welcome, and again URL pattern is as welcome. Okay, this is the URL pattern. This is everything we have configured. And okay, one more thing is like this is our welcome file. Welcome file list is index index.html. This is our welcome file. This should be loaded. Okay, I think that's all. Okay, so let me summarize one more time. The request comes. This is the login servlet will come, and the validation will happen. The request will forwarded to the welcome servlet. Once that is forwarded, then that welcome message will be displayed from the welcome welcome servlet. Okay, or else the same page will be open for the user. Okay, let me run that. Run configuration, web app. Okay, this is the login dispatcher servlet. Okay, fine. Let me run that. Okay, what is this one? I've taken Smith and Smith. Okay, okay, okay. Let me run that. Okay, as you can see, I can take Smith, and for the success, this one, I have taken the correct username and correct password. Let me see login. Okay, cannot invoke the equals because username is null. Username is null. Username guest password username. Okay, password username index.html. What is that? Oh, that is R is missing here, right? Okay, that is a typing mistake we have done. So that is the reason it is not able to detect. Okay, okay. Let me rerun again. So so while typing the code, maybe there may be some mistakes, right? I have left that R use name I have written. Okay, fine. No worries. While developing the code, like these small mistakes generally happens. Okay, so let me give the request for the correct username and password. Update because login 2020. So let me run that. Then let me try the correct output. So I have given Smith as the correct username and Smith small letter. So correct username and password. Let me hit the login. So as you can see, welcome to Prakash IT. It is showing, and let me go back and let me type Smith1 the username and password is this one. If I do login, so what it is showing, it is including showing the message invalid username and password. Please enter the correct username password. Okay, so here it is showing the message, and again the same page index.html login page it is showing. Okay, what you can do, we can write the correct username and password is the Smith. If I click this one, again it is showing the login to Prakash site. It is showing the correct behavior or not, as you can see, right? Here I have given index.html. It is on the success username password, it is forwarding the request to the welcome servlet, and on the invalid username password, what it is doing, it is showing this message on the browser on the client side, and what it is doing, request it is including the index.html and showing the index.html page again to the user. Okay, I hope this request dispatcher servlet interface that is clear to everyone. Okay, right? So what is the purpose of include method and what is the purpose of forward method? I hope you guys able to understand everything, right? Okay, that's all for this video. Next, in the next video I'll come up with a new topic. Okay, till then, thank you. So in our last session, what we have studied about request dispatcher servlet. Okay, so request dispatcher servlet, I have already told forward and include method. The just to give the brief about what we have done in the last class, that is forward and include, that two methods that is used to delegate the request from the one servlet to the another servlet or that is HTML or JSP page. So we can forward the request to, this is from the index.html page to so once it is coming to login servlet, so we are forwarding into the another servlet, welcome servlet, that we have studied as part of last session. Okay, and from the welcome servlet, so what we are doing, we are including that, means we are delegating the request to the we are delegating the request to the here it is the HTML page, here it is the servlet, and here it is the HTML. So I said while delegating, it may be a servlet or HTML or JSP. So here inside only one server, like one server, we are forwarding or including the request, right? But today we are going to learn about another method, that is send redirect. What is send redirect, I will tell you. Okay, send redirect, here in our request dispatcher, what we are doing, we are forwarding the request or delegating the request to the new servlet or HTML or JSP, but inside the server, but whenever let us consider one scenario. We have purchased something from the Flipkart. Okay, we want to do the payment. Once we do the added the uh, products to the cart, then we want to pay for that product. Okay, so once we click the pay option, that is going to be that is going to the payment option. It may be HDFC Bank or ICICI, some payment partner is there, so it will redirect to their website, right? So in that case, in from our server to, it is going to outside our server, so the request is making from our inside the server to outside that one, right? Let's just to tell you like what is the scenario where we can use the send redirect. Okay, so mm, so that is the one difference between a send redirect and this one, the forward and include. Okay, so let me write that example so that you will be able to understand clearly. Okay, so let me quickly develop the application. So new, okay, module. Okay, so generally we do it before, but let me tell you, do it in front of you. What is that? Send redirect. Okay, send redirect, send redirect, response send direct. That is response from the HTTP servlet response we have, right? From the HTTP response send redirect. Okay, see, send redirect. Okay, this is the one. Servlet, this one, and archetype is what kind of archetype? This is a web app. And if I go to advanced, so that we have to change our package because it is our package. Let me create. Okay. Okay. So while the application is building, let me tell you this send redirect method will work on the HTTP. That is a method from the HTTP servlet response API. Okay. So I will write the code. Give me some time. So what I am going to demonstrate here is, whenever we search something, we will write one HTML page. Okay, we'll write one HTML page there. What we'll do? Let me add this one and Servlet API. What is that? Dependency. Okay. Dependency, then servlet. Jakarta Servlet API. Okay, Jakarta Servlet. Okay, this is the this one we are using. Okay, okay, fine. Then this one is not required. We'll copy the web app section. So generally, I make it before due to it is time consuming, right, to make the module and all. So from the next time onwards, I will do make it prior to explain you. Okay, it will save our time. So what I am going to do, this is index, not login. This is our response redirect. This one web app web.xml. So this is our web app section. Okay, so index.jsp is there. What I'm going to do here, like let me rename that. Let me write the HTML page for that. Okay, HTML page I have written to demonstrate the send redirect. What I'll do here, I will take this is send redirect, mm, demo, something. Okay, so we'll take one form here, that is form, a form name is equals to send redirect example demo. Okay, this is the form name. Okay, then method equal to get. This is the get method will give, and action is nothing but the URL which will be we are going to give. Action is this one. What is that URL? Search. Search is the URL for that, and we'll write some kind of uh, text to search text to search. Okay, and input type equal to text, then name is equals to search content. Okay, this is the mm, this is the one. No, here is not required. Now what I'll do, input type equals to submit, input type submit, and value is equals to uh, search 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 is the this is the key, this is the search is the option button will come. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I have written this one text field. On entering the text, it will redirect to one more website outside, so that I'm going to give that I'm going to write inside this servlet. Okay, servlet directory, this is Java, and inside that I will make one package com dot prakash it, their package structure. Inside that search servlet I will make. Okay, search servlet. Okay, search servlet, this is the servlet, and which extends from http servlet. Okay, what I'll do, I will go inside, I will implement the do get method. So generate override do get. Where is the do get? Okay, do get method. Do get method, once I write that, override the do get method, what I'll do, response object is there, response dot set content type, content type text slash html. Okay, html, then print writer is equals to response dot get writer. Okay, response dot get writer. Once I get that, then and the string, whatever the search string I want to get, that get string search 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 content I will get from the request. Okay, a request dot get parameter. What is that name? I will get from the search name is search content. Okay, search content, what I'll do, I will pass here search content is the name. Okay, then what I want to do, so once the user puts the search content what you want to search, then here I'm going to redirect. Okay, redirect. Okay, response, that is response object, that is from the HTTP servlet response. Okay, send redirect is the method. Send redirect to whom? Here is the we can see this is the location, means URL. So https colon slash slash double, okay, http colon slash slash www dot google dot co dot in dot co dot in. Okay, .co.in. If I search something like for example Java I searched, then it is making the query as this one. Okay, let me do something here. Let me delete that. Although we have written the correctly, query is equals to the query string. Question mark means in the get request we will pass the in the get request we will pass the query string, right? So this is the search content. So what I have done here is like a response dot send redirect method I have called, and I have passed the once we pass the search content, like whatever we want to search, the URL I have provided. I have provided the absolute URL, but you can pass the relative URL as well. It will work for both relative as well as send redirect method works for both the URLs, like relative and absolute URL. Okay, so that is done. Then I have to close that writer dot close. Okay, the stream should be closed at the end of the operation. Okay, this is done. Then now it's the time to write our servlet. Okay, so deployment descriptor. Servlet name is send redirect uh, servlet. Okay, some servlet name. Okay, and here I will write the servlet class name dot prakash it dot search servlet. Okay, the URL, that is search. Okay, that is a search, right? What we have passed here, search, the same search. Okay, so everything is configured. Now the welcome file list is index.html, the index HTML. Okay, I think we have written everything. So let me deploy the application. Run tomcat. So here we'll choose which servlet, response send redirect, apply, then run. Okay, okay, okay. Server started and application is deployed. Okay, so what I'll do, I will try to search this one. Okay, text to search. Okay, text to search. Here I will put Java. Okay, I will hit search. So now see, we have searched before this one. It is Java Oracle something showing. It is the same thing we can search. It will redirect in our from our this servlet. What we are doing, once we call this send it redirect on the specified the content, whatever we want to search, it is redirecting to the particular URL whatever we have configured. Okay, what you can do, we can real time we are configured in the some external configuration, that configuration location we can pass here. As per the need we can redirect. Okay, for example, I have already told you, whenever you are purchasing, right, once the user click on the here, what we have done, we have clicked on the search, right? So we will make on the pay button. Once the user click the pay button, it should redirect to one. Okay, so in the e-commerce website, whenever you add the product from to your cart, once you will provide this pay option, one pay option. Once you click the pay option, then we have configured here the payment in which URL it should redirect. Okay, that URL we will provide here. It in the payment. Once you click the pay button, then it will redirect to that payment option, is SDFC or something, some payment third party payment option. So there we can pay. Okay, so here similarly we have searched here. Now for the time being we have provided the search option. It will redirect to Google from the our localhost. Once where our application deployed, from there to it is redirecting to Google. Okay, so but if I search something some default methods in Java 8 by Site. Okay, if I search this one, you can see it is redirecting to this one, functional interface something. It is uh, our the what I can say.
I took more than 300 interviews when
See, this is our uh, this is our this one. What is that? Once we search, it is redirecting to this
Hello
one.
everyone, welcome to Prakash IT.
If I search on Java doc reference okay, Java 11 doc reference. If I search, then what is JDK 11 document? It is redirecting or not? It is redirecting to google.co and search this one. This is the reference. It is query string it is making, and it is searching from the whatever the URL we have provided. Okay, now I hope you might have understood like how we can make use of send redirect and the request dispatcher. Okay, request dispatcher by using the forward and include method. In the forward and include method, I have already told in the beginning, it will work in the on the server side only, in the particular server. Whatever we are doing here inside the server only, it will work. Okay, this everything will work from the server side. But in case of this one, but in case of send redirect, it will work in the client side only, because it work on the client side only. Okay, so I hope uh, you are clear about the how where we can use redirect method and request dispatcher. Okay, so for this video, that's all. We'll meet in the next video with a new content. Thank you. So today we are going to learn about one important feature. I can say like one important topic, that is servlet config. What do you mean by servlet config? The servlet config, by from the name itself, you can able to understand that servlet config is not nothing but the servlet config. What are the configuration that is required for the servlet? Okay, servlet config is the object of the servlet. Okay, that is a one-time created servlet config object is created for each servlet. Okay, that that servlet configuration information we can use throughout the application. For example, whenever we start our server, then servlet container creates the object of servlet config. Okay, the init parameter I have already told, whatever the initial parameter we need for our project. For example, we need the JDBC stops that is required to interact with the database, right? So the init parameter stops, so that we need to configure for in as part of the servlet API, where we should configure that initial parameters, right? The configuration related stops. Okay, we have the deployment descriptor web.xml. There I will show, though I have not described, I have not explained before the deployment descriptor thoroughly, means what are the context that should be there. But day by day, what I'm doing, I have explained to servlet what is the servlet tag, what should be there inside the servlet tag. And you can see this is our servlet tag. If I see, this is our servlet tag, this is servlet name should be there, and after that servlet class should be there. What is the class? Once we have declared that, then servlet mapping is there. Servlet mapping we need to configure, and load on startup also I have explained. Now the init parameter is something that is created for each servlet, that should become inside the servlet tag. Okay, the init parameter we need to provide. How many init parameters you need to provide? That will param name, that will come as two field, that is param name and param value. That is this param name is the key, and this param value is the value for that key. Okay, that we will get. So how we can once we declare inside the deployment descriptor the, the init parameter, how we can access this init parameter, so that we can use that configuration related stuffs in our application. For example, I want to servlet name is like uh, config servlet. Okay, config servlet. So let me create one. So I have created the structure to save the time. So let me create the class, Java class servlet config. servlet config. Okay, servlet config is the servlet and which extends from http servlet. Okay, http servlet. Okay, so what I will do, I will implement the generate, then override the do get method. Okay, do get method I have done. Then response dot set content type text slash html. Okay, this one I have done, and print writer we need, right? Print writer is equals to response dot get writer. Okay, so I have written this servlet. Okay, servlet config. So inside that servlet class is com dot recursive dot servlet config is the our class. Okay, servlet config is the servlet, and here we will pass the servlet config. Oh, servlet config, and URL is this one. URL is get servlet info, servlet, not servlet info, servlet config info. Okay, this is our URL. Okay, so what I will do, okay, where is that index.html? Inside the index.html I will write, so servlet config info details. Okay, now so what I'll do, I will provide the hyperlink. This is the href, and slash is get servlet info, and anchor tag is close. Click me for config details. Okay, so servlet config info, in the web.xml we will pass that parameter. For example, we may have, let me take you three things, three parameter, init parameter, that is one more and this one. First I will take the driver name. Okay, this is the driver name. Okay, driver name is on dot jdbc odbc dot jdbc odbc driver. Okay, this is the, for example, I'm taking the param name, this one, and username 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 is system, and password is, for example, it is oracle. Okay, oracle. Okay, this is the init parameter, three init parameter I have configured here. So we'll get the servlet. This is the init parameter. Okay, so how we can get the value of that? First, what we have to do, we have to create the config object. Servlet config is equals to get servlet config. So uh, oh, oh, oh. servlet config servlet config from Jakarta. So let me change to servlet config. Let me change to, because it will confuse, servlet config info. Let me change the class name as well. This is the servlet config import class, servlet config. Okay, this primitive iterator. Okay, okay, so we have created the servlet config object. So now to show that in our browser, what I am going to do here is I'm going to write the writer dot println, so as a text file. So so html, then I'll add the body not bd. Okay, writer dot println, then what I'm going to write here is, first one is um, what is that? I'll go each time driver name. So here I will write driver name What is the driver name? Driver name is Servlet Config dot get init parameter. What is that parameter? Parameter name is driver name. Okay. Okay, what I'll do, I will copy this line and I will paste this 2 times. Okay, and next one is username. Okay, this is the username is nothing but we'll get from the init parameter. Okay, then this is password and this is password. Okay, this will get based on the this is the key. It will get the init parameter. So what is then get the value of the initialization parameter within the given name. What is the name? From this name it will try to get the key. Okay, once that is done, then what I'll do, writer dot println, then I'll close the tag, right? Close first body, body I will close, then I'll close that HTML. Okay, this I need to close. Okay, that is done. Then writer dot close, I will close the writer as well. The development is done. Now it's the time to deploy our application. Okay, run tomcat. This one is our Servlet config info. Apply, run. Okay, the server got started. Let me deploy that. Let me access that information. Servlet config info details. Click meet for config details. Oh, okay, we got 500 errors. Why 500? Dot servlet config. Oh, class name we have provided. This one class name we have changed, right? So this should be Servlet config info. The class name we have changed, but we have not changed here, right? So that is the issue we are getting. So sometimes we get the issue. So we'll try to fix from the error, right? Okay. Now what we'll do? We'll refresh that. Then I will trying to click that. Okay. So driver name is this one, and this one username is system. Password is Oracle. We have not given what is that? The BR kind of things. BR means here. If I go that, if I print BR, then close that. These stops I need to provide everywhere. I am demonstrating like how we can get the configuration related information that is provided in the init parameter, how we can get. Okay, let me refresh this one. See, driver name this one, username, this is the init parameter, right, which I have configured, this one. Okay, so this is one approach, and I will show you the second approach. Writer dot println, so to differentiate second way, and what I'll do, BR, it will work on. Okay, fine. So second way, this one, and what I'll do, I will create the servlet config dot get parameter. So what we are doing here, before here we are getting one by one individually, so we have to do. So what I'm going to do here is we will get the get init parameter name. So whatever the parameter that is configured, we will try to get iteratively. Okay, so init objects, I'm naming that init objects. Okay, init objects is enumerator string type. Okay, let me create this one, enumeration string. Okay, what I'm going to do here is I will iterate, I will try to write string str is equals to empty string I have declared here. Okay, so I'm going to write the while init objects dot it is a enumerator type, so has more elements. Once we got the, if it is more element is there, what I am going to get here is like I will write str, I'll try to get the name. What is the name of the, what is the name we have written here? This is the name, this is the name, init parameter name, and this is the value, this is the key, this is the value. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll try to get init objects dot next element will get the name. Okay, so once I get the name, so writer dot println, I'll write the name is equals to str. This is the name, and what is the value? Writer dot println, then value is equals to value is what is that? Value is servlet config dot get init parameter based on the name. What is the name? Str. So here in this in by this way, this is the value, this is the name key, and this is the value we are going to get. It will iterate. We have not we no need to provide individually one by one. Okay, what I'll do, I'll provide the it should display in the console. So what I'll do, I'll write this one, copy, and then close that body where it is closing. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll close this one. At the end, I'm closing everything. Okay, let me stop this and let me redeploy the application. Let's see whether I'm getting or not. What the changes we're going to get. Okay, so this is the one. Okay, as you can see, driver name, this one, username, driver name, this is the key, this is the value. The name is password, this is the Oracle, password is Oracle, and name is the key is the driver name, and this is the value, corresponding value. And name is the username is system. So we are getting all these. So whenever we are trying to get to contact with the DAO layer, like the database, so this, the value, whatever the value we have, that we can make use of that. That will get from the init method, and from the init, from the init we'll use the wherever it is required. Okay, so I hope the servlet config is clear to everyone. So what is servlet config and how we can configure that there in the servlet web.xml, and how we can access that servlet config object. Okay, and explained to you in detail. So I hope this is clear to everyone. Okay, we'll meet in the next video with a new topic. Till then, thank you. So in our last class, what we have discussed about servlet config object that is uh, used to configure like servlet config object. That from that we will get the configuration information that is provided as part of web.xml inside the init tag, right? So init initial parameter, init param tag. So that is useful. That we can configure for each servlet config that we are configuring for each servlet. But today our topic is like servlet context object. So servlet context is also useful to get the initial parameter, like the initialization configuration information. The same thing also we can achieve through servlet context. So servlet context object will be created while we are starting our server on at the time of deployment of our application onto the server. Okay, that time servlet context object will be created. Okay, servlet context object will be created per application, one per application. For example, we have one web application, so servlet context object will be created per one, but servlet config will be created for each servlet. Okay, everything, the detail servlet config also will get the information from the uh, web.xml file, and servlet context also get the information from the web.xml file. Then what is the difference between them? So servlet context is one for whole application, while servlet config is for individual servlets. Okay, so that is the main difference. So now when to use servlet context? So for example, we want to use two servlet which will use the same information, that is the same information for both the servlet. For example, let me create, I have created that structure. Let me create the file quickly. Okay, com.it. Okay, this is the two things we need to create. Okay, then let me create two servlet, servlet context info Okay, let me write is fast servlet. Fast servlet context info and okay, extends from http servlet. Okay, now what I'll do, I will just generate override the method do get method. Okay, do get method. Then what I'll do, response dot set content type text slash html. Okay, then okay, print writer is equals to response dot get writer. Okay, I just want that. And what I'll do, I will configure, I will write the one more application, that is one more servlet, that is instead of fast servlet I will come second servlet context info. Okay, second servlet. Okay, I'm just writing the servlet stt. Okay, extends http servlet. Okay, and what is that, all other things, this one will be remain same for the second servlet. Okay, fine. So two things I have created here, servlet. Okay, servlet, second servlet I have created. Then it's the time to write the web.xml. Web.xml, inside that what I will write, I will write the servlet is, what is that, fast. Okay, let me try write the fast, and the class name is servlet, class name is com dot it dot fast servlet context info. Fast servlet context info, this is the servlet. And if I do servlet mapping, then if I arrest fast and URL is get servlet context info. Okay, get servlet context info. What I'll do, servlet, this is the servlet I have written. Then again, this is what I'll write, this is the second. Okay, and this is the second servlet context info. Okay, and this is the second, and get second servlet context info. Okay, I have written this one, and inside that we have done, we have created this we have configured servlet 1 and servlet 2, we have configured. But here our agenda for today is like for how to configure this one servlet context. So that is context param we need to configure. So this is not specific to servlet 1 fast servlet or second servlet, this is common to the whole application. So that should be outside the servlet tag. Application is going to use the same database information. So here that we can specify, because all the servlet is going to use the same information. But here to demonstrate I will take simple sample thing like topic name. Topic name is this one, and topic name is servlet servlet context topic servlet context topic demo. Okay, this is the servlet value topic, this is the param value, this is the key, this is the value, topic name. Okay, so this is the one. So what I'm going to do here is, like here, what I'm going to do, I will what I'll do, how I will get the context object. Context object is servlet servlet context. There are two way I can get the context object. Servlet context, that is get servlet config, get servlet config, get servlet config dot get servlet context. So this is the way I can get, or else directly I can get servlet context. Okay, let me do these things. Let me comment these things. Let me comment, and down the line let me write that by removing these things. Two way we can write the context object. Directly we can call on servlet config, and on top of that we will call the servlet context method, right? So once we call that, context object is ready. So context servlet context dot get init parameter. Okay, init parameter is the topic name. This is the init parameter. So what I'll do, this is what I'll do, write string key. String key is this one. This is the key, and string value is equal to context dot get init parameter value is, sorry, based on the key. What is the key we got? Based on that we'll get, based on the key, this is the value we're going to get. Okay, so what I'm going to write, I will write dot println the key. I will print, and I will write dot println the value. Okay, this is the two things I will write. Okay, okay, so this is the two things I'm writing. I'm just printing, then write dot close. Okay, so this is the things I have created. So inside the same thing, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy the same to print that. Okay, so everything I will print here. Servlet context, so this is the topic name. Servlet context of the same. So what it is printing, so web.xml is ready, servlet is ready, index.html, servlet context demo. What I'll do, I will a href first servlet. Okay, let me copy from web.xml. What is that? Get first servlet info, get servlet info, that is this, click for first servlet context. Okay, context info servlet. Okay, so what I'll do, I will copy the same thing, and I will paste down, and I will copy this second servlet URL is this one. Second servlet index is, just remember what I'm doing, get servlet, click for second. Okay, so it will open the home page. This is what is that, hyperlink will be created. Okay, so let me deploy this application. Once I deploy, then the context object will be created. Okay, just remember servlet context info. Okay, apply, run. The same information here, my objective is like we should get the same context information, whatever we have configured inside the context param, the topic name, and the value is server context topic demo. This the same information should be available to both of the servlet, right? So that is our context here today. So what I am doing, like I am just trying to okay, this is one URL, this is one URL. I have not given some space. Okay, fine. So if I click the first servlet, what I'm going, final. What I'm writing. So I have created the context object. Then what I'm doing, I am printing that what is that name? The context param name. Okay, web.xml context param name is topic name. Okay, this if I get this topic name, then the value will be printed. Okay, so what I'm doing, string topic name is equal to context dot get init param that key I have to specify here. Okay, so then writer dot writer.println, then what I'll print is topic name. Topic name is whatever I have got, topic name. Then writer dot close. Okay, the same thing I can write inside the second servlet. Okay, second servlet are the same. So if I print the topic name, that same topic name, whatever the answer it will be here, like it will be printing in the topic name. For the first servlet also same. I have provided the two link, Let me write the br. Okay. Okay. Let me deploy the servlet. Whether I'm getting once I deploy, then I'm getting the same context information or not. Whatever I have configured this for the both the servlet, it should give me the context topic demo as the value. Okay, let me take the URL and deploy. Try to deploy here. Right, servlet context of the first one. Topic name is servlet context topic demo. Okay, this is the first one. If I click the second one, it is also giving the same information, right? Because the context is common for all the servlets, so that is why we are getting the same information from here. What we observe that whenever there is a necessary for the same configuration information we need, that we can specify inside the context param inside the web.xml, and in our application we can get and we can work on that. For example, JDBC stubs, if you want the same JDBC stubs that is going to be used for each and every servlet or some of the servlet. So in that case, what we can do here is like context param inside the context parameter, whatever we are providing here, the context parameter web.xml, that we can specify here so that it will be available throughout the servlet, and we can make use of that's context param object information, right, to interact with the database or something like that. Okay, I hope the servlet config in the previous class and now servlet context object is clear to everyone. Okay, so that's all for this video, and in the next topic I will come up with a new uh, topic. Okay, so today we are going to learn about one more important topic, that is how to work with annotation in servlet. Okay, so whatever the application we are developing till now, we have done with the uh, configuration, like web.xml file configuration we have done, but today we are going to develop one application by using the annotations. Okay, only here inside the web.xml, what we are going to provide the configuration welcome file list, that is index.jsp. Some configuration will be providing here, like we are writing the servlet URL name, servlet mapping, all these things we are writing here, right? So but instead of that, let me work with the annotation today. Okay, so servlet annotation. Okay, annotation. So let me write the class name, that is Servlet Annotation Demo. I'm writing, and it will extends from HTTP Servlet. Okay. So here, what I'm going to do here is like I will override methods. The do get method I'll override, and I will response dot set content type text slash HTML. Okay, and that I have written. Then print writer is equals to response dot get writer. Okay, get writer object we got. Okay. Then what I'm doing going to write here is like just simply one message so that we can see this servlet is executing or not, like it is actually working or not while using the annotation. So what I'm going to write servlet annotation demo. Okay, this is the statement it should execute, and finally I should write the close of the writer. Okay, so here we are writing the our servlet. Okay, for that we are providing the servlet tag and servlet mapping, all these inside the web.xml, that is our deployment descriptor, so that while starting the application, so that servlet container will pick up this servlet configuration, right, what is the servlet, what is the servlet class name, and what is the URL, all these things. But instead of that, what we can do, we can configure, we have a annotation called web servlet. Okay, web servlet, and we'll provide the information like get servlet info. Okay, get servlet info is our URL pattern, and this, if you hover on that web servlet, the annotation is used to declare the servlet. This annotation is processed the container deployment time and the corresponding servlet made available at the specified URL pattern, and specified URL pattern servlet 3.0. Since servlet 3.0, this annotation is available. Okay, so what I can do, like index.jsp here, here servlet annotation demo. What I can do, I can write servlet instead demo, I can write. Okay, then what I can do, a href is equals to the link. What is that link? The URL is this one, and simply I will print click me for annotation servlet. Okay, annotation servlet. Okay, this is, then I will close the anchor tag. Okay, that's all. So this is to demonstrate the annotation, only the simple annotation, this is working or not. For that purpose, a simple application I have developed. Okay, now it's the time to deployment of the application. Run tomcat, and I will choose what is that, annotation servlet example. Oh yes, annotation servlet example. Okay, okay. Now I have started the server. Let's see, once it's deployed, once it application deploy, we'll try to hit the APIs. Okay, this is we got, and I'm going to give, it will launch the welcome file, that is index.servlet annotation demo, and click me for annotation servlet. Okay, once I click, the only message we have configured servlet annotation demo. Okay, this is the only message we have configured. If you see, the only servlet annotation demo we have specified. So instead of web.xml, without configuring the servlet information like servlet class name, servlet mapping, all these things, what you can do, we can simply use servlet at the web servlet. This is the annotation for that, and inside that we are going to provide this one like servlet info. Okay, these things we can do. Okay, I think most of the cases we are going to write this kind of information instead of manual configuration, like long things. Okay, so it will make our development process easy and faster, right? So that's all for this video. We'll meet in the next video with a different topic. Okay, thank you. So in our last class, we have learned about the annotation, the first annotation, that is @ web servlet. that how we can use the web servlet, the fast annotation. So in the today's class, what we are going to learn about, we are going to learn more annotations as part of this session. Okay, so let me create one. I have created the project structure to save some time. So what I am going to do here is I will create one servlet, right? I will name it init annotation servlet. Okay, init annotation servlet, which will extends from http servlet. Okay, what I'll do here, I will override the method. Override method. I do get method. I will trying to override. Okay, response dot set content type text slash html. Okay, this is this one, and print writer we need, right? Print writer. Writer writer is equals to response dot get writer. Okay, these things you know already, right? So here today, instead of, like, what is the use of annotations, like instead of writing the lengthy codes, what we can do, so Servlet API, here Servlet API provides some annotations which we can use, make use of that annotations, and we can whatever the deployment descriptor web.xml file we are using, that we can avoid, right? So this is web servlet. All the all these things, annotations are coming from Jakarta Servlet annotation package. Okay, if you see, uh, if you see, like here I will describe some annotations, and there are more annotations are there, and what are the annotations I will let you know at the end of this at the end of this session. Okay, so let us consider, let us focus how I'm writing. So the value is, this is the URL. First URL is slash get init params. Okay, get init params is our URL. Okay, and here I want to do some load on startup. Okay, load on startup also we want to load, you have remembered, right? Okay, load on startup by default it's 1, so we can give that load on startup. We are generally we are configuring load on startup for the particular servlet inside the web.xml file, so that we can configure here as well. So we have the init params we are configuring as part of what are the, for the each servlet we are configuring the init parameters, init params, right? Inside the init param tag. So here what we can do, it will take one array of init params. There may be multiple init parameters, right? So for the time being, I'm taking init parameters. So at the rate web, that is web init, right? Uh, Web init, or what is that? Yes, web init, and it will take init parameter, like in the format of key value pair, right? So what it will take, the name is, what is the key? Key is, for example, I am taking uh, driver name. Okay, drive driver name is our the key. Okay, and for this one, what is the value? What is the value is what? Value is sound dot JDBC dot ODBC dot JDBC ODBC driver. This is our driver, isn't it? Okay. This is the one init param I have configured. Again, if I, okay, let me take it down so that it will be visible to you. Okay. I want to specify one more init param. So what I can do, I will take another web init params. Okay. Inside that, what I can do, I will specify the name. name is equals to here username username. Okay, username, and value is equals to some system some name. Okay, to show you demonstrate to you the how the init params we can work with the init param by using the annotations web init. Okay, so that's all. Let me take for to make it simple for this application to know the how we can use web init parameter. So for that only two parameters I have taken. Okay, so I want to do here is like I want to print that whatever the init parameter we have taken, I just want to println. So that is HTML. I will take the HTML tag, then body in order to print inside the HTML. Okay, then writer dot println. So what is that? User driver name. Okay, driver name I want to print. Okay, so here driver name plus get init parameters. Okay, get init parameters, that is driver name. Okay, and this is the driver name. Make it some one, and once I get that, I just want one br to line break for that one. Okay, so I will copy this line and I will try to print the for that what else we have username. Okay, a username I have created. So password also that is there. You can print any number of init parameter. If you want, you can print that. Okay, at the end I am trying to dot println. I want to close that. First body will be closed, HTML tag body closed, then HTML. Okay, HTML will be closed, and at the end I want to close the print writer. Okay, the stream I am to close. Okay, that's all. I have created this one, and index.jsp. This is the index.jsp. What is the URL we have taken? Get init parameter. Okay, so index.jsp. What I'll do, I will just provide one anchor tag for the hyperlink. Okay, href is equals to this is the hyperlink, and I will close that and click for annotation. Okay, so I will close that anchor tag. Click for init annotation, init param annotation. This will be the hyperlink. Okay, so I think that's all. We no need to configure our web.xml file. Web.xml nothing we have created, but we can delete. But I'm not deleting, but we can delete that. And that is not required because everything we have configured through annotations, right? So now it's the time to deploy our applications. What is our application? Init param annotations. Okay, run. So init param annotations, apply, run. Okay, the server is getting started. So once the server started, we can check whether this this init parameter all are taking or not. Okay, so what I can do, I will copy this URL and I will paste here. I just here I just wanted to print the init param working or not for the demonstration purpose. So let me click on that. So as you can see, driver name this one, and username is system. We have taken in the here driver name and username, that only we are printing. But our agent our main point was to work with the annotation that is provided by the servlet. Here we have used web init params. Whatever the web init parameter we are using, that we have configured here. Okay, and load on startup we can configure here also. And this is the URL. And I have in the beginning of this session, I have promised, like, I will show you whatever the annotation that is there inside the what that is there inside the annotation package. Okay, what I can do, I can paste this one dot. You can see web servlet is the first annotations. Web init parameter we have used. Servlet, similarly, servlet security handles type, HTTP constraint, HTTP method constraint, multi-part config, web filter, listener. Okay, these are the 878 annotation that is there. We have studied two or three annotations we have studied, and whenever we are covering the filter, listener, all these things, and that time I will cover this filter, listener, all the annotations one by one we will use. Okay, so that's all for this video. We'll meet in the next video with the new topic. Okay, thank you. So in this tutorial, we are going to learn about one more important topic, that is session management. Session management in Servlet. Okay, this is the today's topic, session management in Servlet. So here in HTTP protocol, we are using the HTTP call, right? The client, whenever sends the request to the server, the client is making the HTTP call. So basically this call, like HTTP protocol, this is basically stateless. Stateless means what? Stateless means, for example, this is a client, this is server. Okay, so this is client, and this is server. Okay, so client, this is server. So client sends the request to server, and server gives the response to back to the client. Again this one more request sent by the client. Okay, so here what I can say, this is the request number one. Okay, request number one, which is new request. Okay, request number one, which is new request, and here the client will send the response. Client will send the response number one to this request. Okay, once the user sends the request to the server, this is the new request, considered as the new request, and the response will be sent back to the client. Again, if the user sends the request number two, it is also going to be new request. Okay, not the same request, because it may be the client may be the same, but the server will the request will be new, because HTTP protocol is stateless. That means every request will be considered as a new request. What do you mean by that? Because what do you mean by that? That means the server will not save any state of the request. Okay, any data, like for that request will come from this client or not, the server is not going to save the state of the request. Okay, and so in order to maintain the state of the server, like whenever the client gives the fast request, the server will somehow will take the server will take the request, and somehow it will do some mechanism or technique or some methods, so that for the second time onwards, so the server can recognize this is the old server, old client which is giving the request. Okay, that is called session management. Okay, we will use some techniques. Okay, so basically there are four techniques are there to by default it is stateless, it will not remember, but we can make it to make the state what I can say, like stateful. We can make the the request as stateful, so that the user will be identified in the subsequent request, right? So the session management, what we can do, we can implement the session management by using some technique. That is, many techniques are there. One of them is cookies in servlet. Okay, this is the first technique what I can say. And second technique also you can do URL rewriting. This is the second technique, we can manage the session. And the third technique is hidden form field, hidden form field. And the fourth one is HTTP session. By using these four techniques, so what we can do, we can manage the session in servlet. Okay, so first we will discuss cookies in servlet. Okay, cookies in servlet. So in order to maintain in order to discuss the cookies in servlet, what I can do, let me tell you, this is the client and this is going to be the server. Okay, this is the client and this is going to be server, and user will send the request. This is the first request and this is the response, and this will be the second request. Okay, let me, this is the request and this is the response, and this is the okay. So this is the request 1, and this is the response 1 plus what server will do. We are using cookies, right? So some cookies will be added here in the response. For the second time, whenever the client sends the request to, the client will send the request including cookie. Okay, including the cookies. Okay, so spelling mistake. Okay, fine. So the request one, it will be the new request. It will be the new request. But new request means what? The user will be new for the server. But whenever the response is generated from the server, so what it will do? It will add some cookies and send back to the user, so that the user can be remembered by the server. For the second time, whenever the client sends the request to the user, the server, the request will go including the cookies, so that the server can identify that this user is not the new user. This is the old user. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, so far I have explained you theoretically, but let me explain you with the example. Okay, so before that, let me tell you one thing. Like I will tell you one scenario. Like I will send you the client will send the request. Client will send the request to the server. Okay, so it may be, okay, so this is the login server. Okay, once the request the server receive the request login, then the client will send the request with username and password. The login server will capture that, and once that captured, we will set the cookies. We will set the cookies here in the server end. And what I will do, we'll set some time, the cookie expire time. So once cookie expire time means once the time is expired, for example 30 seconds we have set. So once the 30 second it is expired, if you hit the URL for that particular servlet, then what it will do, it will not get the cookie details. Okay, the cookie details will be expired, means it will remove from the cookies. Okay, that the cookie things will happen at the client end only. Okay, like it's kind of small cache techniques, whenever the user request send the request, the cookies will be captured at the client end, like as like a cache memory, a small memory. Okay, so let me tell you here in this. Okay, I have created the file and the folder structure for to save the time. So let me create the package. Okay, so let me create the index.html. Here I will write the form field, form name equals to session management cookie. Okay, session management cookie, and method equal to post action. What is the action for this one is login is the URL for that. Okay, and so user name username is input type that is text name is equals to username. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is like I will do, okay, let me write password input type is password, and name is equals to password. Okay, and once that is done, we'll give one beer, and here beer, and one more beer tag. Okay, then input type submit. Input type is submit, and value is login. Okay, now our form is ready, username and password. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll write the our servlet, that is login servlet extends from HTTP servlet. Here what I'll do, I will I will override the do get method. Okay, so response dot set content type text slash HTML fine, then print writer writer is equals to response dot get writer. Then what I'll do, I'll capture the whatever the URL, sorry, the username and password the user has sent. Okay, so username is equals to request request dot get parameter, that is username. Okay, username, then string, this is password. Okay, password. Okay, that we have done. Then to we need to configure this one, the servlet will use annotation web servlet, and here we'll pass the URL as login. Okay, the same thing. And once we capture that, what we'll do, we'll create the cookie from Jakarta Servlet cookie. Okay, cookie is equals to response dot, sorry, not response, new cookies. We'll create the object of the cookies, so where we'll pass that name, like cookie name is, what is that, username. The same username will save as username. Cookie name is username, and the value is the same, whatever the value for that. Okay, so this is the cookie we have created, and one more cookie also we'll create here. This is nothing but the password cookie, and this is the password. Let me write it password cookie, and this is user cookie. Let me capitalize this, and capitalize this cookie I have done. Then user cookie, I will set some time limit, max age means after certain time it will expire, right? If I write, let me write 20 second. For the 20 second, after 20 second the cookie will expire. Okay, password cookie dot set max age 20. Once I send, I will send with the response dot add cookie user cookie, and one more I need to add, response dot add cookie password cookie I have added. Once I have added, so what I'll do, I will write dot println. So welcome to login page. Okay, welcome to login page I'll write, and what I'll do, I'll write one beer tag. Okay, so after that, what I'll do, write dot println. Here inside that, I'll write anchor tag ahref is equals to ahref equals to href equals to welcome, and I will close this tag, click me, and I will close the anchor tag. Okay, that's all. I have written this one, and once and writer, finally we'll close that writer. Close the writer. What I have done here is, like, I have captured the username password, I have created the cookie object, I have set the time for that, at what time the cookie will expire, and with the response object I have sent that response. Set with the cookie, I have set the cookie with the response object, and I have written some dummy printing message, welcome to the login page, and here I am redirecting to the URL hyperlink to welcome. The welcome will write one welcome servlet. Okay, so that there will try to get the cookies. Okay, so once it is redirecting, once it is redirecting to welcome page, then whatever the cookies we have created here, the cookies, that cookies we are able to access or not. Okay, so let me write welcome, and it will extends from http servlet, and what I'll do, simply I will copy and I will try to modify that. Okay. Okay, I will what I'll do, I will do this one, and cookie, all these things I will delete. Anchor tag I need for this one. Anchor tag. Once I go to this one, anchor tag welcome. Okay, get writer. Then how to read cookies. So it will be a cookie array. Then cookies we will get from the request, or request dot get cookies. Okay, we have got the cookie arrays. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll write writer dot println uh, username from cookie. Okay, username from cookie is plus cookies, the array first index dot get value. Value means the the value we will get here, and here we will get username, not username, this is password. Okay, we'll get username, password, and here I will try to write inside that one beer tag. Okay, the same thing I also write here. Okay, that's all I have written. Index.html, beer tag I have given, login, then everything is fine. It seems everything is fine. Now we can welcome.xml. We have closed this one. Okay, so once this one it is executed, then we have given the time is 20 seconds. After 20 second time, it will, the cookie will expire. Okay, so let me run this one, and this is session cookie, session manager using cookie, apply, then run. The server is getting started. What is what issue we are getting? Some issue we are getting, illegal error starting child. Web servlet. Okay, slash login. Okay, slash login, it is slash login. Okay, okay, now it is running fine. So what I'll do, I will copy that and I'll try to run from here. I will, okay, it is asking servlet session managing cookie, so I'll take Smith, and password is Smith. Okay, if we click, okay, so here what we have done here is, like, login. Okay, so do get, here we have mentioned post, but post. Okay, again we have to rerun this one. because in index.html we have mentioned post, right? The method is post, but here while implementing we have made it get, so that is causing the issue. Okay, so Smith, once I click welcome to login page, this time it is working. If I click me, okay, so welcome is not available. That means we have not configured the servlet. Okay, at the rate web servlet, let me write slash welcome, and this is value. Okay, stop, let me rerun. See how many mistakes we are getting. Whenever we are developing this type kind of mistakes, we will get when slash we will leave, or we will leave some annotations. Okay, this kind of stuff will happen, but we have to be careful while developing. Okay, let me again log in, click me. So Smith is opening. So you just look, 20 seconds we have given. Again I am clicking, I am getting the same cookies, whatever the cookies we have from the request. Okay, third time I'm getting, fourth time I'm getting, fifth time I'm getting, sixth time I'm getting, seventh, 8, 9, 10. So we'll wait for some time, then we'll try to hit this click me, then we'll get some exception kind of things. Okay, because the time will expire. Okay, let's now click. So we got this one, cannot load object array because cookie is null. Now the whatever the time we have set, that time lapsed actually. That is why we are getting some exception. Okay, so this is all about cookies. So I think you might have get like some basic idea how to work with cookie while dealing with the session management in servlet. Okay, so this example is to make you basic understanding about the cookies, and I think we'll do one more application by using the cookie end-to-end application. Okay, if possible I will make one more video so that it will be more clear for you people. Okay, thank you. So today we are going to discuss about one more important topic, that is how to do session management using hidden form field. Okay, in our last session we have discussed about how to do session management using the cookies. So we are creating the cookies object, and we are setting the whatever the cookies we want to add, we are adding, and then we are setting that cookies into the response, right? And the maximum age, like how much duration the cookies should stay. But in the today's session we are going to work on hidden form field. Here instead of cookies we are going to use the hidden form field. The name itself indicates that there is a field which is hidden. Okay, and that is a form. In the form, inside a form, we are going to submit one hidden field. Okay, so every time whenever the user requests to maintain the session, there will be one form. Inside the form we will submit one hidden text field that will be maintain and the session. Okay, so here the headache is like every time we need to submit the one more extra form. Okay, so I have created the session management using hidden form field, the structure I have created, the module. So here what I'm going to write here is like I will create one form name user hidden form field. Okay, anything. Okay, hidden form field, then method is post, and action is equal to action is user. Okay, this is the form, and inside the form only simple to demonstrate I will take only username. Okay, and input type is text, and name is username as usual. Okay, and after that what I'll do, br, and one more br. Okay, then input type submit, and value is submit. Okay, so here we'll do that the form this one is user one. Once we start the server, this form will be loaded, and user will input the username. Okay, so that will go to the servlet whose URL is /user. Okay, so here I'm going to write one servlet, that is user servlet. Okay, that is user servlet, that is user extends http servlet. Okay, and here what I'm going to do here is alt, alt insert. Okay, override the method. Which method I want to do? Method we have taken as post. So response dot set content type, this is text slash HTML. Okay, this is the content type, and print writer is equals to response dot get writer. Okay, the object will we have got, and here what I am going to do at the rate web servlet. Okay, annotation I am going to use, and what is the URL? URL is slash user. Created the response object, and here string username is equal to request dot get parameter. Okay, username. Okay, that username we have written, and we are going to print. Okay, so we got the username, and we want to print that username. What is the username? Println, then this username submitted username. What is the username? Is username. Okay, that's fine. I have printed. Then what I'm going to do here is using hidden form field to maintain session. Okay, so here we are going to use the form field. Okay, then writer dot println, inside that writer dot println that form mm, action is equals to, what is the URL? URL is nothing but, here we will pass single quote. Okay, that hidden form. Okay, this should be the URL, and here the method is equals to get. Okay, method is get. This is the form declaration we have given. Okay, then after the form we have written, then what is that? Then print ln, inside that what is the input? This is the input. This should be the and inside this we'll write our input tag, input, and this will work or not, I'll check. I'm not sure, but we'll quote it as single quote. Input type that is hidden. We'll use hidden, this one, and here the name is itself is username, and value is what is this? Value is what is that? We got username. Okay, the value is this one. This is the hidden form field. The input type is hidden, and name is username. What is that name? Username, and value is whatever the user submitted, that username. Okay, but in case of cookie, we are creating the cookie object and we are setting that. But here we are using the hidden form field. Okay, once we wrote that, then writer dot println, then submit we need to do. Okay, submit input type is equals to submit input type equal to, okay, submit input type equal to submit, and value equals to submit. Okay, this is the things we should write, and end double quote. Okay, that we have written. Then final writer dot println, then we should close the form tag. Okay, we have closed that, and at the end writer dot writer dot close. Okay, we should write this one. Okay, actually the thing is that whenever we are writing this kind of statements, we should keep inside try block. Actually, try block, inside that catch exception e, and once that exception is there, what will write? E dot print stack trace. Okay, we should write in this way only, actually try catch block, but to make it simple we are writing directly the code throughout our application, but here we have written our try catch. Okay, so this will be hidden form. This will be hidden form. Once this user submits the username, then once it is this username and the hidden form will call the hidden form URL that will map to another servlet named at hidden servlet. Okay, hidden servlet, I have named it hidden servlet, and which will extends from http servlet. Okay, and @web servlet, what is that value is slash hidden form. Okay, and inside that alt insert override methods, and here we will go write do get method, but there, why? Because we have specified here get method name is get, so hidden form is should be get, and response dot set content type text slash html, and then print writer is equals to response dot get writer, then string user is equals to request dot get parameter. What is that? Username. The cookie, sorry, the hidden form field is username, so you will get from the param request, we will get the username, that will store in the inside the user. Okay, so writer dot println user hidden form field name is what is that? User. Okay, so whatever the hidden form field sent by the user from the user servlet, that we are going to receive. Okay, in this way we are going to maintain the session. Okay, writer dot close. Just to check, I have printed this one. Okay, so I think everything is completed. Now let me deploy this application. Okay, deploy this application. What is that? Session management using hidden form field. Apply, then run. Okay, we can also make it try catch, but here I am only written I have written simply without using try catch, but in the user servlet I have included try catch, but whenever you are implementing real time, but you can make sure of try catch. Okay, okay, so let me form field session management using hidden form field. So I will write the username is John, who is trying to submit. On clicking submit, submitted username is John. We'll get from here username submitted for username is John. Then now this form we have not written any form, but inside this is hidden form. Hidden form. This will call the this will be a form. Inside that one hidden form field with form field is there. It is not visible. Okay, here it is not hidden form field is there, but that is not visible. Since 2 so gap we can see. No gap is there, that is hidden, and this is the submit button. Once we submit, then it will go to the hidden servlet. Okay, here we are printing the hidden form field name. Okay, so if I click, the submitted username change to hidden form field name. Okay, 404 y hidden form field name user is hidden form method is get form action hidden form method equals to get input type hidden name equals to input type hidden name value equal to username. we are getting this issue. The field action form field get some issue was there. Okay, now the issue is resolved. Let me restart this one. Some issue was there, like hidden form username get some colon was mistaken. It is written. Okay, fine. So let me restart the server. So let me try to rerun this hidden form field now. This time Aldrin. Okay, so username is Aldrin. I will try to submit. So submitted username is Aldrin. Then two gaps. Then if I submit, then hidden form field name is Aldrin. So we are getting the same user which we have submitted in user dot while submitting the form. Okay, that is coming to here user servlet. From the user servlet, it is coming to the hidden servlet. Okay, hidden servlet by one hidden field. Okay, so this is how we can make use of the hidden form field to maintain the session. So but instead of this one, what we are going, the only difference is that we are using one more form to every time we are using one more form submit. Okay, for the one more form which we are submitting every time. Okay, that is the headache. Only text field we can pass as the hidden form field. Okay, that is the only difference between the cookie and this one. Okay, and another two approach is there to, how to work with the session management, that is HTTP session and URL rewriting, that we will see in the next class. So I hope hidden form field also clear to everyone. Okay, so we'll meet in the next session with the new topic. Okay, till then, thank you. Today we are going to learn about one more important feature regarding session management by using URL rewriting. So far we have studied about session management using cookie and session management using hidden form field. Okay, so using cookie that we can manage at the client side. If the cookies are disabled, then the cookie will not work. The cookie option will not work to manage the session. So that is a drawback actually of cookie. So always we have to enable the cookie so that it will work. Okay, so hidden form field also whether the cookie is disabled or enabled, that will work, and hidden form field will use to send only the text information. Okay, and what are the drawbacks in the hidden form field? In the hidden form field, there is a drawback that we have to every time we have to submit one more hidden form. Okay, one more form we have to submit. Okay, that is using the hidden form field. But in today's topic, we are going to learn about URL rewriting. In URL rewriting, what we have to do in the URL rewriting, whatever the request, once the request will come to the servlet, then from that servlet we will write, we will append some kind of text information in the URL. Okay, whenever the from the servlet the incoming the request from the to the incoming servlet, from that servlet it will navigate to another, for example, another servlet. So in the first servlet, what we are going to do, we will attach some kind of information in key value format. Okay, with the URL. Okay, so that in the subsequent URL, subsequent servlet, what it will do, it will extract that information, and in that way we are going to manage the session. Okay, so URL rewriting, it will work whether as I said, uh, so this format of session management, it will work if the cookies are disabled or not disabled. This option will work. Okay, and here as like hidden form field, here no need to submit extra form. Okay, and only text information can be sent by using this URL rewriting. Okay, so as usual, I have created the structure to save some time, so I will demonstrate directly the example. Okay, so let me write the login servlet. Okay, login servlet, which will extends from HTTP servlet, and here the URL should be what is that, value equal to login. Okay, so before that we need to before that we need to write the form. Actually, form, what is the form? So form here is form name is, this is login form. Okay, login form. Okay, so login form, and method is post, and here the action means the URL, that is login without any class. Okay, that will close the form, and inside that we'll write the username, and input type is text, and name is equals to username. Okay, and at last we'll give one beer. Then password is input type equal to password, and name equals to password. Okay, at the end beer, and one more beer. Okay, then we'll submit the form. Input type submit, and value is equals to login. Okay, so this is the form we have designed. Once the request come from this one, uh, this application, so it will come to login servlet. Okay, so we have written, and here what we are going to write, we'll override the do post method, do post. Okay, so do post method, what we are going to write, we're going to write the inside the try catch block. Let me write the catch part. Catch exception, it is better to write always try catch. If any exception, then it will handle. Okay, so here I will print the e only, and here what I'm going to write, response dot set content type. You know this code right already. Text slash html, then print writer. Writer is equals to response dot get writer. Okay, so we have written this one, and here what we'll do, we'll capture the username and password. Okay, string user name is equals to request dot get parameter, that is username. Okay, username, and string, then password, equal to request dot get parameter, that is password. Okay, password, and here what we'll do, we'll write, okay, URL rewrite. Okay, URL rewrite will do here. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll check one condition. If password dot equals just some condition equal to, for example, some say capital S Smith. This is if this is the password, then what it will do, uh, what it will do, we have learned about this one, the request dispatcher, and we have learned about this one, send redirect, right? So what I can do, response dot send redirect, what is that, the URL, for example, if the password is so and so, then it will redirect to the password matches, then it will redirect to the some another servlet or HTML or JSP something. So it will be URL. Okay, so it will okay, so URL is welcome for the time being. Once the whatever the content we want to add here, this is the URL, but extra information, then it will go as a query string. So question mark, the query is key value pair. Key value pair means what it will do, user name equals to the key equals to value form, and the value is username, whatever the username that we want to pass. That username is going to, that is, this is a token, the username is a token that will maintain the session throughout the servlet. Okay, so what it will do, it will go to this one, and finally we can close the writer. Okay, so this is the one we have written. Then what I just want to write another welcome servlet. It will extends from http servlet. Okay, HTTP servlet. Then I will override the do get method, and inside that try catch exception e, then sysout. I will print the e. Okay, nothing much we are going to work. Response dot set content type. Okay, set content type text slash html. Okay, text slash html. Then print writer, print writer is equal to response. Okay, so response dot get writer. Okay, get writer. So here I just want to print this one only to see that whatever the extra information we have sent as part of the request here in as part of login, you can see the username that is being captured here or not. So to capture that one, we have to use the get parameter method. Okay, string user. Okay, user equals to request dot get parameter that what is the in this one username that is came as part of the request. Okay, so that user once we capture, then what we are going to do, we are going to print that welcome dear user. Okay, this message we want to print, and finally we will close the writer. Okay, so that's all. Since we are using login.html, so we have to write web.xml, the welcome file list. Inside the welcome file list, what we have to write, welcome file it is, sorry, not index, that is uh, login dot html, right? Okay, that's all. Now it's the time to what you understood, right? So user will submit this login form with username password. Inside the login form, we'll capture the whatever the user submitted the data, we will capture, and here we'll do the URL rewriting. URL rewriting means for the welcome servlet, this welcome is the URL, and this is the query string. Okay, this will maintain the session. Okay, so that will be sent as part of this URL. Okay, welcome servlet. In the welcome servlet, we are printing that user. Okay, only that things we are doing. So what we'll do, we'll deploy this application. We'll deploy this application, run, and here we'll choose session management using URL rewriting. Okay, fine, apply, run. Whatever the user will submit, that user will, if you get the welcome, then that it is working correctly. Okay, so our server is getting started. Okay, this is the URL we got. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open this one, and oh, why login.html, web.xml, .xml, login.html in. Oh, web servlet, we have made mistake, right? Slash we forgot to give, and here what we have given, we have not given this one, so it will give error, right? Web servlet, then value is slash welcome. Okay, these things also we have to give, we forgot to give. Okay, okay, fine, this time it should work. Again, welcome. Okay, fine. See, now this time it's working. So username is John, and password is match, should match, right? Smith we have given. Okay, you can see Smith. Okay, so if I press okay, so this is user and get per request dot get parameter, what we are sending here, from here what you are sending, username, and here what we are getting, username, user is we see that the mistake, right, while working with this one. So what we mistake, the username, the whatever the name we are sending, this is the username. That key actually it was a mistake. It was the mistake, right? So once we resolve that, now we can see welcome dear John. So now we can see this is the token we have passed in the login servlet. Okay, so this is how actually we should work with the URL rewriting. So you can see welcome question mark username equals to key. You can see, right? So this is the format we should work with the URL rewriting. Okay, so that's all for this video, and there is one more session management technique, that is HTTP session, that we'll learn about in another video. Okay, so thank you very much for watching this video. So today we are going to learn about one more important topic, that is session management using HTTP session. Okay, so in our last class we have covered session management using URL rewriting. So the cookies are disabled or enabled, that does not matter. It sends only the text information to maintain the state or session. Okay, but in the session management using HTTP session, so for the session tracking, cookies has been one of the most commonly used techniques that is being used for the session management. Okay, so what is the best part by using the cookies, right? They can only the cookies can be used for the textual information. They are cookies are basically dependent on browser, so that are the cookies that will reside inside the browser cache, right? So if the cookies are disabled from on the system, then the cookies, if you implement cookies, then that will not work. So make sure whenever you are working with cookie, so the cookies in your system, that should be enabled. Okay. And but today our agenda is to work with the session HTTP session, right? HTTP session. So whenever the user sends the request, HTTP session is the interface. So whenever say user or client sends the request to the server, then for each request, the servlet container will create one unique ID. Okay, so by using that unique ID, we can maintain the session from the HTTP session. Okay, so how we are going to use the session ID, so that we are going to see as part of this video. Okay, what we can do, we can create the object of HTTP session from the out of the request. So we can get the request ID, and what we can do, we can set the attribute, whatever the attribute we want to set as part of the session, and that we will get in the corresponding servlets. Okay, so let me quickly jump into this application development, so that you will be getting better idea for your understanding. Okay, so I have as usual, I have made the structure to save some time. So here what I'm going to do, first I will develop one login page. Okay, so as it is, it's a form. uh, Form name is like login form. Okay, login form login form method is equals to post, and action is nothing but the URL, that is login. Okay, so this is the form, and here we will take only the username input type is text, and name is equals to user name. Okay, so this is the user, and what I will do, I will do br for the line break, and then we'll submit that form. Input type is submit, and value is login. Okay, this is the form we have. Uh, okay, this is the form we have written. Okay, so now what we will do, we will create one servlet which will map to this request, login request. Okay, so as usual, login, this is the login servlet. To make it servlet, it should be extends from one of the servlet, that is HTTP servlet, and here I'm going to override alt enter. So I'm going to override the post method, and I will write the code inside the try catch block. uh, Exception e, and sysout, I'll print the e. Okay, response dot set content type. This is text slash html, then print writer is equals to response dot get writer. Okay, then what we'll do, we'll capture the username what we have passed as part of the form. That username is equal to request dot get parameter, okay, that is user name. Okay, this is the username we got, and here what we'll do, we'll create the http session. Okay, http session. So first what we'll do, like http session http session is equals to request dot get session. Okay, so what it will do, it will create the session. Okay, so get session, it will create the session. If the session is not there, so it will create the session. So what we'll do, I will get the string session ID. I just wanted to print the session ID, because each servlet, for each request, it will create one session ID. To see that what is the session ID it is creating, and we'll set that, and we'll see what is the session ID at the end. Okay, so it is a request dot get ID. Sorry, not request, the session, http session dot get id. Will get the session ID here. Okay, session ID, and once we got that, then we need to set the attribute. Okay, what we will do, I will set the attribute. Okay, what we will do, set, then once we get this these things, so what we'll do, we'll set the attribute. Okay, http session dot set attribute. uh, Attribute is the key value. Means name. What is it? Name is okay, so name is whatever the username we got, that will make as key, and will the value is this one. Okay, so again, http session dot set attribute, and this session ID also we will send. Okay, session ID is the session ID, and session ID. Once we set that, what we'll do, we'll call the uh, next servlet. Okay, so there are many ways we can forward our request. So we'll forward the request, we'll delegate our request by using the request dispatcher, or we can use forwarder include redirect message also, response dot get redirect. Okay, that also we can use, but here what I'm going to do here is like writer dot writer dot println anchor tag I will provide here. Okay, ahref is equals to ahref is equals to this is href is sorry, welcome servlet to welcome servlet. It will redirect. Once that is done, then I will close that and I will provide click me plus plus pr. Okay, session id set attribute. Okay, if I do, we are printing anything here, session attribute. Okay, so here also, here we can give also pr. Okay, that will not affect. Click me, then ahref. Okay, let me close the anchor tag. Okay, that's all for this one. And writer dot close, we'll close the stream. Okay, so we have printed the session id or not? Okay, we have not printed. So before setting that, writer dot println and the http, not this one, username. What is the username? What is the username? What is the okay, username, this one, and we'll pass writer dot, we'll just printing this one. Okay, session id will print, session id will also print. Okay, the session id we are printing here. Okay, so now, so what I'll do, I will create one more servlet, that is welcome servlet, extends http servlet, and I will override alt insert, then override the do get method. Okay, do get method, try catch exception e, then s out e. Okay, then response dot set content type html text slash html. Okay, and then writer is equals to response dot get writer. Okay, once we get that, so now what we'll do, we'll create the http session. Okay, http session http session http session is equals to request dot get session. We'll obtain the session. Okay, we'll obtain the session here. Once we get that, then we'll try to get string username. Okay, whatever the username is equals to http session we have set before. What we have done here, we have set the attribute to http session. This is the username. Okay, this is the username we have set. Then here what we'll do, we'll get the username http session dot get attribute. What is that? User session. Okay, that is the thing we'll get, and we have to cast here because this is will get object, right? We'll cast to string, and similarly string session id is equals to http session dot get attribute. What is that session id? This is the key. Okay, and this is the key session id. We'll get the session id. We need to cast that. Okay, we need to cast to string. Okay, once we cast that, then we'll print that. We'll print that just to see what is what, right? What is the username Okay, username and writer dot println session id. Okay, session id plus session id. Okay, we'll print that and we'll close the session. Okay, so close the writer. Okay, so what I have done here is, like, we have written one this one and the form where where we are sending only the username. Okay, username, it will come to the login page. We are creating inside the login page, we are capturing the username and creating the session object, and here we are setting the session set attribute to the session, the username and session id, and here we are clicking providing the hyperlink to redirect the request to the welcome page. Okay, once the welcome page, so here the same session will maintain, right? Or it should not it should not create a new one. To maintain that, what I have done is I've created one more, to maintain that I've created one more session, then we are getting the attribute and we are printing. Okay, that's all. This is how we can work with the HTTP session. Now the time to deploy the application to see whether that is reflecting or not. Okay, then session management using HTTP session. Okay, then run. For each request, how many times will give the request, that many times the unique session id will be created by the servlet. Okay, the container. Okay, let me try to give that. Oh, okay, the servlet we are not mapped actually URL. Login, here we have not provided any web.xml or servlet, web servlet. Then value is /login, and welcome servlet also will be the same, web servlet, value is /welcome. Okay, so again restart. Okay, refresh this one. So management is resource session management out. Last welcome, login. Okay, login. Okay, so login servlet login form we have declared here, but it is not able to detect. So what we have to do, inside the web.xml we need to provide that this is our welcome file. Okay, so welcome file list login.html. Okay, this is our welcome file. This time it should work. Okay, let me refresh this one. Now it's loading. Okay, so I will write John is the user. Once I click, see, username is John, session ID space I have not provided. So session ID is this session ID, it is created. Okay, for on the login screen. Okay, once I click, okay, plus it came. Okay, once I click this one, click me, then it will go to the welcome page. I have copied this session ID. Will match the session ID same or not? Okay, the session ID, let me say copy this one. Session ID you can see 2CB79D, same, the same session ID we are getting. So this is how we can work with the HTTP session, which will create unique session ID for each request. Okay, so if another request will come for the same, then the new session ID it will create. Okay, let me check. Let me do it for you right away. So here I will try open one more browser. So uh, this is Smith. Okay, Smith is the user. Is trying to log in. See, DE00 DEE06D. So here 2CB, so 2CB 7960. CB 7988091 for me do welcome.servlet request.get session false. Okay, it will not create new one. See, I have tried for one more user, so you can see one more user is Roy. If I click that one, so this you can see you can sorry okay, you can see this user session ID is 44779BD. So this is DEE6D. Okay, this user and this user is different. Okay, so what we have to you have to do whenever you are creating the session for the same, what you have to do, you can directly create request.get session, but you need to pass the false. If you pass false argument, then what it will do, it will, if that session is already there, so it will not create another session. Okay, so you remember, returns a current session associated with the request. If there is no current session and create is true, returns a new session. Okay, so mind. Okay, so I hope HTTP session. I hope it is clear to everyone, like how to work with the HTTP session while working with the uh, session management using HTTP session. Okay, okay. So then, so that's all for this video. We'll meet in the next video with a new topic. Okay, till then, bye bye. Thank you. Today we are going to learn about one of the most important feature, that is servlet filter. What is a filter? Filter is an object, okay, that is used actually to filtering the request. So for example, here I have created like this is our client, this is server. Whenever client sends the request to the server, so if that filter is there in our application, if you have implemented the filter, then the request is not going to trap by the filter first. Okay, so the request will go to the filter first, then from there the request will go to the server. Okay, this is the flow. Okay, so after the processing is done from the server end, then the request will come back to the filter again. So here what it will do, it will once the server return the response to the filter, and the filter will do some activity if required, then that response will come to the client again back. Okay, so this is the flow, overall flow. So by using a filter, what we can, by using a filter, what we can do, whenever the request that is sent by the client, what we can do, we can record all the incoming request, the request which is coming from this client. Okay, from this client, uh, who are the clients we can able to get by using the filter, and what is the incoming request, the so and so request is coming to the filter, like to the application. Before that, filter will trap that. Okay, so if that that incoming request is not in the so and so format, for example, we are trying with the URL, we are trying with the URL called user slash login. Okay, this is our URL. If this is not the URL doesn't contains this format, then what it will do, it will not it will not allow the incoming request to the server. From the filter itself it will reject. Okay, that your URL is not valid. Okay, that is this kind of stops we can um, do by using the filter. And what other activity we can do, we can perform input validation, encryption, decryption, data compression like zip kind of thing, that kind of stuffs we can do. Okay, so servlet filter provides servlet filter, whatever the filter we are using here. Okay, whatever the servlet filter we are using here. So what we can do, we will configure the filter inside the web.xml. Okay, how we will do that I will show you while developing the application. Okay, so my point here is like we can configure the filter whenever required. It will go to from here to from the client to server. That time we can directly disable this filter by removing the filter tag or filter configuration inside the web.xml file. Okay, but no need to change any kind of whatever the servlet file and all that is there inside the deployed on inside the server. That we don't no need to change. Okay, I mean to say like any servlet code we no need to change. Only the deployment descriptor web.xml file, inside that the servlet related configuration we need to remove or comment. We need to do the comment. Okay, so like inside the servlet API Jakarta.servlet, there is a filter interface is there which provides the servlet filter methods. Okay, by using which, by implementing this filter interface, we can develop our um, own filter. Okay, so I will show you like how we can develop. Let me go to the Eclipse. Let me go to the this is IntelliJ. So how we can do as it is, like I have created the basic structure to save some time. So here what I'll do, I will inside the login.html I will create the form field. Okay, form name is servlet filter. Okay, method post. Action is what I can say, user slash login. Okay, so this is our URL. Inside that username input type text and name is equals to username. Okay, so for the simplicity, what I'll do, I will take only this username. Okay, to show you how filter works. Okay, actually, so then input type submit and the value is login. Okay, value is login. That's all for this one. And inside the web.xml, let me configure and the welcome file list. Okay, welcome file list is like login.html. Okay, so I have created the form. Once the form is user fill the details and click on submit, then the request should go to the user login, and this is the URL. Okay, so let me copy this and let me create the login servlet. Okay, login servlet extends http servlet. Okay, let me write the URL. Many times we forgot this actually. Or directly we can pass or value equals to user slash login. One more slash is required here. Okay, so then what I'll do, I will override the method post method do post. Inside that I will write try block. Inside the try block I will write response dot set content type text slash html. Okay, and after that print writer is equals to response dot get writer. And once I get that, then I will try to get the username is equals to request dot get parameter capture the username for the displaying purpose, what I'm doing, I'm printing that username. Okay, user name is this one plus username. Okay, I have printed this one for the simplicity, and what I'll do finally, I will close this our stream writer. Okay, then the catch we have to implement exception e this out e. Okay, the login servlet we have developed, but here our main agenda is like to how to implement filter. So here what I'll do, I will create a class my filter. I will create, this is my filter, custom filter. Okay, so in order to do that, I need to implement from filter is from this is our Jakarta servlet. Okay, Jakarta servlet. So here we need to implement the do filter method. Okay, this method we have to implement. Okay, here after coming here, what I want to do here is like the incoming request, whenever the user sends the request will come to my filter first, then from that it will go to the login servlet. Okay, that I need to I have already declared here. Okay, so here what we'll do, we will capture the start time. What I have told before, we can capture the URL time. Okay, how much time the API is taking whenever the request comes here, then how much time the request is taking. The string start time is equals to we have a system dot get get type current times in milli. Okay, current times in milli, this is the start time, and similarly what I have to do, this is the end time. Okay, in between that what I'll do, I will forward that request. You can see filter chain. Once the request comes to here, how this request will go to our login servlet. So there is a filter. This do filter takes servlet request, whatever the request you are setting, and response, and the filter chain. The chain dot do filter. Inside the do filter, it will take a request and response. Okay. So before that, so this is not string. This is long. Should be long actually. Long, and this is also long. Okay, uh, so before forwarding this is the starting time we are capturing, and this is the ending time, and after coming back the request will go to the servlet, and it will come back to here. Then again from this it will capture the current time, end time, and here for our sake, so what I'll do, I will print the total time taken. Okay, total time taken is equals to what I'll do, I will make it uh, end time minus start time. Start time, it will come as millisecond. So if I divide to in 1000, then that will come as millisecond. Second. Okay. So this will be second, or directly let it be in millisecond only, because we'll see in millisecond. Okay. This many millisecond it will take. Okay, fine. So, and one more thing I will capture. This is for the how much time the API is taking. So one more input validation. I'll check validation also we can perform. Okay. So if okay, what I'll do, string incoming URI. What is the URL? So this servlet application only should go through from the filter. Once the request come to the filter, then it will go to the login, right? So anybody can give the request, right? So if the request is for in the format so and so, then it should go to the login. One more check we want to provide, so that we can get by http http servlet request. What we can do, we can do the request. Okay, what I'll do, I mean, like, we'll request dot get URI is not there. So what I'll do, I will wrap this HTTP servlet request, because our is servlet request, right? So once that is wrapped, dot get requested URI. Okay, this get requested URI, why I have why I have wrapped in the HTTP servlet request, or cast to HTTP servlet request, because this get requested URI, it will give the URI whatever the user is sending the request, that URI we want to capture. But get your request URI, it is the method of HTTP servlet request, not the servlet request. So our request is type is request. So what I have done, I have uh, cast type to HTTP server request to get the incoming request. Okay, okay, let me print here what is the incoming request, like what is the request we are getting. This is the incoming request. Incoming request is this one. Okay, incoming request is okay. For our simplicity, I printed this one. Okay, we'll put one condition: if incoming request dot contains the URL. Our URL is what? Our URL is like login slash user slash login. Okay, if this contains slash user slash login, then only we'll allow this this request, and it will perform this activity. Okay, what I will do, I will put here uh, Control Alt L. Okay, formatted. Okay, fine. So this activity, once this incoming URL is two activity, I am doing the input validation, the URL validation, and capturing the start time, capturing how much time the API is taking. Okay, so we'll see the two things I'm doing here. Okay, there are many things we can perform, but for the demonstration purpose, I'm considering two use cases here. What I'm doing, I am validating if the incoming request is the format slash user slash login, then only it will allow the request to go to the login servlet. Otherwise, what it will do? Else it will throw new exception. Okay, throw new exception, invalid URL, please enter valid URL. Okay, so this is the message the user should see if the user will try catch, it is asking. Okay, surround with try catch. Okay, if the user is entering the trying to hit the request with the different URL pattern, then it will throw error. Okay, I'll show that. Okay, I think everything is completed here. The servlet, it's time to deploy the application. Okay, servlet filter. This is servlet SSSS servlet filter. Okay, apply, then run. Oh, sorry, we have not configured the filter things. uh, okay, let me stop this. Oh, filter things also we need to complete. Okay, welcome file this one, then filter 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 is my filter, and class is from dot prakasite dot my filter. Okay, this is the class, and this web filter mapping. Okay, filter mapping is filter name is this one, and what is that? URL pattern, URL URL pattern. It will serve the request for uh, user slash star okay, why it is crying? Okay, this is not up to 6.0 normal doc type it is. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll copy from somewhere in the web app, web.xml. Oh, not two factor, web.xml. Here we will copy this and we'll close this inside the web.xml. We will paste this because it is we are using Jakarta 6.0. Okay, so it will not support now. That error has gone. Okay, fine. So what we can do, we can restart again. Okay. Okay, so let me try with this URL. So it is loading the welcome file. So what I'll do, I'll try with Smith. This is the username. Okay, once I click login, username is Smith. It is loaded, but nothing loaded, nothing shown from here because we have used sysout. Okay, it will print on console. So if I go here, so we can see, you can see incoming URI is servlet servlet filter slash user slash login. Okay, and time taken is 12 millisecond. Okay, so if I go to here, servlet filter URI, the if this one, if you get this requested URI, you will get the relative URL, not the absolute URL. Okay, this is the relative URL. Okay, you can see URI. This is the URI, not localhost base, only this URL. If this contains from this, what I checked, if this contains users slash login, then it is allowed. Okay, let me check another scenario. As I have told, to for the proper validation, what I'll do, I will go to my filter, and here I will pass contents some pp. Okay, some pp slash login. I will restart. This time we should get exception because this our URL did not contain like pp slash login, so it will go to the it will throw this exception. Okay, invalid URL. We'll see. Let me try this. We'll see. Let me go to this one and again try one more time. So now this time we are getting double on lang.exception invalid URL, please enter valid URL. This is what we have given as part of exception. Okay, where it is causing, do filter, my filter, do filter 23, line number 23. Okay, if you go to line number 23 exactly. Okay, not my field. Okay, this is my filter, line number 23. This one is throwing exception. Okay, yes. If I try with Jan, then this number. Okay, so I have not refreshed. So I try with this one. Root cause is filter, do filter, line number 21. Line number 21 is giving issue. Line number 21 is nothing but throw new okay, this is the exception it is throwing. This one is giving issue, but our original issue is like here. Here it is not matching the incoming URL. So since it is not matching, it is not allowing forward to go to the login servlet. Straight away it is throwing. Okay, this is this kind of validation we should do whenever we are implementing filter. Then it is many times you will get to implement each API. If you have, for example, you have 10 APIs. Okay, so accordingly you can configure all the APIs, how much time each API is taking. So from that, what you can do, while creating some kind of dashboard or something, then that time this URL and how much time each API is taking, that time it is very helpful actually. Okay, just remember, you can implement a similar code like this whenever you are working with the filter in your real-time application. Okay. Okay, so that's all for this video. I hope the servlet filter is somewhat clear for everyone. So you do practice yourself, so it will be more clear to you people. Okay, so in the next class I will come up with the some advanced version of filter. So we'll see some more example in the next video. Okay, thank you. Today we are going to learn about servlet filters using annotation, how we can develop our servlet application using annotations. Okay, so in the last class we have developed our application by using the filters, the normal approach we have used. There we have seen like how we can configure servlet filters using deployment descriptor, that is of.xml, and in that how the incoming request coming to the servlet and how we can capturing the incoming request, right? So based on the URL. Okay, here today we are going to quickly we are going to develop this application by using annotation. So for that we have created the application, created the basic structure of the application. Now here what I'm going to do, I will make it simple. Okay, so I will take one form field. Form name is okay, filter form. Okay, some name. Method is equals to post, and action is nothing but that URL is filter. Okay, this is the form I have taken, and here in this name only username I will take, nothing much, nothing much. Why? Because I want to show how it will work in the with the help of annotations. Okay, input type, input type text, input type text, and name is equals to username. Okay, here br, and input type submit, value equal to submit. Okay, this is the form we have taken, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to develop our servlet, filter servlet. So display servlet. Okay, display servlet only to display the username, not nothing much. Extends http servlet. Okay, so here first we'll write the annotation for the mm, what is the URL. Okay, URL is nothing but slash what is that, filter. There in the form we have given filter, right? You can see this is where filter we have given, so same URL we need to give. Okay, this is the one we have to give, and what else we have to give? We have to override alt insert, override the method do post method will override, and here we'll write some display code, response dot set, so set content type text slash HTML. Okay, and print writer is equal to response dot get writer. Okay, this is the things we have written, and we will capture the request username. User is equals to request dot get parameter. What is that key? Username. Okay, the request will come with this name. Okay, so then we'll print that user. Okay, user, who is the user? User is equal to user. Okay, this is the user, and finally what we will do, we will close that. Just displaying purpose I am doing that. Only simple message only to display who is the user only we are doing, but our thing is like we want to implement how we can work with the annotation. Okay, exception e out e. Okay, code is done, this one, and again we'll write, you can make one more separate package called filter, but here in the same package I'm developing the filter. Okay, Java, this is filter my filter, to make the our class as a acts as a filter. So what we have to do, we have to implement from filter interface, filter, that is nothing but from the Jakarta servlet. Okay, so what we have to do, we have to implement method, which method? Do filter method. Okay, so to make here the agenda is like we have to work with the annotation. So to make the class as a filter, this one we can do at the annotation, so that it will act as a filter, that is wave wave filter, okay, wave filter. This is the wave filter. What it will do, we are providing the URL pattern, right? So URL pattern is nothing but URL patterns, it will be array. So how many URL pattern it will for that it will work. Okay, so what it will do, we will provide slash star. So for any request it will take, if any URL is there, then we can provide by separating by comma. Okay, that we can do. And this is one parameter of the web filter. Then what is the servlet names? Okay, servlet names, for which servlet it should work. So we have the display servlet, so it should work for display. Okay, for the okay, so we have to keep inside the double quote. Okay, so if we have any other servlet, that also we can provide for xyz servlet is there, so we want to provide. Okay, that also we can provide. Many things also we can provide. For the simplicity, we are keeping only one servlet. If any other servlet you can provide, and other parameters also there, but let it make it simple. Okay, so what I'll do, I will write gen dot to filter request response. Okay, here my thing is like I will count the here two functionality, two use case I want to implement. First thing, what is the incoming request is coming, that we have already developed, and I want to count how many visitor is visiting this application. Okay, so what I'll do, I will make is static int count equals to 0. By default it will be 0. So what it will do, once it will come, then I'll make it count plus plus. Okay, so this one what I can do, I can print sysout total visitors, total visitors is equals to plus total visitor equal to plus what we can do, I can do plus plus count. Okay, so this will count our visitor, whatever the incoming request will come, like that it will capture, and it will count that is nothing, whatever the incoming request is coming, that is our visitors. Okay, so that we will capture here. And incoming request is nothing but string incoming URI. Okay, this one we have already developed in our last application. This is http servlet request. Okay, so what I'll do, I will I will here I'll in the bracket, and here I'll pass the request. Again I will bind dot get request URI. Here we will get the request URI, and I'll print the incoming URI. Incoming URI is the incoming URI. Okay, fine. So this is only that this much things we want to do. Only our things is like we have used the annotations, and we are counting the number of visitors. Okay, so simple. So let me run this application. Okay, so this is servlet filters using annotation. Okay, fine. Apply, run. So it will and the server is getting started. So once it is deployed, we can check how many visitors we have, and oh, John is this one we have given. And if I give another request, this is Smith to another request Tom. Okay, so you can see we have seen 6 visitors. We have given 3 requests, but it is counting visitor is 6 twice it is making. Okay, so incoming request, this one total count, total visitor is equal to count if incoming URI dot contents contents slash filter. Then if incoming request contain the filter, then what I will do, I will print this one. I will print as the count. Okay. Only that, and this incoming request also I will print inside this. Okay, these two things I want to print here. Okay, I'll made that. Let me run this now. Okay, we'll see, because this filter, it is whatever we are giving 3 times, but we are getting 6 visitors. It is not good actually. So this is also like the base URL. It is also coming while deploying the application. So what I want, like whenever this filter it matches, then we'll count that. Okay, so what I'll do, I will go here, and again I can give 1 2. Okay, 2 times. Let me try. Okay, so this time Tom, and we'll submit this one time we have submitted, and here right, 1 time, 2 times we have submitted. Okay, 2 times we have submitted. Let's see, total number of visitors is 2, and incoming URI is filter, and this is the filter. So this is how we can make a number of visitors. Okay, so before, what it is doing, it is we are not filtering out. So that is all together is how you develop your code. Okay, so here I have filtered, if the incoming request is slash filter, then count the number of visitors. So whatever the URL you have, you can configure if else kind of things, or switch case, any how you can develop your code. Okay, so that doesn't matter. But here the things we learned is like how we can develop our code filter by using the servlet, the servlet annotations web filter. Okay, this will act as filter. No need to configure this web.xml. Okay, whatever the web.xml, I have not configured anything, you can see. Okay, so another things I forgot to tell you in the last whenever I developed explaining the normal filter. So we can disable. I already told the theory, but I have not shown practically. So if you want to close the means filter should not comes into picture whenever whenever there is a requirement, we should disable our filter. So what we can do, we can go to this web.xml, and we can remove or uncomment comment that filter, this one. Okay, so like we have a filter we need to configure. So what we can do, we can remove directly, or we can comment this one. So it will not affect our code, it will not work. But here, in whenever we are using annotation, what we can do, we can only simply comment this one, and remaining code will be same. What we'll do, let me restart this. Whatever the it will coming the showing this SOP, it will not come. That means filter is working properly. A filter is not whenever we are running our application, like it is not considering the filter. Whenever we are giving the request directly going to the servlet, not through the filter. Okay, we will see. So what I'll do, same thing, we can test it here. So, and here Tommy is the user. Okay, submit. So user is Tommy. We saw that user is Tommy. Let's see servlet. Now let's see, as we have commented this filter, so you are not able to see any kind of message for the self filter code. Here it was displaying before, but now we are not able to see any kind of code here. That means the filter is disabled. What you learned here, like whenever we want the filter code should be enabled, we can enable. Whenever we want how to disable that, we simply comment that annotation. But in case of web.xml, we can comment that filter configurations. Okay, so I hope this, whenever you are developing your real-time application, so you might have come across in this scenario, like how many visitors you want to display, means how many requests it come to your applications, like in like this kind of stuff you can develop whenever you are developing your application. Okay, that's all for this video. We'll come up with a new video in the next class. Okay, thank you. So today we are going to learn about the user login validation. For example, we have a application. We want to validate whenever user provide the login username and password, whether that user is valid or not. That we want to validate. Okay, if that user is valid, then the user will go further and use that application. Okay, for example, we have a application website, Flipkart application. Once whenever user logs in the Flipkart application, then username with password, if that user is exist or valid, then the user will given the permission to go further and use the application. Okay, otherwise straight away it will say that like the user is not valid, please enter the correct credential. Okay, that kind of things we can do. So here, as you can see, we have a login.html page, from where what we will do, we'll send username and password, we'll log in that application, the request will go to the server. From the server, our application is deployed, that is login servlet. The login servlet will capture the username and password. It will call the here we will also include DAO layer. So in the login servlet, I don't want to mix up this database activity in the login servlet. What I'll do, I will write one more DAO class like user DAO or something, that will validate, that will send the in that user DAO. What I will write, the database related stuffs there, and from that it will communicate with the MySQL database from through the JDBC code, and it will see, it will check if that user is there. Then it will check if the user is valid, then it will get the valid status as true or else false. Okay, then that status it will send to as valid or invalid, that is true or false. Okay, so if user is invalid, then what we will do, we will send that user is, if true means like user is valid, successful is valid, successful login is successful, otherwise the please provide the correct username and password. We will redirect into the same page. Okay, that we are going to implement. So before that, what I'm going to do here is, like, I have already created a table called user login. Inside that, what I have done is, I have inserted three values to save some time. Like, I have created all these things actually. So I will show you, like, these are the Smith, Tom and Roy having the password this and this. If it will, when we will complete our application, and it will check this application user underscore login. Okay, so that is, they are inside the Servlet DB. Schema name is Servlet DB. Okay, so let me quickly jump into the ID and develop our application. So I have created the directory structure. Every time why I am doing, I have to save some time to make the video. To you people should get the appropriate content with less time. So that is my intention here. Okay, so that is why I am creating all these structures. Okay, so we'll quickly go to this one, and here what I'm going to write one form with the username, which will so that user can input the username and password. Okay, first I will take one div tag. Okay, what is the div, then align equal to center. Okay, so I will cut this div and I will paste here. Okay, so that this will be shown as the center, and whatever the things we will write inside that, it will come as part of center. We don't, as a backend developer, we should if you know, then it is well and good, otherwise you should know at least basic HTML code. Okay, so first user. Okay, so form will create. Okay, form name is login form, something like that, and the method is post. Action is nothing but the URL, that is login. Okay, inside the login, what will write username, and inside that will write input type is equal to text, name is equals to username. Okay, username, and then br. Okay, then password input type password, input type is password, and value is login. Okay, and what I will write br. Okay, then submit button, input type equal to submit. Oh, pass, sorry, so this should not be the value. Actually, this should be submit type value. Okay, so name is equal to password. Okay, once this is the login form. So once user submit the login form, then what it will happen, the request will go to the specified URL, login URL. For that, what I am going to do here is, like, I'm going to write one servlet, login servlet. Okay, user login, user login, servlet. Okay, so as usual, that will extends from HTTP servlet. Okay, so here we will write annotation web servlet, and inside that value is slash login, and I'll override the do post method. Override method will come to directly to do post. We'll implement this one, and here try catch exception e this out e. Okay, this is the one. Then response dot set content type text slash html. This part you know already. Okay, and print writer is equal to response dot get writer. This is the code you people know. Okay, then we'll capture the username. Capture the username equal to request, from the request. Okay, request dot get parameter. Get parameter is nothing but username. Okay, this is the username, and string password is equals to request dot get parameter, that is password. Okay, so we have already we have captured here. Okay, so inside the servlet, what we'll do, once the request comes to the servlet, then from here we'll send the user username and password to the database. Okay, so we can write the database stuffs here, but it will be clumsy, so we should not mix that. So what we'll do, we'll create one DAO, right? Let me write the package. Always maintain the package structure, actually. DAO, and one more package will create for the bin, and here in the bin, what we'll write, we'll write Java class, that is user bin. Okay, user bin, it should implements serializable private string username. Will take username, private string password. Okay, private string password. Okay, these two things we have written, and what we'll do, we'll write the constructor select none. This is the constructor we have written, and what I'll write, and I will write the setter getter and setters for both the things. Okay, and this is the things we'll write, and what else we'll write. Okay, that's it, that is the things we need to write. Okay, so this is the user bin, and inside the DAO, what I'll write user DAO, okay, user DAO. Inside the user DAO, what I'll write one method, public static boolean validate method. Okay, validate is the method name. Inside that what I'll write, it will take one argument. What kind of argument? An object type, user object type, user and user. It will take the user type, and it will perform here inside the user DAO. Will write the, for the validation, this validation will write the JDBC stuffs here. We'll write, okay, JDBC code to validate. Okay, we'll write here JDBC code, and here we'll write the return statement, return status. Return status, what I'll write, boolean status is equals to by default false. By default is invalid, so once that is done, we'll return that final status. Okay, so what I'm going to write here is, like, here I'm going to write the JDBC code. Okay, JDBC code for that. So class dot for name, class dot for name, inside that what we'll write, com dot mysql dot cj dot jdbc dot driver, I think. Okay, driver. Okay, we'll see if it is not correct, then we'll check. Class not found, add exception to method in class not found. Okay, class not found method signature we have added, and here after that what I'll write, we'll write driver manager dot get connection con we should write. But whenever we are writing the we are dealing with the JDBC kind of thing, we should write inside the try catch. So try, we'll write try with resource, so that we should it will auto closable, the resource will be auto closable. Okay, so what is the auto closable means, like that is the Java 7 feature. So whenever we can write try, then catch, then finally in the finally block we should close the resources like connection, result set, all these things we should close. But here what we are going to do, we'll write here the everything, all the things, declare all the things, then that will be auto closable. Okay, so what I will write, I will write connection on equals to driver manager dot get connection. Okay, driver manager dot get connection. It will take URL, username and password. What is that URL? URL is nothing but URL is what? URL is JDBC colon MySQL localhost colon localhost. Okay, connection string, we can search JDBC MySQL connection string. Okay, MySQL connection string, something which will get. Okay, JDBC. Okay, JDBC MySQL localhost. Okay, that port number. Okay, fine, we got that. We have written correctly actually, JDBC colon MySQL 303. So then our servlet, our DB name. Okay, schema name, servlet DB. Then what is that? User is root. Oh, this root. Then password is also root. By default, this is the password. Okay, we should write these things, and then what I will write? So what I will write? Prepare statement. Okay, prepare statement pstmt is equal to what is that? Connection dot prepare statement. Okay, what is that? It will take SQL query. Okay, the SQL query, what we will write, we will write inside this boolean, then we'll write string SQL. Okay, string query, SQL query. Okay, string SQL query. Okay, select star from what is that name? Actually, the name is the user underscore login. Okay, user underscore login. Select star from user underscore login, where username is equals to question mark and password is also equals to question mark. This is our SQL query. We need to pass. Once we execute our SQL query, statement, then catch block, SQL exception E. Okay, we should write this one SQL. Okay, SQL statement, then e dot print stack trace, and for this one we can print the e, what it is printing. Okay, that we can print, and for inside this what we'll write, dot set string. Okay, set string is 1 comma, then the user object will get the username. Okay, we'll write alt enter l. Okay, it will format. Okay, fine. So we have written this one pstmt dot set string 2 comma user, whatever the user the password, user dot get password from the user object, whatever the user object for the validation it is sent. From that we will filter the username and password, that will set to the prepare statement. Once that is set, then now the next job is result set. Okay, so let me print the stmt what it is printing, just for pstmt. Okay, then result set, result set rs is equals to pstmt dot execute query. This we will execute. Once that is execute, then we'll get the result, like we can store with the status is equals to rs dot next. Okay, for status it is not taking. Okay, so we have declared the method as static. Okay, so not declare. Okay, so that issue is gone now. So once that is status is true or something, that will return here. Okay, we'll go to the, now this is done. This is user login servlet. Here we are sending the status. So what we'll do here inside the user login, we'll write private user DAO, right? User DAO. Okay, user DAO. This is the things we have done here. DAO is equals to new user DAO. Okay, the object will create alt shift L. Okay, user DAO. Then I will create the user. What is that key created? User is equals to new user. Okay, this is the one we will create, and will set to the user dot set username is what is that username we got from the request. Here we have created the user object, and into that user object we'll set the username, which we'll get from the request. Okay, and similarly we'll pass the user dot set password. Set password is nothing but the password. Here we'll set, once we set that, then we'll call user DAO dot validate, and that will pass, user object will pass to this one, and it will return one boolean status. It will return some boolean. Okay, here we can write for the login, for the successful login we can redirect to the login page. For the error we can write redirect the call into the login page, sorry, the error page. Okay, but what we are doing, we are putting one if statement, status if status, then print s out successful. Okay, login successful. And similarly I will write this will print on console, but I want to write dot println the same thing. I want to print login successful, login successful, login successful for which user? Let me write the user login successful user. Okay, and here also username. Okay, so this is the things we can write, and if it is not, then else in the else what we'll write, we'll print that login invalid, login invalid, and here invalid. Okay, invalid for invalid for user, this one. Okay, login invalid will print, and here what we'll do, one writer dot println, this will double quote, then what I'll write, I will write anchor tag. Okay, before that we'll write br, it will new line, then I will write one anchor tag ahref is equals to single quote login dot html. So login.html, this is the login page. It will redirect to the login page, and we'll close that, and we'll give login with valid credential. Okay, login with valid credential, and we'll close the anchor tag. Okay, this will close the anchor tag and double quote ends. Okay, this is the things we need to write. So once the login is successful, then it will print this one. Otherwise it will print login invalid, and it will give one more chance to login, redirect into the same login.html page, and where we will enter the correct username and password again. Okay, so I think that's all with the development. Anything we left? User login, override. Okay, this one we have given. Okay, login, we can write in the web.xml login, html is our this one, uh, our welcome file, but directly also we can run that. Okay, so what is the application name? User validation using MySQL. Apply. Okay, let's see if any issue. We'll see. The application is started. Okay, so before that I will show you, I have added actually while developing, uh, what I have done here is, like, I have added MySQL connector. You should import this one. Okay, because this structure I have created before, I have added the MySQL connector. Otherwise you will give the you will get the exception. Okay, so what I'm doing, I will take this. This one I'll write login dot html, as we have not provided welcome file, or directly that file explicitly we have to write. See, due to the div tag, it is center. We are getting all these things in the center. Okay, so username is Tom and password is Tom @123. You can see Tom123. Okay, I have given the login successful for the user Tom. We get that. Okay, so if you go to this one, some message will be printed. Statement we have printed. Select star from user login where username is Tom and password is this one. Okay, so same login message. So this is how we can we can validate the one user whenever the user is trying to enter into some particular website or app or something else. So in that case, if you want to validate one user, then this kind of implementation we can do. Okay, and here one thing I wanted to bring to your notice is, I have everything I have separated with the package. This is the DAO, this is bean, and user login also we can do like one servlet package where Prakash IT dot servlet. Inside the servlet package also we can put user login, welcome, any kind of servlet we can put inside that. So better whenever you are developing your application, better maintain the package structure. Okay, fine. So this is, I hope the the user validation is understandable by everyone. Okay, so that's all for this video. So we'll meet in the next video with a new topic. Okay, thank you. Today we are going to learn one more new topic, that is user registration, like user registration or employee registration. So as it is, like I have created the basic structure like empty structure. So here I have created the employee registration using my JDBC, my SQL and JDBC. Okay, so while in this application development, we are going to register the employee. Okay, so whenever you are joining some company or something, so they are maintaining employee record, right? So they are employee, once new employee is joined, then that employee must be registered, right? So in order to like do the registration, so here we will do the same by using the JDBC and MySQL. Okay, so as it is, like I have created one employee register.html form here. What I'll do, I will make it div uh, align center, and what I'll do, sorry, I'll do okay. So employee registration form I have created. Let me create one form name is equal to register form. Registration form, okay, anything, okay. Then method is equals to post, and what we are going to do here is we are going to write action. What is the URL? This is the URL. Okay, this is the URL, and here in the registering form, before that, let me tell you one thing. Like what I have done, I have created the table structure. So what you have to do, you have to create the table structure like employee ID int, which is a primary key, null, it's not contain null, and I have taken auto increment. Okay, so you should create this table. Okay, with the employee ID will be auto increment, it will be created automatically, okay, by the database. Okay, and first name, last name, email, these are the three fields I have created. Okay, and I have inserted few records into this. How many records? Okay, 3 records are there. Okay, so we'll use the same table, okay, employees table. So here in this, let me develop this one, first name, last name, and email. Okay, first name, input type is equal to text, name is equals to, sorry, first name, okay, where last name, input type text, name is equals to last name. Okay, name equal to last name, and we'll create br. Okay, first name, last name, and what next one is email. Okay, email is input type is text, and name is equal to email. Okay, this is the three fields we are using as of now. And finally, what we'll write in submit tag. Okay, submit, input type equal to submit, and value equal to register. Register. Okay, value equal to register. Value equal to register. Okay, this is the field we are going to. This is the form we have written. Okay, so corresponding to that, what we will do, we will create one more these things like. Here we will create the package structure com.process.it. Inside that we will create one more package for bin. This is one package, and another package we are going to create as usual, like DAO. And if in this application will contain only one servlet, so better to let create package servlet. Okay, here inside this package, the servlet file will be there. Okay, so here I'm going to create employee registration, employee registration. Okay, employee registration servlet. This is the servlet, so it should extends http servlet. Okay, this is the servlet we have written, and in order to provide the URL, web servlet will write, and inside that we'll write value slash what is that we have given register. Okay, so same thing we are going to provide here, and here we are going to override the do post method. Override method do post. Okay, response dot set content type text slash HTML. So why okay, I will tell you. And print writer equals to response response dot get writer. This is the things. Okay, so servlet we have just started. Before that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create the bin class. Okay, the bin class which will create the employee object. So I'm going to create employee bin so implements serializable. Okay, so and here private string first name private string last name, and then private string email. This is the three fields I will take, and what I'll do, I will create the constructor and select none, then setter getter. Okay, I have created this. Okay, employee bin is done, and inside the DAO we will create one class employee DA employee DAO. Okay, employee DAO will create this one. Inside that we will create one method public. Once we here what is the purpose of employee DAO, so we can write the once the request comes to the servlet, so request handling stops, so like whatever the request stops will be there, like I mean to say, like request handling details and the business logic what we want to do, that we will handle here. And here also we can inside the servlet we can do the JDBC connecting to database and all these things we can write here. But it is not the correct way to do. So that what is the correct way is, like we should separate the database related activities into a separate package. So that is the reason I have created this employee DO. Here we will do the JDBC activity, like database related activity. Okay, persistent activity. So here public, once we register the register one employee, so it will give the result either 0 or 1, means so it will return type is int. Public int, method name is register. Okay, method name is register, which will take employee object. Whatever the employee object we will provide, that object is going to save. Okay, so here inside that what I will do, I will create int result is equals to 0 and finally here after that return result. This result we are going to return. Okay, let me write the JDBC code. Before that, okay, employee registration here in the servlet get the, once this form is submitted, these details we need to capture in the servlet. Okay, so string first name is equals to request dot get parameter. This is first name. Okay, this is the first name. Okay, and string last name equals to request dot get parameter, and this is the key is last name. Okay, last name. And one more thing is that string email equals to request dot get parameter, that is email. Okay, that's all. This is the three fields we need to filter out from the request. Once that is we filtered out, so what we'll do, we'll call the DAO. Okay, so inside the DAO is not there, so what we'll do, we'll create private employee DAO employee DAO oh, it's fine, employee DAO. So here what we'll do, we'll create employee is equals to new employee. Okay, the object will create, and into the employee object will bind the details. Employee dot set first name. set first name, into this first name will set. Okay, similarly employee dot set last name, and here is the last name. Okay, and finally employee dot set email, and whatever the email we got from this from the request, that we are going to set. Once we form this employee object, then on the employee reference, employee DAO reference, employee DAO means employee DAO is the reference. On that we'll call the register method and we'll pass this employee object. Okay, whatever object we'll pass, employee name, employee last name and emails, that is going to register. Okay, once it is registered, it will going to result me it is going to so return me one either 1 or 0. So let me tell you result equals to so let me create here result int result equals to 0 by default. Okay, so it will return, and let me complete this servlet. Okay, so if this if the result either will give 0 or 1, if result not equals to 0, that means not equal to 0, that means employee got employee is successfully inserted, means registered. Okay, employee is successfully inserted into the DB, that means employee successfully registered. Okay, that means we'll print the statement writer dot println employee successfully registered. Okay, so this I will copy, and also once this out I will print employee got registered. Okay, fine. This is that's all for this one. And else, if anything else, if it is not inserted, then what will do, I will print same statement employee not inserted or employee not registered. Not registered, employee not registered. Okay, so this is the things we need to write. Okay, so one more statement also we can do here, but I will do it later. Okay, fine. So this servlet is completed, servlet is completed, then DAO. Then here what we have to do, JDBC things we have to write, JDBC code here we have to write. Okay, before that let me write one string insert query, insert query is equals to insert into insert. Okay, that should be inside the double quote actually. Let me comment insert into employees into which field ID will be, as I have told, ID will be auto created. Okay, created by the database. So what I have to insert, first name, last name, email. These are the field the data should be inserted, and values are what? Values are question mark, comma, question mark, comma, question mark. Okay, these are the three values, first name, last name, email. It will be inserted, whatever the value we will pass, that value it will going to insert. That is the SQL query I have written. Okay, and I am going to write JDBC and string. Let me write the URL, it is too lengthy, so URL is JDBC colon MySQL, if I am not wrong, colon slash MySQL, sorry, MySQL JDBC MySQL colon then localhost colon on which port number our application is running, 303306, then slash what is the DB name? Our DB name Servlet DB, right? Servlet DB or what? Let me check that. Servlet DB. Okay, fine. Servlet DB. This is our DB name. Okay, this should be there. And on that is then class dot for name. It is not required, but better to write class dot for load the driver class. Okay, com dot MySQL dot cj dot jdbc dot driver. Okay, this is the driver we need to load. Okay, class not found, it will throw. So let add the class not found exception. Okay, so once that is done, let me write one try block inside that, inside the try, and I will write SQL exception E and what I'll do, e dot print track trace, and let me print the e as well. Okay, fine. So it is crying, it will go away. Okay, try. Then inside the try block, what I'll write, I'll use try with resource. Okay, for the what is the first step? Connection on is equals to driver manager dot get connection, that URL. Okay, URL, then username is root, and password is also root. This is the things we need to do. And one more thing, that if that is done, then prepare statement. Prepare statement ps is equals to con dot prepare statement. Okay, con dot prepare statement, and here we'll write insert query 1 comma, then what is that name? From the employee object we will get the first name, then the second is ps dot set string 2 comma employee dot last name, and ps dot set string 3 comma employee dot get email. Once we get, we'll set the string, then execute the statement. Execute statement means uh, result is equals to ps dot execute update. Okay, so we'll do the execute update, that will be okay, we'll execute update this one, the query. Okay, the query will execute update, then finally whatever the result we are getting, whether it is inserting or not, that result we are returning. Okay, so employee around with try catch. Okay, yes, correct. Employee, everything is completed seems. So I have written the web.xml login file also I have written, because lengthy name, right? Okay, fine. So let me deploy this application. Tomcat employee SQL JDBC, apply, then run. The server is starting. Let's see. Okay, let me create this one and open this window. Right. Okay, it is first name is, let me tell it, Bob. Bob Martin, and what the rate gmail.com. Okay, so this is the one I want to register. Okay, this dot employee DAO is null. Okay, got that. Object we have not created. Employee registration. So here, while calling this one, so we should create the employee DAO. Employee DAO is equals to new employee DAO. Okay, Alt L. Okay, fine. So let me restart again. Server started. Okay, fine. Let me give the same request. Okay, now this time employee successfully registered. Okay, so how you will get to know employee successfully registered or not? We have to go to this one. We have given Bob. So now if I run this query, then you can see Bob Martin and Bob gmail.com, this one getting registered. Okay, so this is successfully executing. So I need, like, every time we need to no need to run. So what we can do, we can modify. Even I have written the JDBC code here inside the DAO. Where is the DAO? Registration employee. Where is the DAO? Okay, DAO. Here I have written employee.connection. So same connection we are writing. So for example, we want to perform some other delete operation we want to perform. So here we will write one more DAO or employee DAO, same connection we are trying to get, right? Every time we are creating the same stuffs, employee, all these things. So better we can write one more utility package we can create inside that. This connection kind, this all these things, what you can do, common things we can put inside that. Whenever we are trying to get the connection, we can call the utility method, we can get the connection from here. Okay, that we can do as part of your homework. You can do that, try that, or else like if sometime I will get, then I will make one mean kind of this kind of mini project, I can include end to end. Okay, better you try from your end. So now the point is like for this time we have registered one user. So I want particular user, I want to register one more user. So we don't need, no need to run. So what we can do, we can provide. So inside the employee registration we are getting the successful message. This message we don't need. Even what we can do, I can write a response object, response. You have studied already. I have already explained send redirect. Send redirect, what it will do, it will redirect to what is that, web.xml. Let me copy from employee register, employee register session, employee registration dot html. What it will do, if the successful registration, then it will redirect to the same page. Okay, instead of showing the message, so message we can see success, the employee got inserted, employee got registered successfully, this message will see. And this is also the same page will be the same page again, this same page will be redirect so okay, got this one. Okay, so once this will be saved, this will be successfully registered, and to register one more employee, this statement if you write, then it will load this the same form, it will load. Okay, let me restart and do that. Okay, okay, let me try to give one more request. Okay, one more request. So this time Nitin will not give last name, and Gmail is nitin@yahoo.com. Okay, this is the password. Uh, Disclose. Okay, so what we have written there? Anything wrong we have written? Oh, redirect. This should be only employee register.html. Okay, no slash. It should not be no slash. Okay, this time it should work. Okay. Okay, again see. I think Nitin, we have entered 2 times. Okay, fine. So again, I will insert one more, Raj at the rate hotmail.com. Okay, this is the one I want to enter. Once I click register, then what it will do, again the same form it will load. Okay, see, it is not the message not shown, but the same form it is loaded because of send redirect. Okay, so we saw like employee successfully registered two times it is got inserted. And if I go to the database, and if I see here, so if I run this one, then you can see Alex and Nitin 2 times it we have inserted, right? We have not we have not given any constraint. So same name, email it taken. So we'll make the email as like this one unique, so that it will not insert, right? So it will throw exception. That is fine. That is a part of development we can do. But as you can see that this works fine, right? It is the employee is getting registered. Okay. So I hope this employee registration is clear to everyone. Before I have explained how to user validation. So if you combine that application user validation using MySQL and this registration, you can merge this both two and you can make one mini project. Once the employee can validate, once it is validated, then the employee can log into the application. Then if it is admin, admin can add the employee. Okay, admin can add the employee or register the employee. Okay, this is how we can develop our code. Okay, so that's all for this video. We'll meet in the next video. Thank you. So today we are going to develop one mini project. So here we are going to develop, like by seeing this, you might have got that we are going to develop one employee management system, right? So employee management system we are going to develop in the first screen. This is for the employee management system. So what it will do, it will in this employee management, the employee details will be saved. Okay, so there will be one admin who is taking care of this all these activities, right? Who is storing, like creating the user details, user profile, and is setting the password and all these things. So what are the fields we are going to save, like first name, last name, username, password, country, all these things is admin is going to save. So before login to the portal, so user has to that is the logged in user is admin or not. So before storing the employee details, right, that kind of activity we are performing. Okay, so here I will show you, like we have used two tables, like this is admin table, and admin table contains employee and password. So here we will validate the admin. If the admin is valid, then only it will enter to the employee management system. And in the employee management system, so we are storing all these things: employee ID, first name, last name, username, password, country. All these things we are storing. So in employee ID we have taken here auto increment. Whenever we are performing some insert operation, then and that time, like employee ID will be created automatically from the database, right? This is the things. Okay, so now let me tell you, like what as part of this project, what we are going to cover. Like once the admin is provided the employee ID and credential, once that is valid or invalid, two cases, like one is invalid and another one is valid. Okay, one is invalid and another one is valid. If it is invalid, then it will show the message invalid login, please try with valid credential. Okay, this is the first scenario. And if it is valid, then it will show login successful, and the welcome screen will be displayed, right? And in the welcome screen, we are providing also view all employees. Once this is the field, like first name, last name, to save this employee details. Once the employee is saved, then by clicking this hyperlink, we can see what are the uh, employees are there in the database, right? So one that is saved, once on the clicking of save, so that record will go to the database, and inside the database the record will be saved. The next thing is like on clicking of this view all employees, so it will what will show, we'll see, let me zoom it so that you will be like able to see. Okay, so here you will see in the database, like employee ID, first name, last name, password, country. Then these are the details. These are the details that is there in the database, right? And two more fields we have provided. That is, one is edit and another one is delete. On clicking of the edit, so what it will do? It will perform the whatever the for which edit we are clicking, that corresponding ID will be taken, and on that basis, like the admin will perform the edit and it will save again. Okay, and on clicking of the delete, based on the whatever the ID that is there, that ID will be deleted from the database, right? Okay, so this is the overall functionality we have. So I will explain like in detail, like I will do the coding in detail so that it will be easy for you to understand. Okay, here I have used MySQL database and Servlet, only pure Servlet with MySQL database and Tomcat server for the coding. Okay, let me show you like how it behaves actually. So here is the database. This is the home page. This is the home page, like admin home page, right? Once admin enters the credential, so then admin will able to, like, let me choose that password, wrong password. So what it will do, it will show invalid login, please try with valid credential. Okay, so same page it is again pop up, again showing. So if I do admin @123, this is our password that is saved at the database. So if I click on this one, login successful, and the employee registration form is employee registration form is, that is in the that is the first welcome screen, like what I can say, like home page, that is loading. Okay, insert one record. Okay, let me take Tom and Harry, and username is Tom underscore Harry, and password is Harry 123. Okay, this is the password, and he belongs to some London. Okay, if I perform save, then employee added successfully, the message you are seeing, and again the same page it is displaying. And if I click in the view all employees, then these are the employees that is stored inside the database, right? You can see employee ID, first name, last name, username, all these things, and you see here is the edit button. Okay, if I click in the down, you can see on hovering, like localhost employee management system, edit employee by ID. Okay, these are the ID equal to 1 or 2, and if I delete, then you can see if I see delete also, delete employee by ID equal to 1 or 2. Overall code I will do accordingly. Okay, and in this screen, edit option is there and delete option is there, and add employee also here at the down. If you click add employee, so it will again go back to the home page. Okay, here also we can do. Okay, let me delete the Tom Harry we have added. We have let me first do the edit 1 2 3 4, and Tom Harry is Tom Harry 2 3 4. Okay, Hari last name Hari, Hari Om. Okay, we have done is country is some London. It was London before, right? Let me do it USA. Okay, so if I go to this one, so Hari Om 34 Hari 1234 USA, that is got changed. Okay, if I want to delete, simply I can click delete. So record deleted successfully for the employee 1010, that is deleted. Okay, so this is the overall functionality of this application. So we'll see at the coding part. Okay, I in this coding part, I'll explain from the HTML how you can use, how you can use the form page, how you can validate everything in detail. I have explained, though it is a long video, going to be long video, I have explained each and every bit. So be patientful, like be careful, and be listen properly. Okay, and after listening all these things, then you have to practice yourself, so that you will be confident enough to develop similar kind of project. Okay, and your confident level, I'm guarantee that your confident level is going to be high. Okay, so we'll meet in the coding section. So as discussed, like we are going to develop this project. So I have created the basic structure, that is employee management system app. Okay, in this in this system like I have created the package structure like beans, controller, DAO IMPL, utility. So first we'll see, as part of this application, like whatever the dependency we have added. As part of this, we have added servlet. We are going to create servlet, right? So we have added the Servlet API version 6.0.0. Okay, that is the one we have created, and here we are going to use MySQL and Tomcat, right? MySQL connector I have added, and Java 17 we are using in this project. Okay, so whenever communicating with the database, like there is a common scenario. There will be a common scenario, like maybe we are creating it in the. I have created the controller bean class, the model class. The controller means all the servlet will put in controller. DAO database related stuffs will be DAO or DAO IMPL, or in these two packages that will be there. And utility, whatever the common activity we are going to perform, that kind of classes will be in the utility. Okay, we are going to communicate with the JDBC, right? To communicate with the database. So that class, that is a common requirement, right? For example, we have 5 servlet in the controller, right? So that all the controller using the JDBC connection, so that connection should be in the utility. Every time in the controller we should not create, right? To make the reusability, so what we will do, we'll create the common class or common utility things in the utility package, so that all the servlet can make use of this. Okay, so what I'll do, I'm going to start the development from the utility. Let's say it's the JDBC, right? JDBC class. So let's name it JDBC utility, JDBC connection utility. Okay, JDBC connection utility. Okay, should be fine. Okay, so here while connecting it with the JDBC database, so we require three things: URL, username, and password. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, like, I'm going to declare them as final private static final string URL. Okay, URL is nothing but then what I'm going to do here is, like, I'm going to write what is the URL name? JDBC colon MySQL colon / localhost. Then on which port number our the MySQL is running 3306. Okay, then our servlet, sorry, our database name is servlet DB. This is the schema name, means the database name. Okay, this is the URL we have created. Okay, so then private static final string username. Okay, username is root. Okay, actually, since we are making constants, actually we should make it as URL, then user underscore name, then make it one more, password is also root. Okay, this is the thing. So we have root. Okay, so then we are going to create one method. Public. This method is going to return one connection, right? So return type should be connection get connection. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, like, get connection is the method I'm going to create. So we are going to so everyone can get this without creating the object. So what we're going to, like, we will make this as static. Okay, so that I will make like connection on is equals to null. I will declare here. Okay, control shift L. Okay, so I will return con. Okay, this connection I want to return. Okay, so inside the, while creating the communicating the database, what we have to do, we have to load the class name, class dot for name. For name, what class we need to load? Com dot MySQL dot cj dot JDBC com MySQL cj JDBC dot com dot MySQL dot cj dot JDBC dot driver. Okay, this is the this is our uh, driver class. Okay, so class not found, it will throw it, let throw that one. Okay, class not found. Okay, so once we load that, then we'll get the connection. Con is equals to driver manager dot get connection. We'll pass the URL, username, then password. Okay, these are the three things we'll pass. So it will throw SQL exception. Let add the signature, this SQL exception. Okay, we have created this connection method. Then once the connection has been established, then we need to perform some cleanup activity. Cleanup. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll create a public static method name is cleanup. Let's name is cleanup method will take result set rs, then prepare statement ps, then connection con. Okay, these are the three things it will take the. Okay, it will return nothing. So let me take the return type as void. Okay, so what is the intention of this method is like whatever the connection, prepare statement, result set, whatever we are using as part of this database communication for the database communication, then that this is these are the resources, right? We should close these resources, okay, in the reverse order. Okay, so make it like if rs not equals to null, then print not equal to null, then rs dot close. Okay, okay. So these things let me copy, and let me copy. Okay, so then now it is ps. If ps not equal to null, then close the ps, then connection. Okay, connection, and connection also let me close. Okay, so here in the next I will write another method that is sometimes we don't our cleanup means our database communication activity will not include this result set. Why? Because if this is not select statement, then there will be no result set involvement, right? So there will be only prepare statement, and we want to save, delete, or update something that kind of TML operation we want to proceed. Then in that case, only prepare statement and connection object will be involved. So that time we will clean only this method. Okay, so this is the second method, cleanup method. So whenever required, we'll call this cleanup with 3 parameter, or cleanup method with 2 parameter. We'll call this. Okay, I hope the utility method is got completed. Okay, that's all. So whenever required, we'll call this. Okay, so now it's the time to create the scenario I have already explained. Like we need to create the login page, right? Login page for the admin. Like whenever who wants to, like whenever in the company, so employee will join, right? So that is the job of the admin to add the employee, edit employee, or delete employee, something. The admin, that is the job responsibility of the admin. Okay, whoever the admin, that will first log into the system, employee management system, and then uh, that person will add the employee or edit the employee. Whatever the activity he want to do, he can perform. Okay, what I have done here is I have taken the HTML, and I have the deep tag I have taken also here. So first what I'm doing, I have written welcome to employee management system. So this message will be displayed at the home screen. This is the home screen, login page is home screen. Okay, and this one admin, please login to continue, this one is fine. But the thing is that I don't remember that style part, like some color I want to, because if I see here, then it will show black and white, right? So I don't need that. I don't want that. Actually, I need some colorful things. So I need some bg color in HTML. Okay, HTML colors. So let me, okay, regular blue. Okay, this is the code I need actually. Style, this is the code. Okay, we'll close this. Style I can paste here, and S2 also paste here. So here I'll check into what else color is there. What is this color? Tomato, huh? Okay, tomato, orange, apple, everything there. Okay, fine. Tomato. Okay, let's see how it looks. See, it's looking something like we can feel that this is a real employee management system, right? Okay, fine. So that is not that is not the not our job. So what we'll do? We'll give one BR. Okay, two line break. Okay, so here we'll create one employee form which will take employee username and password. Okay, form name equal to uh, admin login form. Okay, admin login form, then method is equal to post, and here action will be slash admin. So not slash will not be there, admin. Okay, so in that we will have admin will log in by his username and password. Okay, employee ID, employee ID, emp ID, input type is equals to text, then name is equal to emp ID. This is the name, and what I want to provide one BR, then password is something, input type, is password. Okay, input type password, then name is password. Okay, this is the things I want to develop, and then once employee username password enters, then you will submit that, right? So input type equals to submit, and value equals to login. Okay, so once the users login, then this will go to one servlet. So let's name it as admin servlet. Okay, so we'll write inside this admin servlet, or admin name is controller. Okay, admin controller, because from the this one you'll go request go to this controller. So this is the servlet. I named it as controller. Okay, so it will extend from HTTP servlet. Okay, so to make it accessible, we'll provide the URL pattern. URL pattern is nothing but whatever the name we have provided inside the form, that is admin. We have what we have given, admin slash login. Let it be admin slash login /admin/login. Okay, admin login looks good. Okay, fine. So then what we'll do, we will implement, so we'll override the method do post method. Do post is the method we'll override, and as usual I will write response.set content type. This is text slash HTML, print writer is equal to response dot get writer. That is the things I have done. So once that is done, the request comes to admin controller. Once the admin controller, then we'll do the validation. Okay, here. So before that, let me create the bean for that. Bean is Java bean. Java bean is like admin is the class name. So implements serializable. Okay. Then private int emp id means admin emp id, and private string password, because we are going to validate against employee ID and password. So that is the reason I have taken only two fields, constructor, no parameter constructor. Okay, no argument constructor. Then I will write the setter getter inside setter getter for both the fields. Okay, that bean is ready. Okay, so then I will write admin DAO, admin DAO, admin DAO. Inside the admin DAO, what I'll write? I'll write public boolean method name is validate. Okay, validate is the method which will take admin and the object like username password it will take, and against this username password it will validate. Oh sorry, this is the, I forgot, like this is the, sorry, it should not be class, it should be interface. Actually it should be interface, because this is DAO, right? DAO should be interface, and DAO IMPL should be implementation. So I'll write one this method validate. Okay, and inside the admin DAO IMPL, so admin, inside this package I'll provide the implementation admin DAO IMPL. Admin DAO IMPL implements admin DAO. Then I will implement the method. Okay, validate is the method. Inside the DAO layer, what I will do, this is the login, this is the controller. Here inside this controller, what I will do, I will write private admin DAO this one, and I will write one override the init method. What is that? Override methods init. Inside the init, what I'll do, I will create admin DAO is equal to the object I will create. This is the one-time activity I want to perform, so that is why I have override the init method. Inside that, I will create the object of admin. Okay. So this is admin DAO. Admin DAO IMPL. That is the implementation class, not the admin class. Okay. New DAO IMPL. New admin DAO IMPL. The object I have created for this admin DAO. Okay. So then what I'll do, we are going to check, so it will return, we are going to call this admin DAO dot validate method. Will pass the user. Will pass the user. What user will going to pass? Let me extract this from the request. So whenever the login form submitted, the request will come as in the form of employee ID and password. So in this controller, we need to extract data from request. Okay. Okay. So everything like okay. Sorry, got this string emp id equals to string emp id equals to request dot get parameter emp id. This is the one emp id. Then string password is equals to request dot get parameter password. Okay, password which we have user has submitted. Okay, once I get that, what I'll do, I will create the admin equals to new admin. I'll create the object, and after creating the object, then whatever the username, password, employee ID, password I got, then I will set that. I will set emp id, then emp id. I need to pass that actually. It will pass it because this is string. We need to pass that. Okay, because this is the one that is the integer, so I need to pass that. Then admin dot set password is nothing but the password. Okay, and what it is expecting, it is expecting admin user, admin object, so I will pass the admin. Okay, fine. So once I call that, so what it is going to do, it is going to return uh, boolean means, so boolean boolean status equals to this one. Okay, so okay, it will call and it will get the result. That activity will happen in the inside the IMPL admin DAO IMPL. So once that request we got, then what I'm going to do here is like a writer dot println login successful. Okay, login successful. So this is the one I want to print here, and as well as in the console, just to check. Okay, console. If that is not the case, then else in the else part, writer dot println invalid login is try with valid credential. Okay, so this is the one I want. Okay, so this is out actually. It's out. Okay, that's fine. And if that is success, then it will print. It will if that is success, it is well and good. And if it is not success, then what I have to do? I have to again show the relogin page, right? So that is request dot get request dispatcher. Get request dispatcher. What is that form name? Login page. Login dot html login.html. This is the page, and we have to include this page. Okay, include request dot response. So this include tag actually I have shown you request dispatcher, right? Request dispatcher, in that include and forward tag is there. If someone is not aware of this one, so then I have the playlist that I have covered already. Request dispatcher example, right? Somewhere in the in our application I have already shown that one. Okay. Session management, right? Session management. Login request dispatcher servlet, right? I have already shown that one. So you guys can visit that. Okay. So this is the things I have provided. Then that now this is the time to implement this one. Okay. So here what I'm going to do here is, like, here the JDBC JDBC code. Okay, JDBC code we need to write. So connection con is equals to we should write driver manager dot get connection, all that things. Okay, but we have already created the utility class. Utility class is nothing but JDBC connection utility dot get connection. Okay, nothing we have to pass. Then what we have to do, I have to handle the exception. Okay, that is the things I have created. And inside this DAO IMPL we need to create one SQL query, right? Private static final string select query. Let it be select query. Okay, so write select star from admin. Admin is the table. Select star from admin where empid is equals to question mark, and password is also question mark. This is the things I have to write. Okay, so once I got the connection, then I have to write the prepare statement. Prepare statement ps is equals to con dot prepare statement. I have to pass the select query. I need to pass select query. Okay, so here I have created the prepare statement, right? Then prepare statement dot I need to set the whatever the password that is that we got, right? Password dot set from where admin dot get empid. That is the parameter one index, and ps dot set string. Second parameter is which one? Admin dot get password. Okay, so I want to write this what is the query, it is executed. Okay, so I have created the connection and set, and one that is done. Then what I have to do, I have to execute ps dot execute query. This is the select statement, right? So execute query will give us result set rs. Okay, uh, now what we'll do, we'll proceed with this one. While rs dot next inside that we'll do the validation. If id and password admin dot get empid equals to uh, rs dot okay, let me do one thing. What I'll do, first I will get int id. Int is nothing but int employee id. So from rs dot get int of one that is the id, and string pass is equals to rs dot get string of 2. Password is the second parameter. Okay, so what I have done is, like, I have executed the query. I have got the result set. I am iterating the result set, and from the result set I am trying to get the whatever the id we got from the database, and password also from the database. That is the id is the first index value, and password is the second parameter, right? So here I will compare whatever the from the form we got that admin username and password. We are comparing the database username password. Okay. Mm, okay, so that is nothing but id. If this is equal, and uh, admin dot get password. Get password. This is the string that means equals. We need to equals. This is the pass. If this is equals, then we have to return status equals to true. Status equal to true. Boolean status equals to, by default it is false. Okay, by default it is false, and that status I need to return. Okay. Okay, so if this is valid, then I need to return the status. Okay, and that is that it will go to log, and that will go to this one admin controller. If that, okay, I have to try catch, I have to maintain. Okay, fine. And here we need to, there are two catch. What I can do, I can quote, I can delete this one, and I can do it in one statement, that is by separating with pipe. Okay, and I will print the key. Okay, so that's all for this one. And actually I have created one admin table. Here you can see admin. I have created admin table, and whatever the query I have, I will attach this let me show you. Admin ID and password. Admin ID and password I have created. I may inserted only two fields. Admin 100. Admin name is admin ID is 100, and this is the password. This is the ID. This is the password. If you enter this correct password, then someone can enter into the employee management system. So I have created already created the script. I will attach into our application. Application resource folder. Okay, resource folder. Here I will create in the text file. So this whatever the table that is required at the database tables and all the queries that is required in the employee management system, that I will paste in the resource, and I will paste all these whole course into this one GitHub. I will give the access actually. Okay, otherwise okay, fine. So now that is done. That is done, right? Okay, let me deploy this application. Everything is done, right? Employment. Okay, error. This one is employee management system app. Okay, fine, run. Okay, login.html. We need to configure in web.xml. Okay, if you don't configure, then in the admin controller, let me do it right away. This is our, this is our, this is our login is the login.html is our welcome page, right? So I will pass load on startup is 1. Okay, I will stop and I will restart again, so that it is no need to in the from the context path we can load our application actually. If you put load on startup 1, it will load this file, that is login.html. Or else we can, what we can do, we can in the web.xml we need to pass that is welcome file is login.html. Okay, so that is fine. Okay, let me copy this and try it here. What is this? Okay, login admin. So if you try with login.html, it will load. Okay, that is the servlet. Okay, fine. So what I'm going to do here is like, or else what I can do inside the web.xml, if you paste welcome file list login.html, then let me show you. I have shown you login.html. Started. So it is loaded in the login.html. If I try with the context path, okay, I try with the context path. Context path is nothing but not login.html. Up to this is our context path. Okay, if I load, then welcome to employee management system admin. Please log in to continue. And what is our user ID? 100. And here is admin @123. Okay, this is the wrong URL. So we will say invalid login. Please try with valid credential. Okay, please try with valid credential. But what we have given? Admin controller. Login / login.html. Try login. Okay, this time invalid login. Please try with valid credential. So but this same page is loading, right? 100 admin @ 123. Requested resources, system of admin login. Okay, some URL thing is okay. Let's take it as that only take it is admin. Okay, don't take /login, only take it admin. Let me start. We'll see some issues happening, like for this one slash it will be that we can see, but to make it simple, what I've done is like I have made the URL as only admin. Okay, but I have not restarted. Okay, okay, fine. This time it should work actually. Let me try with this one. Okay, employee ID 100, then password is admin @123. Correct or wrong? Admin 123. Okay, login successful. Login successful. This is login successful, but after this, actually we should see some page. It is login is successful, then we should see the employee management, like the portal, add, edit, all these things that we should see here, right? So now it's the time to develop the employee details, right? Employee, like to perform the CRUD operation, like save, edit, delete, get employee, all these operations we need to perform on this is the CRUD application, right? So we need to perform all these applications. So for that, what we have to do, we have to develop our code accordingly. Okay, so before that, what I have done here is, like I have created one employee details. Okay, employee details table. So this is the query, this is actually the query which using which I have created the employee details table. Okay, and I have incremented that employee ID column to starting from 1001. Okay, and okay, so I will provide in the video description, and as well as the project uh, resource folder. Okay, so you can access from my git. Okay, on the git link also I provided in the link. Okay, so let's quickly develop the uh, the operation which you are going to perform. Now we'll create the employee bin, right? Employee bin implements serializable. Okay, serializable. Okay, fine. So inside that, what are the fields it should contain? So it will contain private int emp employee ID. So let me see what are the fields that is there in the database. Okay, what are the fields? Servlet employee. Okay, okay, emp ID, first name, last name, username, password, country. Okay, uh, emp ID, private string, first name, then private string, last name, then this should be uh, username, and again this is password, and one more field was there, like country. Okay, country. Okay, UMPID, first name, last name, username, password, country. These are the fields we are going to save inside the table. Okay, this bean class is ready. So what I will do, I will create constructor, no argument constructor. Okay, and then what I'll do, I'll provide the getter and setters for all the fields. Okay, fine. So I have created this one, and inside the controller I will, okay, let me create the controller, like add employee don't confuse. I mean, just namesake. I am giving the name as employee controller. This is the servlet, okay, and which will extends from HTTP servlet, okay. So once that is done, then what I'll do, we should give the URL, right? URL is something. URL is value, and URL pattern should be let it give add employee, okay. Add employee here we have given, and what I'll do, I will do override. I will override the post method, override method. So what is that method? Post method. Inside that, as usual, response dot set content type. What I will do, text slash HTML. So basic skeleton I will create. Then we will develop the whole code step by step, like whenever necessary. What code we need to what code we need to do develop. So that we will do. Okay. Then print writer is equals to response dot get writer. Okay. Okay, while developing, let me check admin control whether we have closed that resource or not. Finally, request else writer dot close. We have to close the streams actually. Okay. So print writer we have created. So that's it. We will develop. We'll develop. Let develop the DAO. Okay. For the user for the database activity. So what we'll do? We'll create employee DAO. Employee DAO. Employee DAO. Okay. So this is not the class. Actually, this is the interface. Interface. Okay. Oh. Interface DAO, which will contain. So let me give some this employee DAO. This employee DAO class will provide all the CRUD. CRUD means create, read, update, and delete operation. Okay, these are the 4 operations we are going to perform. Okay, so the employee DAO should contain the methods public. What we'll do, we'll save the employee. If we perform, then we are going to do public int and name it as employee save employee. What it will take, it will take the employee object. Okay, it will take the employee object, and it will save the this is the abstract method. Okay, then next method is public and save, then edit also, int edit edit and edit and save. This is the edit and save method. This is also going to take employee at employee. Okay, this is the things update employee. And third method is public, will delete int delete employee. Okay, delete employee also take no delete employee will take int id means which id, emp id. This is the id it will take. Okay, and save update delete we have done. Then public, then what will get employee by id. Get employee by id means get employee by id, it will return one employee object. So type is employee get employee by id. This is the method which will be we are getting by employee id. Okay, this is the get employee by id. And public public and get all employees. Get all employees means it will be list of employees. Okay, list of employee, list of employee. mm, okay, get all employees get all employees. Okay, get all employees is the get method. It will not take any argument. Okay, get all employees, so that it will return one list of employee. Okay, these are the methods we are going to implement as part of this CRUD application. Okay, save employee, update, delete, at get employee by id, get all employee. These are the 5 operations we are going to perform. Okay, so now what we'll do, we will provide the implementation to this. So DAO IMPL package. So what I'll do, I'll go to this one. So I'll go to DAO IMPL. This is the implementation. Okay, which will implements employee DAO. Once that is I have given employee DAO, we need to provide the implementation. Okay, implement methods. All methods we have to implement. Okay, fine. So we have overridden the all the methods. Okay, so here what I'll do, I will write the queries. Okay, first I will write the queries. Queries for what? So here, this is the DAO layer, right? DAO layer will perform the database activity. In the database activity, we need queries, like for save operation, insert query, for get operation, select query. So these are the queries we want to write. Okay, so for that, what I'll do, I'll write the query private static final string uh, select employee. First one is save employee. Save save employee is the query. Save employee is the query which I'm going to write. This is the first one. Then 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll change. Save employee. Then what we'll do? Update employee. Update employee by ID. Okay, update employee by ID. Then what I am going to write? Delete employee by ID. Okay, and here next well I'm write get employee by ID. Update employee by, so update not by ID, update employee. Okay, update employee, delete employee, get employee by ID. Okay, save employee, not save employee, get employee, get all, get all get all employees. Okay, get all employees. So 5 operation we have done. So here insert query, right? uh, insert into insert into what are the table, what is the table? This is the table is employee details. Okay, so insert into employee details, and then I will write what is that? ID will be auto generated, right? Because I have chosen auto increment. Okay, so that will be inserted automatically from the database. So I will insert first name, last name, username, password, then country. Okay, this one into sorry, insert into employee, this one values. What are the values? Values are question mark, comma, question mark, comma, question mark, question mark, comma, question mark. What? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So and update query also like same. What I'll do, I will update query, instead of insert into, what I'll write, update employees. So here I'll write set first name equals to question mark, last name equal to question mark, username equals to question mark. Okay, update employee based on the ID, actually based on the ID. Update employee details, set first name, last name, username, password, country, where emp id is equals to question mark. Okay, then delete employee details. Okay, let me copy paste, otherwise it will take time. Delete employee details, delete from employee details where condition where employee id is equals to this one. Okay, we'll put so many, it is taking too much time. Okay, fine. It will take, generally it will take time. Get employee means select star from employee details. So it is not auto populating, so we have to write manually, right? Get all get, okay, the same query, what I'll write, the same get all employees means select star from employee, and select star from employee. Here get all employee by id, where emp id is equals to question mark. Okay, I think all these queries we have completed. So now is the time to develop our code. Okay, to save employee, what we are going to write, we are going to write connection con is equals to, we have created instead of creating all the times, we have created the utility class, right? And JDBC connection utility, JDBC connection utility dot get connection. Okay, get connection, what it will get connection, then throw, okay, add exception. Okay, fine. So this one we got the connection, then prepare statement ps is equals to con dot prepare statement, and what is this activity? Save. So save employee is the query. Okay, so we have created the query at the top, right? So here we are providing the implementation. Okay, fine. So once that is done, then what we have to do, we have to set each and individual things, right? Set, first is set string is 1 comma or whatever in this method will get. So in this method we are going to get employee object, right? So from this we'll get employee dot get first name, we'll store this one. Okay, then ps dot set string of sec2 comma employee get last name. Fine. Then ps dot set third one is username is third comma employee username. What is that? Username, employee dot username. Then ps dot set string of password is the fourth one, employee dot password. Then ps dot country, set string of fourth one is gone, fifth is employee dot get country. Okay, these are the 5 things. Whatever the value the user object, the from the form it will come, then that object we are going to save as part of this one. Okay, once that is we have already all set, then what we are going to do, we are going to execute the query. Okay, ps dot execute update is the method it is going to save. Okay, in this one, what I'm going to write, I'm going to write int status. By default it will be 0. Then once this is executed, I will assign to status is equal to this one, and finally I will return the status. Okay, that status I am going to return. Okay, this save operation is completed. Okay, update employee is something we'll write. Okay, we have to implement anyhow all these things. Status connection, prepare statement, all these things I require. So I can copy all these things actually. So here what I can do, I can paste directly. Okay, update employee. Update employee by ID. Okay, and what I'm going to get here is employee. I will get employee ID. So okay, all these things I need, and one more thing we'll get employee dot set int. That is nothing but the ID. Sixth one is ID. ID is employee dot get employee ID. Okay, this is the things we are going to write, and once that is done, let me print one thing. What is that? PS. Okay, this statement I need, and here also PS I want to print. So while executing this application, so I want to see what is the query it is. It got fired. Okay, so that information I need. So then delete employee by ID. Delete employee by ID. Save update, then delete also same. Int status, everything is same. What I'll do, I will paste this one. This is the things I have to implement, and delete query. So once this is prepare statement, delete this is delete employee ID by ID. Once that is delete that got, so what I'll do, I will set ID is equals to 1 comma, this is the ID, sorry, EMP ID. This is the EMP ID. So once we set that employee ID, so delete query is nothing but delete from employee details for employee ID, this one. So employee ID we have set, that is coming in the, as part of parameter. Okay, so when that is done, then we have setting this all these things. Okay, I hope you are getting what I'm doing, right? So again, get employee by ID. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, like, let me paste that employee ID. So employee, it is going to give me, okay, so these things we are going to do it. So I'll return get employee. So then prepare statement uh, ps dot delete execute query. So everywhere I have reused execute. Okay, execute query I will do, then it will return one result. Okay, result means what kind of result set. It will return result set rs is equals to this one. Okay, result set rs. Then what I'm going to do, once, okay, see, what I have done here is, like, I have to get employee by ID. So here I'm trying to get employee by ID. Whatever the employee ID we got, based on that, when I'm trying to get that. Okay, so what I have done, I have created the prepare statement by this one. So what I'll do, I will set ID, set int is nothing but, so whatever the ID employee ID it will come, that I'm going to set. Okay, that is part of, okay. So what I'll do, I will set employee ID, this one, employee ID. Then I will execute the query based on the ID. Okay, so then once I get the result set, once I get the, after the query execution, then I will get the result set. Then I'm going to iterate this one, while rs dot next. Then what I'll do, I will set employee, sorry, I will create the employee object here, employee emp is equals to new employee. This I will set. Then emp dot set string, set first name, what that is the second argument, second parameter. So array result set dot get string of 2. Okay, this is the first name. Then emp dot set set last name, rs dot get string of 3. This is the third one. Then emp dot set string of set username. Third one is username, rs dot get string of fourth one is the username, first an ID, then first name, last name, username, then password. emp dot set password rs dot get end string, get string of which one, fifth one. Okay, column index is fifth. Then emp dot get country, get country, then rs dot get string of sixth. Sorry, this is, oh, this is get set. Okay, fine. So ID first, then second, first name, last name, username, password, country. Okay, fine, all set to this one. So once that is done, then what I'm going to do here, I'm going to return emp, the employee that I'm going to. Okay, so it is crying because that is inside this one. So what I'll do, I'll code that, I will create the object in the top. Okay, so that I'm going to return. Okay, so I have created delete, update, delete, save, then a list of all employee also. This kind of stuffs I'm going to do, get employee by ID. So what I'm going to do here is, like, I'm going to return this one. I will change accordingly. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to first create one list of employee emp list is equals to new array list. Okay, that I will create first, because it will return one list of employee. Okay, so this employee list I am going to return. Okay, so connection prepare statement, then what it will do, uh, it will simply return, execute the statement. Before that I will print ps. Here also I forgot, I think, get prepare statement, execute query. Before execution, then sysout ps, I will print, and here prepare statement, result set query, employee, this one employee object I have created, employee I have set. Then at the end emp list dot add then emp. Okay, let me explain you what I've done. So get all employee will get employee, a list of employee object, right? So once I execute the query, then I will get the result set. From the result set I'm iterating, then employee, to this individual employee I'm setting all these things. Once I get one employee, then I'm adding to the list. Okay, so how many records that will be there, that will be added one by one to the employee list. That employee list I'm returning. Okay, I hope all these methods are completed, but important part we just missed. Okay, so what is that, once I execute this one, I need to close all the streams like result set, prepare statement, this one I need to close, right? So JDBC utility dot, what we have used here, prepare statement and connection, right? So clean up, only these two things, will do. So this is requiring prepare statement ps comma con. Okay, connection con. Okay, so this is the statement we are requiring. Prepare statement connection, this is this will close, result set is not there. So here also before return status, so what I'll do, I will clean this one, and here also delete. Are you able to get that what is the use of utility function, right? The same code we are using here. Okay, so this is employee, so this is the employee, means get employee, this is having result set. So what I'll do, I will add one result set to this will call the three parameter method, right? Cleanup method. So get all employee also same, so I will add this one, and result set this one. Okay, that's all. How easy it is, like, to clean up one line of code. I have written everything here inside this one clean up code. So that things I'm doing here. Okay, so up to this we have created all the employee. Now is the time to create the form, the user form. So HTML file, so employee form emp hyphen form dot html. So this is the form we are going to write. Okay, so now we'll create the employee form, right? Employee form, which employee are going to submit, like submit in the sense like going to submit the details so that it will be saved in the database, right? So what I'll do, we have that login page. So this one login. Okay, let me copy these things. Employee form. So here what I'll write one div tag, div align, so that it will be aligned, so it will be center, right? It will be center. I'll close that. Inside that, what I'll do, I will I will paste this one, and welcome to employee management system. Uh, Employee management system. Oh, this should be fine, right? Let's see how it is looks. Welcome to employee management system. So it seems it's looking good. Fine. Then okay, this is something no worries. So what we'll do, our agenda is like I have to submit the form. Form name is equals to what is the form name? Form name is this is uh, add employee form. Just the name, just name. Okay. So method is equals to post, and what is the action? Action is equals to what we have given. I think we have the employee DO. Let me close other tabs. Close other tabs, and employee add employee controller I have given. Okay, add employee is the action. Okay, so action I have given this action. Then here slash is there, no? Okay, slash. Okay, fine. So here I will close this one, then form is closed. So inside that, what the fields we have, we have the fields like employee ID. So emp id, employee id, employee id, uh, input type is equals to text, name is equals to oh, employee ID. Actually employee ID will be created by the database, so we don't need to write this one. So we'll write pass name, so this would be pass name, the value. Then after that I will write one br line break, then last name oh, last name input type is text, then name is equal to last name. Okay, and I'll close this one br, last name br, then username and the input type equal to text, and name is equals to user name. Okay, and at the end what we'll do, we'll write this one close username, then password. Okay, type is equals to text, and name equals to password. Okay, so that is, then br password is done. Then country, so uh, some people might belongs to USA, India, some different countries. So the country is going to be one drop down, not like simple one field. So it is a drop down. For that drop down field, what we are going to do here is like I don't have remember that one column in HTML. Okay, drop down column. Okay, we'll see how to create select tab. Okay, select, maybe select. Okay, we'll see. Okay, this is what we want to select: car name, cars, Volvo option. Okay, so select tag we should use for that. Okay, so this will fulfill our requirement. Name ID. Okay, fine. So let me go quickly write that. Country country is select, name is country, and ID is not required, it seems. Select name, option is this one. Option is value is, for example, INDIA, and this is going to be India, this is USA, and it is going to be USA, London, let me London, and what else? Okay, and it is UK, and one option we will write okay, option is other for others. Okay, other. So let's see how it is look like. We can check here, right? So it will look like some first name, but it is coming inside like middle. So some kind of some value country. It is coming country, right? Inside the country we are getting India, USA, London, UK, other. Okay, it is coming fine. So but the alignment is something what, but we have to choose country, this one, any other width, width not there, right? What I can do, style equals to width colon some 150 150x or something. Actually let's see what it is coming. Country no change. Okay, country x or only 50 with some parameter, I don't remember exactly. Okay, country width equal to 150, not x, that is px, I think, pixel. Okay, let's see if any change. Okay, it is coming somewhat, it came, right? If you take some around 180 or something, we can see the changes. If I see, then it is coming somewhat. Alignment we can do, like who are the UI people, they can do adjustment. Okay, so that is our agenda is completed. Select is done. Then put submit. Input type is equals to submit, and value equals to save. Okay, like this. Okay, oh, save is fine. What it should be, BR should be there. Not one BR, two BR will give. We'll see how the alignment is, it is looking. Okay, it's somewhat fine. Okay, somewhat fine. Okay, once this page is submitted, then it will go to the controller, appropriate controller, and it will save to the database. But what is next? What is next? Nothing you will see, right? So in order to see that, so once that is done, some we should some hyperlink should be there here to view all employees once save. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do here is, like, after that form I'm going to submit one ahref equals to view all employee. That though that is not developed, but what I'll do, uh, get all employees. Okay, get all employees, that is the URL, and I will close that. So I will name it as view all view employees. Okay, that is the name it will come. Okay, if you see, like, view all employee, it will come like this one. So what I want to do here is, like, I want to take one BR whenever required. Okay, so it's fine, something it is fine. View all employee, save, then view all employee, it is hyperlink. Okay, so for not for, okay, it's good. So that is that's all for this for this form. Everything is we have done. Then now the job is add employee controller. So it will we have to do the user data, get user data, something we can do, get user data. Okay, get, how we'll get, we will get string username equals to request dot get parameter, that is user, oh sorry, username. Okay, I have done username first. Okay, DDD. Okay, so first is first name, then what I'll do, I will copy and I will paste. First, last name, similarly last name is, this is the last name, then username is username, then this is password, and this is password. Okay, semicolon also I forgot, semicolon, then semicolon, then semicolon, then what is that, country is country. Okay, so I think first name, last name, username, password, country, all these things are done. Then what I have to do, I have to, inside that I have to take the DAO layer as a member. Okay, private employee DAO, employee DAO, employee DAO. This is the one I have to take. Then what I have to do here, employee DAO equals to new employee DAO IMPL. I have to create the object. Then before that, what I have to do, I have to create the employee object. Employee employee is equals to new employee. I have to create the object. Then employee, it is we will save that requires the employee object, right? So that is why I have created the employee class object, and on that I am setting set first name as first name. Okay. Then D, D. Okay. Set last name first name last name. So this is something called dot set last name. Then this is called username, first name last name username, and this is set username. Then password, after username it is password, and set password. Then set country is nothing but country. The same, it is one and the same. So fine, I have created the employee object. I have set all the value whatever coming from the UI, like the form. So then on that employee DAO, on that reference, what I'm going to, I am going to call this all these methods we have: delete, get employee by ID, get all employees, save employee, update employee, all this. So what is that? Save employee requires employee object. So we'll pass the employee object. Okay, once I have passed, then I have to try catch. It is asking, I think, yeah, surround with try catch. Okay, so this is class not found. What I can do, I can cut this catch block. I will make it one catch block. So pipe, then this one, and I will print s out and e. Okay, fine. That is the things. Then it is going to result is equals to this one. So what I'm going to do, I am going to write here. I'm going to write int result is equals to by default 0. Then on performing the operation, what I'm going to do here, if the result greater than 0, then what I'm going to do, see, on saving the operation, on saving the employee, it will get the result, right? Alt shift L. I'll do, I will just print employee added successfully. Okay, employee added successfully. This is the things I want to print, and here I will print writer dot println, and here I will paste the same thing. So I want to print this is from SOPL statement and it is on the browser. Okay, so if that is not the case, then else part, what I'll do, I'll do sysout employee addition failed. So this is the statement I want to take out, and okay, fine, whatever it is, fine. So writer dot println, then I will to in this employee. Okay, so once this is saved, then only employee message will be there, right? Employee added successfully, that will be there. But I want after the saving, it should do something, right? It will navigate to something, request dot get request dispatcher. I have already discussed, I have already done this kind of things. So what it will do, it will forward the request to the particular page, right? But page is right, emp hyphen form dot html. So this is the same form, same page should be displayed. I will include this the request and response. I'll include this, so that what it will do, on saving this message it will display, and it will again include the same employee form. So as it is like this form, it will be displayed. In this, it will be if another employee you want to add, you can add, and all view all employee also it will show, right? So okay, let us execute this application, so that I will show you like how it is behaving. If any issue, then we'll fix that. The server is getting started. So this is a kind of mini project, so it will take time. All four operation I am what I'm doing, I am explaining each and every bit. so that you people for a beginner or something like it will be that much clear, right? So that without visiting the video or this post like second time, what you can do, like you can from your side you can develop this employee management system, right? So for that reason I'm explaining what is the even like HTML code also, like what is the work, what is the meaning of this, what is the meaning, what on submit what it will go, what to on submit where it will go and what action it will perform, everything I am explaining, right? Okay, so what I'm going to give the request here. Okay, so it is showing this one, so this gap also you can maintain, one gap you can do. Okay, fine. So employee ID is 100 and this is admin @123. Okay, as you can see this is the valid credential. If I log in, then login successful, login successful. After the login successful we are not seeing anything, so then how we will perform login successful, but after admin login, so it should redirect to some employee form page, right? So home page, kind of home page, it should land into the home page. Home page is nothing but employee form. Employee form, this is the employee form actually. So what I can do, request dot guest dispatcher, this one, these things it should landed into this. So where is the admin controller, like admin controller here? After after the successful things, then what it will do, it should perform these things, right? Now restart the server again. Okay, now I'll go to this one, like I will try to log in again. So you'll see login successful, and again this page you are seeing, right? The home page, this is kind of home page, right? But before you are not able to see. I accordingly, like intentionally I have not completed all the code here there, because if I do from my side, you will not able to get. So that is why intentionally I kept that. So whatever the code we are adding and what is the purpose, we should know, right? So that it will be easy to you for you to develop. Okay, I will add one more thing, right? I will add employee, right? Alex is the first employee, Alex Martin, and username is Alex M. Sorry, Alex M is the username, and the password is Alex @32 something. So he is from USA. So what I want to save employee added successfully. Okay, you are seeing the employee added successfully, and the same page it is showing. Now you can add the second employee also. You can add second employee is Bob, and mm, Bob Maria something, some name, and username is Bob, only Bob M, and password is Bob M @123, and she is also from USA, or you can say London. Okay, you can save. So an employee also added successfully. So then if you click view employee, it should go to some controller, right? Some servlet. So that is not still implemented. So what we're going to in next we are going to implement that stuff. Okay, now we'll develop the code like to get all employee. This is our URL, right? So what I'm going to do here is, like, I will write one controller, that is all employees view controller. Okay, this is the servlet to view all employees that is there in the database, right? So that will definitely extends from http servlet. Okay, so what is the URL should be there, right? For the URL, what we are going to web servlet, and inside that we are providing, here we are going to provide the URL, that is all employees. Okay, and now inside that I will override the method. This is the do method, do get method, right? So I will override the do get method to get all the employee do get method, and here I will set the content type as text slash, sorry, HTML. So this is the uh, type, then print writer is equals to um, response dot get writer. Okay, so we have written. So here what is the things we are going to do? We want to display the all employees means list of employees, right? List of employee, and alt enter, then employee list we are going to, and a new array list, that is the implementation class. Okay, fine. So what is the job we are going to do? We want to display, and then what we will do, we'll call this one our we'll also create employee object. Employee is equals to new employee. This object I am going to create, I'll create. Then we'll call the get all employee method, right? So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write private employee DAO, employee DAO, employee DAO, and here I'm going to create the object employee DAO dot new employee DAO IMPL. Okay, employee DAO IMPL. So let me remove this. Okay, so then what I'll do, I will call this call all get all employee method, get all employee method. Okay, to get all employee. So what I'll do, like I will call employee DAO dot get all employees, right? That we have written already. Okay, so then we'll surround this try catch, and as usual, like class not found, we will provide in one catch block, that is then pipe symbol, then this one, and here we'll write print that e, what is the exception we are getting, and here we'll get the result, right? Employee list we will get, that we are going to iterate. Okay, okay. So here if I go inside that, we have already implemented all this, the implementation stuffs I have already done. So here we'll get all the employee list. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to iterate this employee list, and I will get the employee object, and I will display one by one employee, right? So what I'm going to do, I will write some code to display, right? I will write display employee list, all emp list or employee list. Okay, so for that I will going to start that for so I'll write enhance for loop. So this is a type of employee emp, then colon, I from the employee list I will iterate this one. So what we'll do, writer dot, okay, control shift L. Okay, writer dot what we'll do, we'll print this is the table, right? So we'll print in the table format. So for that, table is the tag table, something called border is equals to single quote 1, because we are printing inside double quote single quote 1. Then width width is equals to 100%. Okay, so inside that, this is the table we will print. Then what we will print, writer dot print then after the table, the tag is table. Once the table is created, the table structure, then table row will be there, right? Table row tr is the tag. Table row once that is started, after the table row, inside that table data will be there, table data td. Okay, td. Then what is that? Only we will print the table data. Table data first one is emp id. Then what we will do, table table data will close. Then table row table data will print 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, fine. So let me do something. Employee id, table row started, table data, this is table data. Okay, table name, then this is the first name, and here this is last name. Sorry, last name, this is the username, and here is the password. Whatever the data you want to display, that provide that in the table data. Okay, okay, no, not the table data, I think table header, it should be table header. Okay, password, then country. Okay, this is table header, actual table header. Okay, So table header, now this is not the table data, this is the table header, and table row, table header, and this is table header, this is also table header, this is table header, this is table header, this is table header, this is table header, and this is table header. Close. Once okay, employee ID, first name, last name, username, password, country, table header. Once that is done, table header will close the table header. Okay, row table row will close. Okay, this should be the one. If I print, let me copy this. Employee form something here, table data. I just wanted to see what it is displaying. Okay, so it is showing employee ID, first name, last name. It will show correctly, right? So this is the way we can check. Okay, fine, let it be as it is. Okay, employee, all employee. This is fine. So inside that we'll write writer dot. So once the header is created, the first row is the header. Then next is the next row. Next row means we'll place in double quote. That is table row, table row. Then here we'll print table data. Okay, inside this table row, table data. This should be the table row, table data. Okay, what we'll do? We will copy one set of this and comment otherwise it will cry. So what we'll print, we'll print emp dot get employee id. First is the employee id, then what we'll do plus, then what we'll do, we'll close this one, and here we will not the tr, only the td, table data. So here onwards, okay, here onwards we need, this is the one we need. Okay, once that is table row will be open once, and at the end table row will be closed, but table in data this is present printing and it is closing. Then now it will print again emp dot get first name. Okay, then double quote will print this one, table data close, table data open, then plus emp dot get last name, first name, last name. Then what we'll do, give double quote, then print that. Inside that emp dot get username plus, then print that. Then emp dot what is that, get username, then password, and again we'll print emp dot get country. Okay, that is the one thing, that is the thing we need to print. And here we'll close the table data, and finally inside that table row will close. Okay, so whatever the headers are there, that many data are there. Okay, this is the things we want to see. Okay, once that is printed in the for loop, what we are going to do here is like we'll close the table, right? Writer dot print, inside the double quote we'll close the table, okay, table is closed. This is the steps I need to do. Okay, once that is done, let me control y. Okay, okay, we have printed all the data in the tabular format. Okay, so once that is printed, what else is we left over? So we'll close writer dot close, we'll close this one. Okay, close this one. Then once we see the data, it should be like there should be one field, right? Okay, we should not close this one. So instead we'll provide writer dot println. So here it should be one, here should be there. br, or else here writer that println, inside that we'll provide a srep. Instead of srep we can provide the same page. Instead of that, what we are going to do here is request dot get request dispatcher, and inside that what we'll do, emp hyphen form, no, we should get the add employee. So here we are going to not request dispatcher. What we'll do, the same hyperlink also we can provide, href is equals to, then inside that emp hyphen form dot html, this is the employee form. We'll close this, and for that add employee, what we are providing, emp form, add employee we are seeing, add employee is the code, then we'll close the anchor tag. Okay, now let's restart. Now let's restart. We'll see how it is behaving. If something like some alignment or something we record, we can change accordingly. Okay, so let me go into this. I will try with the new one. Okay, this is 100, and admin @123, admin 123. Okay, login login successful, then view all employees. Now it is activated, I think. Okay, so no value specified for parameter id 1. Okay, so here if I go to add employee, we are calling this one, this is get all employee, we are closing this one. What we are doing, get all employee, not, oh, see, we have done the get employee by id, not this one, get all employee, right? It should be get all employees, so it's not by id. Okay, that is the mistake we are doing. Okay, so we'll go this one, and you will try to view all employee. See how it is looking, it is good. If you like employee id, last name, this first name is comes light, why all are came this format. Okay, fine. So like somewhat it is good, right? So add employee is the so this one, once we saw the view screen, all the employee, oh, country all London, huh? But we have chosen USA, right? Okay, we'll see USA one. So John Cena, John, username is John underscore Cena, and here John @123 something, and we'll choose USA and save. Employee data successfully, view all US. Oh, hey, it should not be, why it is changing country, changing it to USA for all. Some mistake we are doing. Whenever we are choosing adding the employee, what we are, okay, so it is changing for John Cena for all employees. Some uh, big blunder we made, I think. While add employee, employee controller, employee DAO IMPL, inside that what is this issue? Okay, save employee, insert into employee, first name, last name, username, password, country. Let's see the database what is there, but here while see table data, we'll see all the 1 2 3 4 John Cena, all data are there, but while viewing we are getting only the 1004, the latest record is updated all employee id. Okay, this is while displaying, right? So there may be some issue while displaying. We'll check writer, table data, table row started, then table header, table header end, table header. Oh, here it is table data, so it should be table header, right? table header, table header, table header closed, table header closed, table header, table row, table data. I think all is clear. All is clear. So for that what we need to do, we need to go into all the employees, the implementation, what we are adding into the employee, and then we are setting. Okay, so once we add that, and again what we are doing, employee, the same employee object is empty here, right? So it should not be the case, it should not be outside, it should be inside this one. Let's see. Let's start the server again. Let's start the server again and we'll see that is printing correctly or not. Okay, I hope this time it should print correct result. So what we'll do, we'll go to add employee, then we'll view employee, right? 1 2 3 4. Now it is printing correctly, right? So that was the mistake. So one line code making us like only one employee was printing. Okay, it's the time to edit the employee, delete the employee. These two stops are there, like get employee by ID also, that is there. Okay, that we'll do. And here, okay, so what I want here is like 1 2 3 4 I have given. Then for example this we like this field, this record, I want to edit, or I want to delete. If I provide one more field here, like edit, one more table data like header, edit and delete, so I'll do edit and delete. On clicking of this, I will do that. Okay, so that I am going to provide. Okay, so what I'll do for that, I am going to do all employee. So here username, country, table row completed, then table header, this is country, then table header started, and I'll go to this one is edit. This is the edit field, and I will close this table header, and again I will start the table header, and I will provide delete. Delete is the table, and what I'll do, I'll close table header. Okay, that is good. And here while printing table header, this one country I have printed. For this edit option, what I'll do, I'll do uh, this is the plus, then I'll start the double, inside the double quote I will provide ahref is equals to uh, add employee by ID, so not add. So what I'll do, I'll provide edit employee by ID, and here we should close this one. So this is the um, field actually, ahref. Okay, so I'll close this double quote, and I'll do plus sign, then I'll do employee by ID, this one, question mark emp ID is equals to this employee ID. Employee ID means emp dot get emp ID. Okay, this is the employee ID. Then here, once that is done, edit employee by ID. Employee ID is equals to, not this should not be here, this should be actually here. We should close that one, and I will provide the field edit. Okay, then I will close the anchor tag. Okay, that is the things I have provided. And what I'll do, I will copy up to this, and below that I will provide the same thing, and instead of edit I will write delete. Okay, delete employee by ID, where employee ID is equal to this one, and this is the delete. Okay, so I have created double quote, everything is fine, it seems. Okay, let's check how it is looking actually. I have started the server. Let's go into this one. We'll see. So before it was displaying after country, nothing is there. So I'll click on this one, and again I will see. This is country edit. Then delete option is coming, not coming, but is showing delete. So that is the closing bracket, closing tag is missing. That is the issue with HTML. Okay. So you should use properly the HTML. Edit, edit. Where is the edit? Where is the edit? Edit. We have done. Open and table header close, table header started, table header closed, table header started, table header closed, then table row closed. So what is wrong? And after the edit, where is the edit? Edit, we're getting these things. Okay, fine. Table header open, table header close, table header open, table header close, table header open, table header close, table header open, table header close. Oh, see, after edit there is a angular bracket by mistake, right? So that is why it is not considering all this, right? Delete. Let me restart again. So for this development, we have to check each and every HTML tag. If anything we are missing, then it will give, it will behave accordingly, right? So that we need to check while developing. So let me go to the add employee, and if I go to the view employee, now I am seeing, okay, edit, delete is not coming. That option is gone. Then edit, then th is started. Okay, th is started, but what, let's see, th is started, but delete we are putting inside the tag, so that is why it is not coming. So see how many mistakes we are doing. So that is the mistake. Like I'm not so much pro in HTML, so I have to Google and I have to do. Though I have find that technical perspective, but I'm not that much pro in HTML. So if I see now, the delete tab is enabled. Okay, so we have two options is left, that is edit, how we can edit by ID. For example, if I click edit, so corresponding to this is the employee ID. This employee should be enabled for edit, and if I click delete, this employee record should be deleted, right? So still I have to provide the functionality of edit and functionality of delete, so we'll work on that. Okay, so now we'll see on clicking of this edit. So it will go to employee management tab, edit employee by ID, question mark, ID equal to 1001. It means ID 1001 that we want to edit. Okay. So what we are going to do, uh, we are going to develop one edit application, edit controller, means edit servlet. Edit employee by ID. Edit employee by ID is by ID controller. Okay, this is the edit ID by controller. This is this should extend from http servlet. Okay, so while submitting all view controller, what is the employee ID, like the URL we have given, this one. Okay, so employee DAO controller, we'll close this one and edit employee by ID will provide the URL web servlet, inside that value tag, value inside that slash edit employee by ID. Okay, this is the things we will get. And on submitting, as you can see, we are providing question mark ID is equals to get emp dot get emp ID, means the ID we were submitting here, right? So that ID we are going to capture from the request. Okay, so I have to override the method, that is the do get method. do get do get is the method, then response dot set content type text slash html is the response, then print writer is equals to response dot get writer. Okay, this is the things we have to do, and we will write a string uh, emp emp id will get from request. Okay, request dot get parameter. What is that parameter? Emp what is the parameter? The parameter we are passing is id, right? Because on clicking of that we are passing id equal to this one. Okay, so id we are going to get. This is the parameter. On getting that, what I'll do, I will write private employee DAO, then employee DAO. Okay, so here I'm going to get employee DAO is equals to new employee DAO IMPL. Okay, and this is the things I'm going to create, and I'll call employee DAO dot what get employee in update employee, right? Update employee, update employee, update employee, yeah. Update employee, it will take employee object. Okay, so actually we should get the update employee. First we got that employee ID. Based on that employee ID, what I want here is like I will execute, I will fire the select query on this employee, select star from employee where employee ID is this one. That means I will get the object, the all the detail from on this ID, who is the employee. Okay, the employee details I will get employee by ID. That is already we have developed, right? Okay, so what I will pass? I will pass emp ID. Okay, so what we have to do, we have to call get employee by ID. So we have to get the details of the employee. So we have to wrap using integer dot parseInt and inside try block, because it may throw exception. So what I'll do, I will do class not found exception, and I'll cut this catch block, and I'll provide pipe symbol. That's this one. Okay, so this is the one we want to print, and once I provide this we got this employee, get employee by ID, so we'll get employee object, right? Employee, okay, let me create one employee object here. Employee is equals to new employee, the object, and here we'll write employee. Okay, employee is equals to this one. Okay, I got the employee. Once I got that employee, once I got the employee object, then what I'm going to do here is like based on the ID, the object I got, all the information it contains, right? Like first name, last name, password, username, country, all these information this employee object is having. So I'm going to modify this information. So for that, what I'm doing, this employee ID, I will take the help of one hidden form, right? So how will I edit? So it will populate to the one edit form. Inside that, the whatever the information we have, it will be auto populated into that form, and in that form we'll edit accordingly, like whatever we want. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do here is like I will write one hidden form field. Okay, hidden form field, hidden form field will use here to edit the info of the employee Okay, so alt shift L, I will start the form. Okay, hidden form field, so I will take the form here to here. Okay, I will take the form. I will take the form inside the edit controller. So what I am going to do here, I will paste. Oh, it should be inside. Okay, writer dot println. I will print, actually this is one form. Then okay, let me do one thing. Writer dot println, then copy some line, then first name, what I'll do, first name is this one, I will take and I will put here, and last name I will take, I will put here, because this is the same form field, right? Same kind of form field. So here I will take, I will put here, and password also I will take, I will put here, and country also I will take, I will put here, and option this one. Okay, writer dot println, this one, control D, control D, control D, control D. Okay, so cut this one, paste this one, and control. So option this field, cut, then cut and paste here, cut this one and paste here, and here another 3, select BR, then input form field, and here I'll paste this final one, and I'll finally cut this one. Okay, so this is the things I have to put, and name equal to add, not add employee. This is edit employee form. Okay, method post action is equals to action is what is that action? Action is here, edit employee by ID, edit employee by ID. Okay, first name this one, and here I will mimic the same thing. This is emp ID. Okay, employee ID should not be visible actually. So what I'll do, this is the field text name equals to okay, name equals to ID. What is that? ID. And name equals to, this is the emp ID, so it should be emp ID. Okay, input type equal to, instead of text, it should be hidden. Okay, hidden form field. This is the hidden form field ID, and name, this one, and here value is equals to emp ID double quote, emp ID, then again plus. Okay, okay, fine. So emp ID value equal to this one, and what I'll do, I will copy all these stuffs here, and I will paste up to BR, right? Okay, up to value is equals to this one, name. What I'll do paste this one, value equals to this one, and value equals to this one, and value equals to this one, value equals to this one, and that's it. Okay, employee ID, similarly what I'll do, value is equals to not employee ID, so it should be employee. What is that we got from this employee object? I want to print employee dot get first name. Okay, so similarly here I will write this is employee dot get last name. Okay, value is equals to employee dot get username. Okay, get username, then employee dot get password. The password will get here, password, then country. So we have done employee ID, get first name, last name, username, password, and all the other things, that is submit, and input type is equal to submit, and value equal to edit and submit. Edit and submit, because we will not able to know, right? Edit and submit. Okay, this is the form we have closed, and everything is done. Then finally writer dot close, that will close. Okay, so I think that's all. Employee, okay, everything is done, I think. Okay, let me restart the server. We'll see. Okay, now it started, And now if I go to this one and I am trying to edit this one, it's going on. Okay, see, the same form as populated, the same form as populated with the default value, right? Last name, username, password country, which one we have chosen? DAO, this one. DAO, edit for edit to C, we have choose, then E we have choose, then underscore E we have chosen, then for India we will choose other. Okay, so for DAO we have changed. Okay, for the employee ID 1001. So if I go to the database and I will show you, so DAO. So let me run this one. You can see. Yes, Avi, last name, first name is not there or what? Okay, first name it maybe we have left. Last name we have, we first name we don't have. Okay, maybe while coding we have done some mistakes. Where is the first name? First name, employee ID is there. Employee first name, last name, username, password. But why it is showing only last name, username, country, password? Okay, so what I'm doing, we are getting the employee by ID, then all these information we are getting. So this is the servlet of edit employee ID, edit based on the employee ID. But the action is again it is coming to here. Okay, so that is why we are getting the same issue. So I think we have to here we have to make another form. We are submitting another form, right? So for that we have to make change the URL, right? Edit. So I will make after uh, after after edit employee by ID. Okay, so I will make another controller, right? So it should go to, that is the reason we are not getting. So after edit this is the, okay, I'll change that. After edit by this one controller. Okay, controller, I will change the file name, rename file, and extends HTTP servlet, and I will make annotate the web servlet, and value is equals to slash, this is the URL. So whenever on clicking of that, sorry, the form hidden form field will come to this servlet. Okay, this servlet, and as usual we will override the, here it is the form submission is the post method, right? The form is coming, so we'll write override the post, then response dot set content type. So set content type is text slash HTML. This is the code we have to write. Then print writer is equals to response dot get writer. Then get the data, get data. Okay. So okay. So what I'll do, employee edit by controller. So this one, this is the this part is done. Okay. So once the request comes to edit, after edit employee form, so what I'll do, I will get one of the field, any field, view controller, view admin, add employee controller. Okay, add employee controller. What we are doing, get user data, and all these things we are doing. Okay, and we'll save the data. Okay, after all save, after edit. Okay, so get data, get user data. Okay, get user data. So what we are doing, employee DAO we have to implement, private employee DAO, okay. I think okay, what I have done, I have got the record from this, from the request, first name, last name, username, password, country, and employee. I have created employee, and I have set all the data, and employee, this one. Then employee DAO dot, I have to call update employee. What I will pass, I will pass the employee object. Okay, so this is the things I have to do. Surround with try catch, and what I'll do, class not found exception. uh, so and here 5, then this one sys out e, and that is the code we have done. Once the update is happening, so it will give me one status, one result, right? status is equals to 0 by default. So here I will set as status is equals to this one. Okay, and add employee. Okay, so what I'll do once that is done, then if status greater than 0 means update is happened, then what I'll do, I will write writer dot println uh, record updated successfully for the employee. Who is the employee? For the employee, that is emp employee dot get first name or last name, or for the employee ID also good. We'll print this one. Okay, so all these things I will take, and I will print inside the, what happened, my system is hanging or what, and then I will print inside this. Okay, so that is the stuffs. Else record not, else the same stuffs I will copy and I will print here. Updation failed. Okay, a record updation failed. Okay, so what I'll do, I will take all these things and I will paste here. Okay, that is the things I want to paste. Okay, so once update is happening, then what page I should go into? So I will go into add employee. Okay, so in all employee or edit by ID controller, one that, okay, not edit, after edit controller, add employee controller, I have given employee from the same field it is going. So these things I can copy, edit, after edit, right? After edit I will paste this line. Okay, so it will redirect to same employee. Instead of writing, I'm this. Okay, I think you have got my understanding, like what I'm trying to do here, right? So we'll see. Like I have started the server, so we'll see. We'll update one field, then we'll see. Okay, this is restarted. So let me go to this one and try to with new and 100 admin at that 123, then try to log in. Employee view all employee. So I want 1004 should be edited. So what I'll do, 1 2 3 4 5 and Sina. Hey, why employee ID one thing, I have not changed the employee edit by ID control ID. So this is action is this one. So now check view all employee, then I want to add this one Bob. Okay, so to Bob I have changed to Bob Alex. Okay, combined name I have provided. Okay, so here username is Bob M Alex. So two things I have changed, and 4 5 also I have done, and I have changed to Africa. Okay, so I'll do edit and save. So once I done, a record updation failed for the employee 0. Okay, so the record updation, not adoption. Record updation failed. What is the reason? Let's check. So employee 103 Bob Alex, last name Maria, all these things. Update employee details, set this one, first name, last name, username, sorry, this one, country is where employee ID is coming 0. Employee ID or employee edit employee, get employee ID. For edit employee ID is going to as hidden. So once it is going to this one, then after edit employee, employee. Okay, so here we are not setting the employee ID. Okay, so what I am going to do here is like I'm going to get the here I forgot this one while copying. So I'll get string emp employee ID is equals to request dot get parameter. I'll copy and I'll paste here, and this is emp ID, right? So this should be inside the double quote emp ID. What we are sending, that is the emp ID, right? What we are sending, employee ID, emp ID or ID we are sending. Okay, so that employee ID will set, and here we'll set employee dot set emp ID is equals to emp ID. That we need to set, and what we have to it is integer type, everything is fine, I think. Okay, let me start. This ID is emp ID or ID we are sending. Okay, let's start. I think this is to be ID. Okay, we'll see if it is failing, then we'll see. I think while sending employee ID, we're sending name equals to ID. Oh, the name equal to ID, not this one. After sending, so from the request, it should be ID, not this should be ID, and not this one. This is the employee ID, and here this is ID. Okay, let's stop this and again start the server. Okay, so now the server is started, but it is like taking some time. Okay, so let me go back, and for this time let me change into 6 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so edit and save. I've given the request. See, record updated successfully for the employee 1003. Okay, so if I go to the server and if I will start, then you will see those Bob, Alex, Maria, and 1 2 3 4 5 6. This is updated successfully. Add employee, all employee view controller, and edit employee by controller. These things already completed. So now the leftover part is the delete controller. Okay, delete controller, delete by ID. That part we'll see. So adding or addition, edit, and view all employee, that is completed. Now at the time to develop delete employee by ID controller. Okay, so this is the controller and extends from HTTP servlet. Okay, what is that? And the URL, all employee view controller, what is that? Delete by ID. So this is the key I have to check. Delete by this one, and what I'll do, I will pin point web servlet, not the filter, web servlet, then value, and this one is slash delete by ID. Okay, so then I will this will delete, so I'll override the method, that is the do get method. Okay, it will simply delete. So response dot set content type text slash HTML. Okay, this is the one, and print writer is equals to response dot get writer. This is the things we got, and from this what we are going to do here is like I'm going to get the ID. This is nothing but the string emp ID is equals to from the request. Okay, a request dot get parameter, and what is that parameter? This is ID parameter. ID we are sending, right? uh, and on that what I'll do, I will take the employee private employee DAO okay. So here I will do employee DAO is equals to new employee DAO IMPL, okay. Employee DAO IMPL I will take, and on that employee DAO IMPL employee DAO dot delete, right? Delete employee by ID. ID means the ID which we have just got, employee emp ID. This will be string, but it will be changed to, we'll pass that, and will surround it try catch, right? Class not found exception, and you will code that, and we will provide here itself, like by separating by pipe symbol, and we'll write trace out, then E. Okay, this is the things we got, and here is the semicolon. Okay, so here what I'll write int result is equals to 0 by default. Okay, so here result I will get, and I will make this one. So delete employee will delete it or not, it will return that one. Okay, so one that is done, then what I'll do, I will check if result greater than 0, the same stuff it should do. Okay, so what is that? Just edited we have done, right? Edit by no, not edited, so all after edit. Okay, so these stuffs I will take. Okay, these stops both the stops I'll take, and I will paste this option. Instead of status I will take result. Okay, so this is the emp id. This is the emp id. Okay, so what is this? This is the emp id, emp id, emp id, and emp id. Okay, record not updated, deleted. Okay, this is deleted, we'll copy, and record deleted successfully. Okay, a record deletion. Okay, a record deletion failed for the employee, and after edit option, not edit, after edit. So this is not updation, actually this is updation, update updation. Okay, not okay, updation failed. Okay, this is the things we need to do. Delete also completed, I think. Okay, so let me restart the server. Let me try to run that. Okay, server is started. So now the server started. So let me check that the delete option that is working or not. Okay, 100, then admin at the 123. I have logged in, view all employee. So I want to delete this OV. Okay, delete the record 1001. Okay, delete record deleted success for the employee. And if I go to the server, they see OV is there, but if I run again, then you can see OV is there. If I run this one, then you see 1001 is not there, only Alex this one is there. The employee management system, I have covered all the scenario from the login to all the addition, deletion, update, everything, all scenario I have completed with the detailed explanation, right? From the HTML form submission, all these things I have completed in detail. So I hope this will helpful to you people. Okay, so if you really like this project, so please comment what part or which part you like the most, and which part you have still doubt. Okay, so please let me know in the comment. Okay, thank you.